iDubbbz, after these people directly responded to him, included in their response, by the way, was a screenshot of their stream where they put a clown face over them. They decided to pretend that they were not being directly criticized by these people, and of course say, oh, well, I don't like the fact that this person was comparing anything to America, and America was in the positive there.
Can you address this real quick? As someone who is a sub and has gifted, letting you know I've canceled my sub, seeing the ignorant comments putting down the Iranian man did it for me. A close friend of mine's parents escaped Iran for Italy and have told me how bad the regime is. It's not American propaganda. Very disappointed. Do better. Write me off as a troll. I don't care. I just want you to see the criticism and hopefully think before you speak. Honestly, I think this is... Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. When I see people talking specifically about... Like, if you want to be critical of the Iranian regime, that's great. That's fine. Like, if that... Especially if you have experience, right? But using another country to essentially say, like, America great, America awesome, that's where I have the problem with. Right? And that's exactly what we saw. In some ways, it's more critical of the Discovery Network, Discovery Plus, or whatever it's called, when they are essentially using this as an opportunity, because we're already bombarded with a lot of xenophobic in our media.
Now, they also highlight North Korea as a positive nation as well, which again just goes to show you that iDubbbz is dead serious about being the white version of Cenk's nephew, and it's absolutely embarrassing. And by the way, as embarrassing as that previous video that we talked about on this channel, where he started praising mass migration in Italy and talked about how this third world style market in a slum in Italy that is being taken over by a bunch of foreigners was in fact a farmer's market, and there was no way for you to be able to tell that those people were immigrants and not regular ordinary Italians, even though again they look like people from Bangladesh, and the market looked exactly like the markets in Bangladesh. And in addition to that, in that particular video, iDubbbz appeared to not know what a park is and not understand what people using drugs and destroying a park actually look like.
So this is the part of the video where they really up the levels of propaganda. They start you off softly implying by just showing you, like, this isn't like the postcards of Europe that you see. You guys have heard of Rome in your history class. You never saw pictures like this. You saw beautiful things like the Colosseum, but now you have to see immigrants. And then you get to this guy who's like, all right, now that I've primed you, I'm going to tell you how dangerous this street is that's adjacent to the farmer's market. Never mind the fact that none of you have any idea what this market is, what this street is. He's just going to act like he's an authority on the matter.
So yeah, Ian and Anissa, you're absolutely embarrassing. It's hilarious that this Iranian guy and his wife called you out after we saw massacres of protesters in the nation of Iran, and talked about the restrictions that you were denying existed, while simultaneously trying to throw the United States of America under the bus, because it just shows how out of touch you are, how you have no perspective, and again, how your goal first and foremost is to blame and attack America first. And again, if you guys actually want to hold to those positions that America bad, America terrible, please, I'm begging you, renounce your U.S. citizenship. Just say that you're not about this nation anymore, you don't want to be here, and seek asylum in Canada because of all the oppression the United States of America has visited upon you by elevating you to the status of famous person, and then of course you using that fame to attack America, and you not facing any legal repercussions for it in the same way that you would in Iran, or facing the targeting of your family in the same way that you would face in Iran. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts.
Everyone's favorite self-proclaimed stimulant abusing Chad Clavicular just got hard mugged by Arizona police mid-Jester Max at the club, all because he was LARPing his age with a fake ID and live streaming it. I know everything in this intro and the title of this video is a violation to the English language, but here we are.
Is a New York Times setup if I've ever seen one. This feels like...
And this is really bad for him apparently because this came only days after he went viral on Twitter for being quote unquote brutally frame mogged by an ASU frat leader. It seems like part of his marketing is to just have Clippers spew the most hyperbolic Gen Z possible language ever while describing whatever mundane thing is happening on his stream. I feel like Clavicular is kind of like a handsome Squidward, and he's always having a handsome Squidward off wherever he goes. Because, you know, it's always mog or be mogged, as his Clippers say. But this is the second time that we've talked about him in the last couple of months, so if you remember, he also ran down a guy on his car live on stream on Christmas Eve. But I'm not sure which situation horrified him the most, that one or the one that he was just in now. But I guess he can try to keep his cortisol levels low, but for a minute, he had the potential threat of being forced to jail max for a possible of 8 years, and that might be as scary to him as finding cheese in his Whopper.
I see the boys waiting for me with a bag of Burger King. I'm getting so excited, I'm like, holy... So the first thing I'm getting is Burger King right out of lockup, straight to a bag of Burger King, a Whopper waiting for me. I'm getting, oh my God, I start getting all hyped up. I was like, dude, I just forgot about everything bad that had happened in the past 24 hours. I get in the car and I'm unwrapping the Burger King and there's f***ing cheese on it. My cortisol levels jumped so high through the roof. I wanted to go back in.
So obviously, if you have no idea what I'm saying and are wondering if I need to be checked for signs of CTE, congratulations on never having to consume the algorithm of Clavicular, nor any of his looks maxing Clippers, because they use some fascinating Gen Z lingo, to put it lightly. But I feel like the dude just blew up overnight. Like, I know he's been doing this for a long time, but basically, he became very famous in like the span of just a few months. But just like he blew up in such a short span of time, he's now risked prison time multiple times in just like a few months. So obviously today we're talking about the looks maxer known as Clavicular, or Braden Peters. He's a 20-year-old IRL streamer who blew up for openly admitting to be using some pretty unhinged strategies to improve his looks, like bone smashing and roids, and even going as far as partaking in a little bit of that Heisenberg special just to suppress the appetite. And bone smashing, by the way, is apparently just whacking yourself with a hammer to essentially chisel your own face. So like he'll just like sit and whack his cheekbones to be, you know, to have a more defined cheek. I guess that works. Who knows? Essentially, we're just reaching new levels of being vain here.
So I actually do have a new lean maxing strategy that's quite controversial, and I'm not exactly going to advise that you do this, but what I did was I basically blasted for 3 days. I spammed a combination of Adderall and ketamine for appetite suppression, and I literally went on a 3-day fast and stayed awake the entire time, and I lost 5 pounds. So that was probably the craziest thing I've ever done, but it's a look. Like I said, guys, I'm not gonna sit here and act like I'm some good influence. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's what I did. I'm crazy. So yeah, I was essentially doing for hollow cheeks.
But apparently it's trouble in paradise, because in the more recent months his fans have been upset because he's already showing signs of descending, which is, I guess, skipping the gym to stream more and admitting to only eat fast food. And now he's been arrested on charges of forgery, use of fake ID, and drug possession while live on Kick. Naturally though, Clavicular was hooked up with the best lawyers by none other than Aiden Ross. This is basically just a deja vu moment from his last situation we covered back at the end of December.
A little rundown about this Clav situation. They're trying to make an example out of him, and that's why they're saying he has to go court in 2-3 weeks. So let me explain to you guys what the I did. I called Clav. We're getting the best lawyers. But Clav, I'm gonna make sure that, like, I want you to get the health you deserve. Nobody deserves to at a young age. When, you know what I mean? Like, I just care. I want him to just, you know, be in a good spot.
But instantly the clips of him being arrested began circulating everywhere with mocking captions like, Clavicular got brutally mogged as he criminal maxed by LARPing his age with a fake ID in Arizona, got handcuffed, but kept his cortisol levels low. Okay. If anything, it seems like the general consensus of the internet was who cares or about time, but people joked about him getting frame mogged by his cellmates and turned him into countless memes, offering basically zero sympathy, all while he spent the night in an Arizona prison. And they of course live streamed his bail hearing the next day on February 8th, where his presumably expensive lawyer started by arguing semantics about whether or not the charges apply to him because he had absolutely no intention to defraud anyone with his fake ID.
The forgery count, ARS 1322 indicates that a person commits forgery with the intent to defraud, and then goes on to say knowingly possesses the instrument. There is absolutely nothing in this Form 4 that indicates that he was possessing any forged item with the intent to defraud anyone. He was asked by law enforcement what his name and date of birth was. He provided his true name and date of birth. Once he was searched and information was taken from his person, that is where that fake ID was located, according to the Form 4.
And the lawyer also claimed that the staff allowed him in on some basis that he was a promoter, and that was somehow on the establishment, I guess for convincing him that he was legally allowed to be there by allowing him in.
As it relates to the next count of entering into a licensed facility using a fake ID, there is nothing in the Form 4 here that indicates that that is true at all. What is indicated in the Form 4 is that law enforcement spoke with the staff of that establishment, and they believed that he was there as a promoter, and the employees who provided information to law enforcement never said anything about him using a false ID to gain access to that establishment. Instead, what they said was that they believed that they had gone through the proper channels in order to get him hired on as an employee to serve as a promoter for that establishment. Nothing in the Form 4, nothing that law enforcement had access to during this arrest gave them any reason to believe that he used a fake ID to get into that establishment, or that anybody said that he used a fake ID while he was at that establishment.
In my opinion, still not a great argument, but okay. Then they moved on to the drug charges. Naturally, the Chad lawyer suggested this was also just nonsense, since Caligula could have very well had a prescription for this. He just simply didn't have it at the time.
The prescription drugs that are alleged to have been found on his person. There's nothing in this to establish that he does not have a valid prescription. He was not able to produce a valid prescription according to law enforcement this evening, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't have a prescription.
He then says the police shouldn't have found the drugs because they didn't have cause to search him.
Because they had no probable cause to place him under arrest for those two predicate offenses, they had nothing to establish that they had the right to search his person, and that's what ultimately gets them to what they are alleging to be illegal substances, prescription substances. They didn't have any right in this case to place him under arrest because there is nothing in this Form 4 that establishes either of those two predicate
He's cooking, bro.
And it is interesting to see his fans foam at the mouth and form a digital mob in the chat towards everyone involved in charging him while they await his bail with his friends and camera in his car. Like, even when she points out that he quite literally streamed himself wandering around ASU trying to obtain Adderall from strangers and then was arrested with one lone capsule floating loose in his pocket.
It indicates that it was a one loose pill. Additionally, I would point out that there's information in the Form 4 that Mr. Peters had been live streaming himself approaching individuals in Old Town Scottsdale asking if he could obtain Adderall. So certainly that factual information would negate the assertion that he in fact has some type of valid prescription for that.
I mean, come on. You're a moron if you're live streaming yourself asking random people on the street for pills. Now, do I think that you should go to jail for having a single capsule in your pocket? No. That's a complete waste of taxpayer money. But still, live streaming yourself asking people for those capsules? What are you thinking? Why do people live stream themselves committing felonies every day at this point? But by the end of the bail hearing, the charges still stand based on the fact the judge thinks there's probable cause for all of them.
I do find probable cause as to all three of these allegations.
Then the state argues for a $25,000 bail based on him being a flight risk for having no ties to Arizona and having a general disregard for morals or consequences.
The state is asking for a $25,000 secured appearance bond. Our understanding is that Mr. Peters resides in the state of Florida, that he has no known ties to Arizona. The state is particularly concerned, one, that he represents a flight risk given that he doesn't have any ties to the state of Arizona. Additionally, our understanding is that he does have a significant source of income that he could use to assist him to flee. Additionally, we are concerned really just in general of whether he'll comply with any kind of release conditions. Given his behavior, as I indicated earlier in my previous argument, he was live streaming himself, going up to individuals asking for an illegal substance.
But he still ultimately was released on his own recognizance, meaning that he won't have to pay the proposed $25,000.
Counselor, I'll trust that you will have a conversation with your client about the need to be very careful about, the content of what he posts. to social media, and given that, the court is going to release Mr. Peters on his own recognizance.
But of course, there is a list of terms and conditions that come with this merciful gesture.
So he's going to be released on his own recognizance. He's going to be released here in a couple of hours. They're going to start processing him out.
Okay.
So released to his own recognizance means he has no release conditions. There's no restrictions on really anything. The primary restrictions are going to be he can't return to the scene of the offense. Okay? He cannot have any contact with any witnesses or the alleged complainant. He can't possess any weapons, any drugs without a valid prescription, not to possess or consume alcohol, can't drive a vehicle without a driver's license.
So he can't return to the scene of the offense or contact the victims or witnesses. He can't possess any weapons or drugs without proper prescription. And obviously, he can't possess or consume alcohol since he's only 20. And to be honest, it sort of sounds like he's describing one of Clav's normal streams: drinking, gambling, going to bars, using fake IDs, and soliciting Adderall from strangers. I feel like that's just a regular night for him on stream. The dude is essentially just a Love Island contestant who live streams his life. This is the newest form of reality TV. But in the moment, it seemed like the nightly streams were going to become a whole lot more boring, and in Arizona for the foreseeable future.
He also cannot leave the state of Arizona. That's the big one. If he leaves the state of Arizona, he is going to catch more charges, and he is going to be revoked on release. Okay? He needs to come in and see us first thing Monday. Okay?
Okay.
First thing Monday, we'll get him squared away on next steps.
And this is because at the time, he wasn't allowed to leave the state until his hearings at the end of February. And even then, he wasn't totally sure when he would be able to leave Arizona, with some sources saying that he could be looking at as many as 8 years for this, which would be absolutely crazy for a single capsule. But those also are just numbers. There's no way he would actually get the full sentence. It's kind of like with the Jack Doherty stuff. There's no way Jack is getting the full sentence of what he's currently facing in Miami. And then you had Clippers saying he was facing like a total of 15 years, which is crazy. But also, I mean, after looking at that tweet again, I keep forgetting that he hit someone with a car. I haven't heard about this civil lawsuit until now, but that is also super interesting. But he was really quickly to go back to streaming, even though it was quite a lot tamer than his ASU streams from the days prior, or any of his previous streams in general. But hey, you got to make a living one way or the other, so he was back to streaming.
It's the assistant's fault, not mine.
What the I'm gonna freak out. I'm gonna freak out, dude. Cheese on it. I can't do this, bro. I can't do this.
But a lot of people started saying something about him beginning to fumble ruins his persona.
What the is this? I wanna go home.
Really? Can I help you? You don't want to eat?
How are we gonna go about this?
But I don't think too many people buy into his shtick, and I only absorb his content against my will for, I guess you can say, journalistic purposes or in memes. But now we're witnessing him nervously second-guessing himself on things that he can and can't say.
For legal reasons, I really can't do. I'm not gonna gamble because I just need to talk to more lawyers and figure out like what even content can I make, you know, because you can't drink. There's a lot of terms to my release that they're just waiting. If I up one time, even on a desktop stream, the cops will be arresting me probably within 10 minutes. They're watching all the time, so that's why I really just can't do. I have no idea what I can do. I have no idea what I can say.
I thought he was all about mogging. I wouldn't say he's mogging here. That's such a stupid term.
Mr. Peters, do you understand that you have court hearings on February 23rd at 8:30 a.m. and February 26th at 8:30 a.m.?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you understand that you must make an appearance at both of those hearings?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you understand the importance of resolving this matter?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
But Clav then spent the next few days mostly silent online, aside from a couple of awkward desktop streams where his chat complained about him not doing IRL content out of fear for repercussions. But a day before the news dropped, he hinted at being only one day away from something that could or could not happen, and told his chat doing an IRL stream simply wasn't worth the risk.
I basically decided that it was a bad idea for me to go IRL when there's one day until something could or couldn't happen, is all I'm gonna say in my legal case. So IRLs are unpredictable, so I'm gonna keep it chill on here. You know, the feds are watching anyway.
And within 24 hours, tweets and then eventually news reports started coming out stating that the charges had been dropped. Because according to Joseph Bernstein of the New York Times, the Maricopa County attorney dropped the charges against the streamer. And the reason for this was the charges reportedly had no reasonable likelihood of conviction. So rather than going to court, the charges were just simply dropped. And obviously, Clav wasted no time in quote tweeting this with a screenshot of an article that says men's facial features may sway criminal sentencing. And his own added note, you just got a mog. Essentially insinuating that he mogged his way out of the charges. Now, dude, unfortunately, the legal system is a pay-to-win system, and you just had great counsel. And in the grand scheme of things, what he did wasn't wild at all, which goes to show you that people like Johnny Smalley should have just picked a better country or location at where they acted. Because if Johnny did all the stuff that he did in South Korea in the United States, most likely he would have just gotten a slap on the wrist. But unfortunately for Johnny, he's in South Korea. But in general, it used to take these idiots years before they found themselves in legal trouble. But nowadays, with just how oversaturated the IRL streaming market is, I guess you just have to make a mark somehow. And as they say over and over again, the problem with these guys is they keep raising the bar. And when you raise the bar over and over again, you get yourself in a situation like Vitaly or Johnny or any of the other cases that we've covered. Because at the end of the day, if you base your career around being a Icarus, eventually you'll fly too close to the sun. But anyway, I'm sure that Clavicular is hoping to leave this legal scandal and the bigger embarrassment of being frame-rogged by an ASU frat leader behind him. Again, I still can't believe that is a real sentence. Either way, subscribe if you're new, drop a like if you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
Ah, fuck. Should have gone via the Warlock Trainer. Son of a bitch. Fuck's sake. What a waste of money.
What's on your mind? Watch your back.
I'm stupid. Uh-huh.
On New Year's Eve 1994, Grozny lay under a cold winter sky, its streets quiet only in appearance. Russian armored columns moved into the city, their engines echoing against ruined buildings. Tanks and personnel carriers rolled along the cracked roads, prepared to strike at the heart of Chechen resistance. Moscow expected a rapid victory, confident that the separatists would be overwhelmed. The reality on the ground, however, was very different. Buildings already damaged from weeks of preliminary bombardment stood hollowed and unstable. Streets were littered with rubble, burned vehicles, and remnants of homes. Chechen fighters had prepared the city for resistance. Snipers occupied rooftops, makeshift barricades blocked avenues, and hidden ambush points turned familiar streets into deadly traps. For civilians caught inside, there was no safe shelter. The noise of artillery and automatic fire punctuated the winter night, while smoke and dust filled the air, choking those who tried to move or hide. The Russian offensive would quickly become the bloodiest urban war fought by Moscow since the Second World War. Expectations of a swift, decisive battle were shattered as resistance held firm and the human cost mounted. Grozny, the symbolic and logistical center of Chechnya, would resist for weeks, demonstrating both the challenges of urban warfare and the heavy toll it takes on both combatants and civilians alike. In this city, the consequences of war were immediate and devastating. Military objectives, political calculations, and civilian lives were all bound together in the ruins of Grozny. The events that unfolded in these streets would not only define the First Chechen War, but would leave a lasting legacy for modern military operations in urban environments. Welcome to Wars of the World. When the Soviet Union began to unravel in the late 1980s, no one could have predicted how violently the consequences would reshuffle power in the North Caucasus. Chechnya, long a restive region under Soviet rule, saw nationalism rise rapidly under the policies of glasnost and perestroika. In 1990, the All-National Congress of the Chechen People was formed under the leadership of Dzhokhar Dudayev, a former Soviet Air Force general. As Soviet authority weakened, Dudayev's movement seized the opportunity. In October 1991, forces loyal to him took over the KGB headquarters in Grozny, along with the radio and television installations. On November 2nd, 1991, Dudayev's Congress declared Chechnya independent, the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria. Moscow, newly led by Boris Yeltsin, refused to accept this. The declaration was not recognized, and tensions escalated. The Russian government tried to assert its legal and constitutional framework over Chechnya, insisting that secession was unlawful, while Dudayev's government moved to establish independent institutions. The constitutional treaty offered in 1992 by Moscow to the various republics of the former Soviet space was rejected by Chechnya. Dudayev's administration instead adopted its own constitution, flag, and anthem, acting substantively as a state, even while many of its institutions were fragile and under-resourced. Meanwhile, Chechnya suffered internal strife. Non-Chechens, especially ethnic Russians, fled or were expelled. Crime, Lawlessness, factional politics among opposition groups, and power struggles weakened central control in Grozny. Dudyev's opponents formed the Provisional Council, which, though divided, received tacit backing from Russia. Prominent among these tensions were incidents of violence, sabotage, and small-scale armed clashes inside Chechnya between pro-Dudyev forces, opposition groups, and Russian security services. Such instability gave Moscow cause to push back, arguing that Chechnya was becoming a lawless breakaway, which threatened both regional stability and Russia's territorial integrity. Grozny, the Chechen capital, stood at the heart of this conflict. Once a major industrial city under Soviet rule, it housed oil refineries, factories, pipelines, rail junctions, and an infrastructure built to serve the broader Soviet economy. The city was not just symbolically important as the seat of Dudyev's separatist government, but also being economically vital. Control over oil fields, pipeline transit routes, and refining capacity meant control over revenues, capacity to import weapons, and legitimacy over civilian administration. Moscow's concerns included not only stopping secession, but also reining in economic leakage through illegal oil exports and loss of revenue from pipelines running through Chechnya. In 1994, the situation reached a breaking point. Russia, under Defense Minister Pavel Grachev, began to prepare for a military intervention. Internal debates in Moscow showed there were some senior military officers who voiced concerns about both underestimating Chechen resolve and overestimating Russian capabilities. Intelligence gathering was weak, maps were inaccurate, logistics underprepared. But despite this, plans were made to restore what Moscow termed a constitutional order, through force if necessary. Pro-Russian opposition within Chechnya was cultivated, for example, backing the Provisional Council led by Umar Avturkanov, and covert operations were conducted to destabilize Dudyev's government. In late November 1994, a Russian-backed opposition force launched a failed attempt to seize Grozny, which made it clear that Dudyev was not going to fall easily. On the 29th of November, Yeltsin issued an ultimatum: disarm, release prisoners, and disband what Moscow called illegal armed formations. Dudyev refused. Soon afterwards, orders were issued to prepare for a full-scale invasion. By early December 1994, tens of thousands of Russian regulars and paramilitary units were massed in neighboring regions: Dagestan, Ingushetia, North Ossetia, and airstrikes on Grozny and its environs began. Russian forces launched their assault on Grozny late in December 1994, expecting a swift victory. On the 11th of December, a three-pronged ground advance towards the Chechen capital began, with columns moving in from the north, east, and west. Their aim was to encircle Grozny, cut off supply and escape routes, and force Dudyev's government into submission. One major axis was the 131st Motorized Rifle Brigade advancing from the northwest, supported by the 81st and 276th Motorized Rifle Regiments. Another advanced from the northeast under Rocklin's 255th, and a third from the southwest. The plan was for converging attacks to aim at key infrastructure, the railway station, major arteries into the city, and ultimately the presidential palace. These initial moves were preceded by heavy aerial and artillery bombardment. Russian jets and helicopters, alongside rocket artillery, pounded Chechen positions, villages near Grozny, and even suburban areas. Civilians tried to flee or take shelter in basements, cellars, or underground shelters. but many remained in the city, trapped by lack of transport and humanitarian corridors.
Have a good one.
Human Rights Watch published a report in January 1995 describing Russia's bombing of the city. Quote, "Such tactics cruelly punish the estimated 100,000 civilians who remain in Grozny, some tenaciously clinging to their homes, but most lacking anywhere to go or transport out of the war zone. They have been reduced to a brutal, subterranean existence. Those who remain represent the most vulnerable segments of society, the old and feeble, the handicapped, the poor. Eyewitnesses told our researchers of spending whole weeks in basements, only to then face attack when they ventured out to get water or an occasional loaf of bread. They described being burned out of a cellar because shelling ignited the floors above them. Russia's 5-week offensive has caused an estimated 350,000 displaced, an untold number of civilian deaths, and the destruction of a city once home to 400,000.
What's on your mind?
End quote.
Off with you.
As December turned
Safe
into New Year's
travels.
Eve 1994, the ground assault began in earnest. Russian armored columns entered Grozny from
Watch
several
your back.
directions, supported where possible by Mi-24 attack helicopters, artillery and airstrikes. However, logistical problems, lack of accurate intelligence, unfamiliarity with the city terrain, and poor coordination dogged the assault. Some units, late or misrouted, found themselves isolated and exposed. Dense urban terrain of narrow streets, clusters of apartment blocks, and ruined or abandoned factories favored the defenders. Chechen defenders made full use of every advantage. They blended into civilian populations, using sewers, cellars, tunnels, and basements to move, hide, strike, and then vanish. They booby-trapped buildings, mined roads, barricaded avenues, then ambushed Russian armor at choke points. RPG teams operated from roofs or upper floors. Snipers picked off officers. Machine gun teams laid down suppressive fire. On New Year's Eve 1994, at around dawn, Russian forces attempted a decisive push towards the central railway station and the presidential palace. One prong of the attack was to approach the railway station, another down Pervomorskaya Street, while others were to converge towards the palace. The presidential palace itself, defended under the command of Aslan Maskhadov, was a primary objective. Chechen leadership apparently planned to allow the Russian armor to approach, then strike at them under the cover of darkness. What was intended as a fast and coordinated operation soon became a disaster for the Russians. Armored units, often lacking infantry support, advanced into ambushes in narrow streets. Bulldozers, APCs, and tanks all became targets. Russian units reported heavy losses. One brigade, the 131st Motorized Rifle Brigade, is widely cited as suffering catastrophic damage near to the railway station, many of its vehicles being destroyed or rendered inoperable in just the opening hours. Chechen guerrilla fighters struck from hidden positions, in basements, upper stories, behind rubble, and through gaps in walls. By early January 1995, the nature of the battle had shifted into brutal block-by-block street fighting. Russian air power was handicapped at times by weather. On New Year's Day and thereafter, artillery became their principal tool. Massive barrages, directed often at areas thought to hold Chechen defenses. Unfortunately for civilians, that often meant apartment blocks, marketplaces, hospitals. A 44-year-old resident of Grozny, Sergei Kuklin, described his experiences as he lay in a hospital bed. Quote, "There was artillery shelling from all sides. It wasn't clear where it was coming from and what it was aiming at. There were no planes, just shelling. I have a house. At 1 p.m., a shell landed on my house. At the time, I was in my neighbor's basement. When I heard the explosion nearby, I had a look, and I saw that my house was hit, and that the roof was blown off. I saw that the house wasn't burning, but the roof was blown off completely. About 3 minutes after I went out, I was hit in the back. The explosion was about 20 or 30 meters away, and about 500 or 600 meters from the bomb shelter. Fragments wounded me. After that, people who were there wrapped up my wound. But where could they take me? The shelling kept on going. There was whistling everywhere, beeping everywhere. Fragments were pouring out. I didn't lose consciousness. I lay there until about 4 p.m. To my great fortune, my neighbor arrived from Nazran. He put me in his car and brought me here. End quote. Inside Grozny, Russian units found themselves repeatedly ambushed. Street corners, ruined courtyards, derelict buildings. Chechens used them all. One survivor recalled Russian tanks entering side streets, only to be hit by RPG fire from rooms above. As the tanks paused, their trailing infantry were targeted. Snipers, often unseen until the shot, picked off officers and signalmen. Maskadov and other Chechen commanders employed hit-and-run tactics, avoiding large formations. Some brigades found themselves cut off, forced to defend makeshift positions under relentless fire. Destruction mounted. The architecture of the city became ruinous. Long rows of apartment blocks built in the Soviet style, narrow alleys, and little cover outside built-up streets. Buildings collapsed after bombardments. Smoke, dust, and fires choked the air. Electricity, water, and sanitation all but ceased. The few surviving hospitals overflowed or were destroyed. Civilians scavenged for food and water, and few had safe shelter. Many displaced people streamed out of the city, while others stayed despite the bombing, trapped by rubble or unwilling to abandon their homes. By late January, Russian forces had taken partial control of some sectors, key roads, parts of the city center, but the cost had been enormous. What had been intended as a quick victory now stretched into weeks of urban warfare. Russian morale was shaken by the unexpected resistance. Chechen defenders, though lacking in heavy weaponry, had turned the city's destruction into a weapon itself. The assault had devolved into grinding combat. Each street, each building, and each hallway was contested. The winter cold, lack of clear communication, isolated units, and incidents of friendly fire all compounded Russian losses. By February 1995, Russian commanders realized that Grozny would not fall by shock alone. The daring armored thrusts and helicopter inserts of late December and January had cost far more lives and vehicles than they ever anticipated, and they had failed to break the Chechen will. Instead, the
Russia
moved
fucking
to a
up
slow
warfare
and
since
grinding
the
strategy.
start of their
Isolate
existence.
sectors, tighten control over captured buildings, and apply overwhelming firepower to reduce resistance, one block, one building, or one corridor at a time. Russian forces shifted their focus to key strongholds. They systematically cleared the downtown area, the industrial zones, and then moved into the Minutka and Staropromyslovsky districts. The Council of Ministers building, a symbolic and tactical objective, was captured by mid-January after hand-to-hand combat, with the Chechens mounting repeated counterattacks to retake or at least contest it. Meanwhile, Russian bombardment never let up. Artillery barrages, rocket attacks, and heavy bombing made every advance costly. Civilian infrastructure turned into battlefields. Many residential blocks that had been Chechen defensive positions were reduced to rubble. The Russian tactic was attritional: deny supply, exhaust the defenders, and gradually degrade capacity to resist. The Chechens defended fiercely, but increasingly their ammunition, food, medical supplies, and even their water lines were disrupted by enemy fire and logistical superiority. Within the Russian ranks, however, the cost was mounting both materially and psychologically. Armored vehicle losses remained high. Tanks and armored personnel carriers were regularly destroyed in ambushes or by teams of anti-armor units. Russian conscripts and even some contract soldiers complained of inadequate winter clothing, of having to fight in cold and damp buildings with the water and heating cut off. Command and control remained uneven. Units often became isolated after pushing forward, and communications were frequently severed by damage to infrastructure or by technical failures. Morale suffered, especially when expected rapid advances got bogged down into weeks of bitter, close-quarters fighting. By late February, Russian forces had seized the presidential palace. It was no longer an intact symbol of Chechen power, but a wrecked fortress, its interior gutted and its defenders forced to withdraw. From that point, momentum was decisively with the Russians. The Chechen forces, vastly outnumbered in heavy weaponry and lacking the capacity to replace destroyed armor or to sustain large, prolonged defensive lines, made more limited defensive stands and counterattacks. But these became more costly and less sustainable. As the Chechens withdrew from some sectors, so too did their ability to mount effective resistance. The Russian perimeter expanded, supply lines tightened, and Chechen routes for reinforcement or resupply were progressively cut. On March 6, 1995, after nearly 10 weeks of relentless pressure, Russian troops finally declared Grozny fully under their control. The downtown, industrial, and administrative core was theirs. Many remaining defenders either withdrew or were captured. The battle was over, though the city itself was a shell of its former glory. Yet the victory for the Russians was Pyrrhic indeed. Russian military losses were significant, even by liberal estimates. Some sources report that the Russian side admitted to about 1,834 soldiers being killed, 4,670 being wounded, and 96 more being captured, while Chechen claims and independent estimates suggest much higher numbers. The loss of armored vehicles was also steep. Dozens of tanks were destroyed, and many more armored vehicles were rendered inoperable. The 131st Maikop Brigade, for example, was nearly wiped out in some of the worst engagements around the central railway station. Only a fraction of its original force survived. Meanwhile, civilian casualties and suffering were even more severe. Estimates differ, but sources place at least 25,000 civilians killed during the Battle of Grozny, this including thousands of children. Some of the higher estimates, for example from historian Dmitry Volkogonov, reach 35,000 civilian deaths. Tens of thousands more were wounded, and many more were displaced. Homes, hospitals, schools, and basic services were destroyed. Water, electricity, and sanitation collapsed. Medical facilities were completely overwhelmed or ruined. Food supplies ran short, and bodies lay buried in mass graves or lay uncleared on the streets. Human rights violations during this stage were numerous. Observers reported indiscriminate shelling and bombing of civilian zones, not just military positions. Russian forces were accused of summary executions, detaining men randomly or by filtering checkpoints, torture, using civilians as human shields, and failing to distinguish between combatants and non-combatants in their targeting. Aisha Albogachieva was a former resident of Grozny who managed to flee to neighboring Ingushetia. He tried to organize a convoy to return to the capital in order to evacuate other civilians that were left behind, but they encountered a Russian Interior Ministry patrol, which stopped them and killed one of their drivers in the process. Aisha relates what happened, quote, "The soldiers didn't want to discuss it," meaning they're continuing. "They were all pretty drunk. I began to plead with them, but they started to search me very roughly. One of the drivers got out and shouted, 'You won't be able to reach an agreement with them. Let's go back.' One soldier swung around and said, 'Why can't we agree?' He then fired a burst from his automatic and killed that guy. His name was Ruslan. I didn't know his last name." End quote. At home in Russia, the reaction was mixed but growing critical. State media continue to emphasize city achievements, liberation of strategic zones, symbolic victories, such as the presidential palace, the council of ministers, and the railway station. But Russian society was weary. Following the conflict, General Lev Rokhlin, the commander of the unit which seized the palace, was offered to be decorated with the Order of the Hero of the Russian Federation, the highest honorary title in the Russian military. But he refused, saying he saw nothing glorious in, quote, "fighting a war on my own land," end quote. Families of the lost demanded answers. Human rights activists, including Sergei Kovalev, spoke of unimaginable catastrophe and moral disaster. International bodies pressed for access and investigations. The damage was visible, not just physically, but also politically. Trust in military competence was shaken. The cost in lives and finances became a central question. In the final count, the Russians had captured Grozny and disrupted major Chechen military infrastructure. But the cost, in human lives, in morale, and in physical destruction, was vast. What emerged was a victory marked by devastation and a grinding defeat of resistance,
Hi, Mark.
but at a price that Moscow would remember. After the Russians declared victory in Grozny in March 1995, the city lay in ruins and Chechen resistance went underground. But the battle was far from over. As the winter turned to spring and the months passed, Chechen fighters regrouped in the mountains and in the ruins of towns, adapting yet again. Officials in Moscow, including President Boris Yeltsin, saw the growing cost in men, materiel, and domestic unease, mounting into a political burden. The stage was now set for a renewed push by the Chechens in the summer of 1996. On August 6, 1996, Chechen forces under commanders like Shamil Bazayev and Aslan Maskadov launched a bold offensive to retake Grozny, often called Operation Jihad, or the 1996 Battle of Grozny. With roughly 1,500 fighters, they infiltrated the city from multiple axes, bypassing many Russian checkpoints and striking at military and administrative installations in Grozny. Russian garrisons, estimated at between 7,000 to 12,000 troops, were caught off guard. The Chechens encircled many outposts, cut off supply routes, and sparked panic among pro-Moscow forces. Russian attempts to send reinforcements or armor into Grozny were repeatedly ambushed, with columns losing tanks and personnel carriers. Within mere days, the Chechens held control over large swathes of the city, or at least they denied free movement to the Russian forces. Many Russian units were trapped, demoralized or forced into defensive pockets. Meanwhile, civilians in Grozny, already suffering, now faced renewed violence and chaos. The capture of Grozny by Chechen forces shocked Moscow and forced a political reckoning. Negotiations resumed, mediated in part by figures such as Alexander Lebed, Russia's then Security Council secretary. These dialogues culminated in the Ksaviort Accord, formally signed on August 30th, 1996, between Lebed and Maskhadov. Under its terms, Russian forces were to withdraw from Grozny. Federal troops were to pull out of Chechnya by December 31st, 1996, and joint bodies were to be formed to maintain order and prevent looting in liberated areas. The question, however, of Chechnya's ultimate legal status, including their independence, was postponed until the end of 2001. For a few years, this settlement brought a fragile peace. Grozny was now under Chechen control, though being very badly damaged. Maskhadov became the elected president of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria. Efforts were made to rebuild, to restore schools, basic infrastructure, and local governance. Yet the ceasefire never meant complete stability, and lawlessness remained widespread. Warlords operated in the countryside. Kidnappings, abductions, and internal rivalries persisted. Russia, for its part, continued to economically isolate Chechnya and periodically launched cross-border raids. The federal government did not formally recognize Chechen independence, and nor was it recognized internationally. And many within the Russian political and military establishment viewed the Ksaviort Accord as a pause and not a peace. Those tensions erupted again in 1999. In August, militants from Chechnya crossed over into Dagestan, attempting to establish autonomous Islamist influence, which Russia used as casus belli to relaunch full-scale operations. Heavy airstrikes were followed by ground incursions. By late 1999, Moscow declared that Chechen authorities had lost control of the situation, and thus began the Second Chechen War. Among its early and decisive events was the Second Battle of Grozny, from December 25, 1999 to February 6, 2000, in which Russian forces laid siege to the capital. The assault was yet again characterized by overwhelming firepower, strategic bombardment, and extensive destruction. Civilian casualties were estimated variously, but in that siege alone, between 5,000 and 8,000 civilians were reportedly killed. The Second Battle of Grozny did not rewrite everything established by the First War, but it reinforced many of its harsh lessons. Russian forces were determined this time not just to push into Grozny, but to destroy pockets of resistance entirely, with there being less hesitation over heavy bombardment. Chechen fighters, far fewer in number and with diminished resources, nonetheless resisted fiercely.
I wonder if that works on anyone.
Again was devastated. Infrastructure
Blizzard with 2 L's and 2 I's. Blizzard Entertainment, GM, our security system detected that you have recently conducted illegal transactions. Yeah, whatever. Get the fuck out of here.
Pro-Moscow administration, though insurgency
try to be a little bit more
continued for years afterward. The aftermath of this cycle left a deep imprint. Chechnya had obtained de facto independence for a brief period, but they lacked recognition. The Russian state had suffered reputational, moral, and material damage. For the people of Grozny and for Chechnya as a whole, the wars meant recurring devastation, loss, and trauma. The counteroffensive in 1996 showed that the resistance was resilient, and this second war illustrated how Moscow would respond with overwhelming force once it committed. In the end, neither side achieved a clean, lasting resolution to the underlying conflict in that decade. Only recurring cycles of destruction, negotiation, and renewed fighting. Chechnya today presents a paradoxical image. While the region is officially part of the Russian Federation, it operates with a significant degree of autonomy under the leadership of Ramzan Kadyrov. Kadyrov has declared the defeat of terrorism within the Republic, asserting that the region has achieved stability and development. However, reports of recent attacks on security forces suggest that challenges persist. Despite this, there are some international actors, such as Ukraine, who recognize the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria as temporarily occupied by Russia in 2022. The First Battle of Grozny profoundly impacted Russian military doctrine. The initial assault revealed significant deficiencies in urban combat tactics, leading to a re-evaluation of strategies for future conflicts. Lessons learned from the battle.
They didn't learn any lessons, just look at Ukraine.
Improved coordination, intelligence gathering, and respect
Special
for
operation,
civilian
2 days.
infrastructure. But while these insights may have been integrated into Russian military training,
That's the
and
saving grace
operational
we have
tactics,
from
with
Russia.
regards
The
to
fact that
current
Russia is
conflict
like
in Ukraine,
insanely incompetent,
Russia's urban
right?
combat strategies have often mirrored
Thankfully,
the initial
they're a bunch of
tactics
retards, because if
used
they
in
weren't,
Grozny,
we'd be in real trouble.
characterized by extensive bombardment followed by infantry assaults, sometimes referred to as meat grinder tactics. For instance, in the battle for Mariupol, Russian forces employed similar heavy artillery and airstrike tactics, resulting in significant civilian casualties and extensive damage to infrastructure. Internationally, the Battle of Grozny has become a cautionary tale for modern militaries. The extensive destruction of the city and the high civilian toll underscore the complexities of urban warfare and the challenges of distinguishing between combatants and civilians. The conflict has spurred discussions on the ethical implications of both military strategies and the importance of adhering to international humanitarian laws. Military analysts and historians often reference the battle to highlight the necessity of adapting tactics to the urban environment and the unpredictable nature of such engagements. The Battle of Grozny serves as a poignant reminder of the devastating consequences of urban warfare. Its legacy continues to shape military strategies and policies, emphasizing the need for careful planning, respect for civilian lives, and adaptability in the face of complex combat scenarios.
this country has suffered more deadly terrorism at the hands of American-born citizens who are veterans of the United States military than people who have crossed into this country at the southern border.
Hey there! Do you like the news? Do you trust it? Is it something that you look forward to listening to every day? Me either. Oh my God. Since like 2016, it's done nothing but get worse, worse, and worse. Why did I choose 2016? Oh. And today we're going to talk about probably one of the most egregious, stupid things that a news anchor has ever said. And it's from MSNBC.
Why am I not surprised?
And the anchor is Lawrence O'Donnell, who has had some interesting takes in the past.
Stop the hammering. Stop the hammering out there. Who's got a hammer? Where's the hammer? Go up on the other floor. Somebody go up there and stop the hammering. Stop the hammering.
What O'Donnell talks about in this article we're going to talk about today, the New Orleans attack was done by a veteran, and eventually how veterans are the #1 priority for terrorism in the United States. That's what we should focus on. Veterans. United States military veterans are the highest level of terrorist threat that the United States has. Which, if you don't have a dick driven through your skull, you would say, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. But before we break down this diatribe of diarrhea from this dickless douchebag,
this man has no dick.
First, a word from this video's sponsor. It's 2025, baby. It's a new year. Time for a new you and a new me. A fresh start to eating better, getting more healthy, getting rid of some of those bad habits and starting some good ones. And you can give your finances a huge fresh start with PDS Debt. This is the year that you start getting out of debt and stop being crushed by it. And the first step is to contact PDS Debt for a personalized debt solution. If you're making payments every month on your debt and your balances aren't going down, PDS has solutions for you. Everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies, and there's no minimum credit score required. Save more while paying off your debt in a fraction of the time. Make this year the year you take control of your debt. PDS Debt has customized options for anybody struggling with credit card debts, personal loans, collections, and medical bills. PDS Debt strives to understand your specific scenario and can help provide alternative solutions in becoming debt-free. Get a free debt analysis at pdsdebt.com/angry. It only takes 30 seconds, and that's pdsdebt.com/angry. Now back to the smooth-brained, overly Botoxed forehead of this numbskull news anchor, Lawrence O'Donnell.
First, there was Timothy McVeigh, an American military veteran who killed 168 people, including 19 children.
Quit talking slow. Let's talk about Timothy McVeigh. You can go to his Wikipedia page and read a whole bunch of bullshit and see he's in the reserves and he's an engineer for a little while in the Army and, didn't really like it. His radicalization point was Waco, Texas. Now, I'm not sure which side of the aisle you're on here, but Waco was not a smooth operation. It was a little dirty. A lot of people got shot. Tons of kids died by being burned up in that building, which is still did the ATF and FBI start it when they went through it with the tank, or did Davidians start it because they were like, screw it, this is a suicide pact, we're going. Either way, that entire event being televised and not looking good in any way, shape, or form, tactically at all, was what set him over the edge.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
It wasn't his military training. It wasn't like Timothy McVeigh walked into the Army and then walked out just like a screaming, crazy, anti-government nut job.
With America's latest terrorist attack in New Orleans on New Year's Eve.
All right, so O'Donnell here is trying to compare the federal building bombing to the New Orleans bombing. And the only connecting factor here is that they were both in the military at some point, right? By the way, both of them not currently in the military when they did it, out of the military. McVeigh got out in 1991 before the bombing in 1995. The guy that did New Orleans was a paper pusher. He was an admin nerd, which there's nothing wrong with being an admin nerd. But you know what admin nerds aren't doing? They're not going out and clearing buildings and learning how to mess with explosives. They're typing away in their computer, and once a year they go to the range to qualify, and usually that's a shit show because they're so bad at shooting. Without going to the range, there's zero tactical advantage in being a veteran as an admin guy. when doing any sort of attack compared to Timothy McVeigh. That's like comparing Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, to 9/11 because they both used things that exploded. The New Orleans attack had far more in common with 9/11 because of Islamic extremism.
No one who has ever crossed the southern border has killed more people in this country than Timothy McVeigh.
So, the way that you worded that, let's rewind this, right? Let's rewind this and look at this. He says not a singular person, not one person has come over and done the same amount of damage as Timothy McVeigh. Can we play back that? Can we play back that?
No one who has ever crossed the southern border has killed more people in this country than Timothy McVeigh.
You're taking the deadliest American terrorist attack in the United States history post-Pearl Harbor, which that was an act of war, so maybe the, because it's pre-9/11, maybe the largest terrorist incident in American history at the time, and you're comparing it to anything else? That's like trying to compare me in boxing to Floyd Mayweather. I don't even know how many fights Floyd Mayweather has been in professional boxing-wise, whereas I have been in 0. Like, there is no comparison from just a random dude to Floyd Mayweather. And even if we were to go with, like, crime, right? Let's keep it with crime. Timothy McVeigh is like 160 dead and like another 180 wounded. Even if it's like a Mexican cartel shooting, like a gang shooting, mass casualty event for them is probably like 5, 8, or 10 dead. Like, that's like the next thing. The closest attack comparatively to that was the Vegas shooting, where 77 people died, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Boy, did I go through a whole bunch of different terrorist events to try and research this. But once again, just quickly bottling that up, you're taking the worst incident in American terrorism before 9/11, and you're comparing it to everything else. You know what? I found a really good analogy now. I just thought of it. That's like comparing the United States medal count, like gold medal Olympic count, to Chile. I was gonna say Uruguay first. I honestly don't know which one is worse. Let's talk about that too, okay? Not one person has gotten the high score that Timothy McVeigh got in body count. Okay. How about a group there, dumbass? How about you take this dishonest rhetoric, anti-veteran that you've got, and you compare it to, let's say, what's killing more people than Timothy McVeigh? The heroin and fentanyl epidemic. Oh my God. You remember in 2020 during COVID, there was billboards up saying, don't trust your cocaine, test it, because these are putting fentanyl in your coke to get you hooked on fentanyl, and everybody's ODing because they're like, a bump before we go home? Sure, honey. Down for the count. Oh, and the gang violence across the border, that has absolutely, we're gonna ignore that too. So all the cartel gang violence, dope running, gun smuggling, human trafficking that we've got going across the border. Okay, that is overshadowed by the massive, overwhelming majority of terrorism brought on by United States military veterans.
You have a great day now.
It's almost a lie. Look, the way that he words it, it isn't a lie, but it's intentionally being disingenuous and leaving out the obvious that besides a few freaking wacko outliers, obviously the constant threat of crime, overdose, etc. coming up from the southern border will dwarf that. And I already know, I can read in between the lines, right? He's gonna be like, this is racism. Everybody should come up through the border and like blah, 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 blah. Yeah, well, you know who gets more security background checks and who has to have an ID on them at all times and all that other bullshit that doesn't happen at the southern border? U.S. military veterans, right? If you're in the military, you do. We get more background checks than people coming up through the border, and we get told, no, sorry, you've got one too many arrests to be in the military, whereas some of these people are just coming up through the border. This isn't about the border. This is about this stupid remark. So let's get back to terrorism. Now, this is not a comprehensive list. However, I did go to several .gov.org sites and Wikipedia to start listing some of the terrorist attacks that have happened in the United States, and how many of them were veterans.
They're attacking each other.
Now, that being said, while looking through the terrorist attack list, it left out mass shootings, like Las Vegas. I mean, Las Vegas wasn't a veteran that did it anyway. It was a mass shooting, but there was no terroristic intent, or at least there wasn't some manifestos. I'll give you a case in point for a veteran that we're not going to use. The Navy guy. 2013, Jordan Dorner killed like 4 LAPD cops, to include like their family members, because he got fired and he hated LAPD and he wanted to take revenge on LAPD. It's a veteran that lost his brain, started killing people, not a terrorist event. That's more of an intentional murder or a mass murder event, not politically or ideologically driven. Do we get each other now? Okay, cool. Let's read off the list and see how many of these are veterans.
Are you ready, kids?
April 95. The Fed building, Timothy McVeigh. Bing, we've got one. The creme de la creme of all terrorist attacks prior to 9/11. October 95, Sheikh Umar Abdul-Rahman. Plot to blow up the UN. 96, the Air Force bombing, 19 dead. 99, plot to blow up the LA airport. October 2000, the USS Cole. September 11th, duh. December 1st, Richard Reed shoe bomb. June 2007, plot disrupted to blow up jet fuel at JFK International Airport. June 2009, Little Rock, Arkansas, Abdul Hakim Muhammad, 1 dead, 1 wounded. November 2009, Adal Malik Hassan, killed 13, 29 wounded at Fort Hood. Veteran, that guy was still serving. So far we've got 2. December 09, failed flight bombing of Flight 253 from Detroit with Umar Farouk Abdul something or other. May 2010, failed car bomb in Times Square. Pakistan Taliban take credit with Faisal Shahzad. February 2001, Jihad Jain. Colleen LaRousse, terrorism-related charges. April 2013, the Boston bombing. January 2016, Islam terrorist shoots Philly cop. September 16, pipe bomb, pressure cooker, 3 wounded, including the suspect, Ahmad Rahami. December 15, San Bernardino, Christmas party, 14 dead, 22 wounded with the Arab couple. September 2016, mass stabbing with Tahir Adwan, 10 wounded in Minnesota. 2017, January, Fort Lauderdale airport shooting. That was a veteran. He had a mental health crisis. In February, Kansas City. Adam Purinton accidentally shot some Indian guys because he was anti-immigrant. March, a white supremacist stabbed a guy to death. June, the congressional baseball shooting. June again, stabbing at Flint, Michigan airport. August, Charlottesville vehicle attack. October, truck attack with an ISIS flag. December, pipe bomb in the subway, which was an Islamic terrorist attack. 2018, now we're on the 2018. God, 2017 sucked. White nationalist stabbing. 2019, church burnings and mosque burnings. Shots fired at a Jewish temple. August, El Paso, Walmart shooting. 23 dead. December, Jersey City, 4 dead from the Black Israelite movement. 2022, Colleyville, Texas, Jewish temple held hostage. April, black supremacists, 10 wounded, 19 injured. May, Buffalo, New York, 10 dead, 3 wounded. My city. And that brings us to 2024. Now, this isn't even a comprehensive list of all terrorist attacks done to Americans, because some of them were done abroad. These were all stateside. And four of them, including New Orleans and the Federal Building, were veterans. So, you want to know what the overwhelming majority were? Islamic extremists. 2 of the veteran attacks were Islamist extremists. So out of all of those incidents, all of them that I just read, and that's not even a fully comprehensive list, 4 of them were veteran related. 1, the Oklahoma City bombing. The other 2, although veterans, yes, are Islamist extremists. The Fort Hood shooting and New Orleans. And then the 4th one, the odd one out of not being the worst in United States history, not being the other 2 that make up the 4, which are Islamic extremist attacks. It's a crazy guy in an airport in Fort Lauderdale that had a complete mental breakdown and got taken down and got put on super psychotic meds to even him out. So, Lawrence O'Donnell of MSNBC, go yourself, you lying piece of trying to push forward a false narrative that veterans, military people, are the ones we need to watch out for. Now, I usually share what I really think on some topics that, I can get a little sassy on Pepperbox. And feel free to go over to Pepperbox and watch mine and all the other cool YouTubers that are on. There's videos that are uncensored without ads. but I'll give you a taste of what I'm gonna put over there. To me, having already watched legacy media kind of die and twist into this incredibly biased view of the news, this moment where O'Donnell says we need to start fearing our veterans is a big red flag for me, right? It's almost like 1982 or whatever that book that George Orwell wrote, where the media is making you believe who your enemies are, even though they're not. So then there's a constant conflict with a different group or a different thing, so then they can remain in power. I'm not trying to be Alex Jones here.
I'm kind of retarded.
But if the mainstream news is telling you that you can't trust the people that voluntarily serve to protect your country and your rights from outside influences and to go out of their way to some war-torn land to provide aid, I see that as some sort of disgusting trick. Some would say psyop, but I don't want to label it that because people tune out when you say psyop. But I'll say unintentional lie for you to disregard and distrust people or a group of people. Don't trust them. They're bad. They think differently than us. They're the enemy. By the way, pay no attention to this actual issue over here. It's these guys. These are the bad guys. While all us veterans are standing over here looking at him like, all I fucking did was sleep in the dirt, and you're the one treating me like shit. You wonder why I hate the legacy media. You wonder why I hate the government? It's because of fucking this. If you want to radicalize people, Mr. O'Donnell, you keep going ahead and laying out some bombastic bullshit saying that veterans, military people, pretty sure you're probably one of the people that say cops and first responders too, are the people you can't trust. The people that are putting their ass on the line every day, not hiding behind some newsroom desk. Those are the ones that you have to fear. You. Fucking hair transplant looking peanut oversized head piece of shit.
This concludes your free Pepperbox trial. Go to pepperbox.tv for more.
Best way to support the channel is get yourself a shirt. Look at this shirt. The patron saint of hate and discontent, a drill sergeant. Very handsome. I enjoy it. We've also got new shirts with Gather the Goons. Teddy's on the moose, the bull moose that is, and George Washington's getting ready to rock. Look at Horde. Cheapest way to support the channel is leave a comment. Do you think that the United States military veteran or active duty service member reserve guard person is the biggest terrorist threat in the United States, like frickin' Lawrence O'Donnell says that we are? Might be the biggest threat to his job because I've done more due diligence in this 15-minute video than he did for his 8-minute rant about how terroristy threaty I am. Four veteran terrorist attacks since 1973, 2 of which were freaking Islamic extremist attacks. All right. See you next time, weirdos. When do I want to add in that it was the largest terrorist attack on U.S. soil? Like, besides 9/11. Like, it's the 9/11. It was 9/11 before 9/11 happened.
By late 1944, U.S. forces in the Pacific are within striking distance of the Japanese-occupied Philippines. The islands are vital for the Japanese as they provide war materials and a link to the oil supplies in the Dutch East Indies. In summer, U.S. commanders finally resolved their debates about where to attack and confirmed General Douglas MacArthur's plan for seizing the Filipino island of Mindanao before moving on to capture Leyte. MacArthur understands capturing Japanese-occupied islands will increase the pressure to also liberate the capital, Manila. For MacArthur, it's also about personal prestige, since he publicly promised to return to the Philippines after retreating in 1942. Supporting air attacks from Admiral William Halsey's Task Force 38 eliminate around 500 Japanese land-based aircraft and reveal minimal enemy resistance in the Mindanao area. In early September, Halsey recommends bringing forward the Leyte invasion, originally scheduled for December, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff agree. However, the rapid shift in planning creates problems. The invasion fleet will be protected by the 7th Fleet's older battleships and light escort carriers. With the coming monsoon season preventing the use of land-based airfields, MacArthur insists Halsey's Task Force 38 provide additional air support. U.S. Pacific Fleet Commander Chester Nimitz agrees, but also orders Halsey to go over to the attack if an opportunity arises. In case opportunity for destruction of major portion of the enemy fleet is offered or can be created, such destruction becomes the primary task. MacArthur, who has vetoed direct communication between 3rd Fleet and his 7th Fleet, is unaware of this. Meanwhile, the Japanese are also developing their own strategy based around the Philippines. They call their plan Show 1, or Victory 1. Many Japanese commanders know the name is optimistic, since recent defeats have sapped Japanese naval strength, especially aircraft and experienced pilots. Still, they do have formidable Yamato-class battleships as well as destroyers capable of long-range torpedo attacks. But the Japanese combined fleet is dwarfed by the U.S. 3rd and 7th Fleets, which have 34 fleet and escort carriers, while other considerations limit planning. Continued rivalry between the Japanese Army and Navy means that planning is mostly separate, despite Show 1's reliance on Army-controlled land-based aircraft. The Japanese expect the U.S. to attack the Philippines, but they're not certain. So they develop separate plans for other islands like Formosa and station part of the combined fleet at Linga Roads. It's a secure location, but 2,500 kilometers from Leyte and 3,000 from Formosa. A lack of fuel at other bases means the Navy cannot refuel after departing Brunei, so it can only sail once it's sure of the U.S. target. This means it'll take several days before the Japanese fleet will arrive, so it's unlikely to catch any invasion force during the landings. Despite these issues, attacking the U.S. invasion fleet is still the objective. By October, Japanese Commander Admiral Soimu Toyoda is confident the U.S. will target Leyte. He splits his combined fleet into 3 major formations. The 1st Diversionary Force under Vice Admiral Takeo Kurita and based around the 2 Yamato-class battleships is the strongest. Once the U.S. attack begins, it will sail to the Leyte Gulf via the San Bernardino Strait and attack the invasion fleet from the north. Meanwhile, the 2nd Force under Vice Admiral Kiyohide Shima will enter the Gulf from the south and is supported by a separate but attached force of older ships under Admiral Shoji Nishimura. Vice Admiral Jisaburo Ozawa's carrier force, now called the Mobile Force Main Body, will support the attack. But they lack aircraft and experienced pilots, so the carriers hope to lure away Task Force 38 as a decoy. The plan is complex and depends on concentrating forces at a critical time. Similar coordinated plans have previously failed, and by the time the Japanese fleets arrive, it's understood most U.S. forces will already be ashore with significant supplies. Most Japanese naval officers don't think it will work. And so by early October, both sides are focused on Leyte. However, the first major clash occurs in the air over Formosa. To further prepare the Leyte invasion, Task Force 38's carriers renew air attacks across the region, concentrating on Formosa from October 12th. U.S. carriers launch around 1,370 sorties and destroy over 100 Japanese aircraft by the end of the day. Air Commander Shigeru Fukudome laments. Our fighters were nothing but so many eggs thrown at the stone wall of the indomitable enemy formation. Fukudome is reluctant to commit more planes to the fight, but receives orders for a decisive air battle. The Japanese throw aircraft assigned to the show operations into the growing battle, giving Fukudome around 860 immediately operational aircraft. This should be enough to match Task Force 38's 1,000 planes, but Japanese pilots have very little experience. Japanese command expects these pilots to break through to attack U.S. vessels, while large, mixed groups of aircraft occupy U.S. fighters and anti-aircraft fire. Radar operator Mike Carney notes a wave of 75 to 100 aircraft. The CAP pilots began to report a great many different kinds of planes. In other words, this was not a homogeneous, well-integrated tactical outfit, but it was very much a heterogeneous air mob coming up there, composed of all kinds of damn things. In the ensuing melee, the Americans shoot down or chase away most Japanese aircraft. However, Japanese torpedoes strike and badly damage the heavy cruisers USS Canberra and USS Houston. These modest Japanese achievements come at a significant cost. Between October 10th and 17th, Japan loses around 500 aircraft to 89 US aircraft, although initially the Japanese believe they've sunk up to 17 US ships. Toyoda orders Shima's force to mop up the remnants. The US encourages him by using the crippled cruisers as bait, and although Shima cautiously approaches, he soon withdraws. Almost immediately after the Formosa battle, MacArthur's amphibious force heads for Leyte on October 17th. Toyoda implements Show 1 and plans to reach Leyte Gulf by October 24th. It quickly becomes clear the Japanese timetable is untenable. Kurita's refueling in Brunei is delayed, submarines need 48 hours to prepare, and Ozawa needs to relocate air crews and load aircraft onto his carriers with cranes due to the pilot's lack of carrier landing experience. Kurita's force is split into two and aims to attack the Leyte Gulf in a pincer movement, while Shima's force will sail south from Japan and also enter via the Surigao Strait. The plan is not popular among Kurita's officers. The rescheduling means they will attack during the day, not at night as they had trained for, and they will miss the opportunity to attack the invasion fleet. Kurita pleads with his officers. You must all remember that there are such things as miracles. What man can say that there is no chance for our fleet to turn the tide of war in a decisive battle? We shall have a chance to meet our enemies. We shall engage his task forces. I hope you will not carry your responsibilities lightly. I know you will act faithfully and well. Kurita orders his ships towards Leyte via the Palawan Passage, an area of known U.S. submarine activity, in order to save limited fuel. Kurita's fleet lacks anti-submarine equipment and does not deploy the destroyers as an anti-submarine screen. On October 23rd, 2 U.S. submarines sink 2 heavy cruisers, including Kurita's flagship, and heavily damage a third. But the Japanese also score a success. The remnants of Formosa's Second Air Fleet relocate to the Philippines and support Kurita. Japanese losses remain high, and few planes mount attacks. However, a single 550-pound bomb pierces the deck of carrier USS Princeton and explodes in the hangar, causing additional explosions. As the light cruiser USS Birmingham and other ships help fight the fires, the Princeton's torpedo magazine explodes, killing and wounding 650 sailors on the Birmingham and sealing Princeton's fate. US sailors scuttle it shortly afterwards. The Japanese success is partly due to luck, but also the spread-out nature of Task Force 38. Of its 4 task groups, 2 are on their way for leave. 1 is patrolling east of Luzon, and 1 is blocking the San Bernardino Strait. Halsey recalls all task groups, but some are too far away to play a role on October 24th. This means when Kurita's force approaches Leyte Gulf via the Sibuyan Sea, only Task Group 38.2, the weakest task group with only 1 fleet and 2 escort carriers, can intercept. Admiral Gerald Bogan orders U.S. pilots to focus attacks on heavy battleships Yamato and Musashi. And first attacks, US Avengers, Helldivers, and Hellcats hit Musashi with multiple bombs and at least 7 torpedoes, which causes severe flooding. But Japanese damage control keeps her in the fight. The Musashi's crew claimed to down 6 US planes with heavy anti-aircraft fire, including from their main 18.1-inch guns. I felt the muzzle blast each time they fired. I could swear their wings were ready to fold every time these huge shock waves hit us. Some of the explosions were blue, some red, some were pink, and some were yellow. The severely damaged Musashi withdraws to the west with 2 escorts, but American planes continually attack. By 7 p.m., Musashi has been hit by at least 16 bombs and 11 torpedoes, and sinks with 1,000 of her 2,400 crew. In the entire war, Musashi never fires a shot in anger at another ship. Kurita temporarily orders a withdrawal to the west, but later continues his journey towards the Leyte Gulf. US planes only observe his initial withdrawal and believe the first diversionary force is out of the fight. Exaggerated reports of damage to Kurita's force reinforce this false impression. But by concentrating attacks on the Musashi, the Americans leave most Japanese ships undamaged, although 1 damaged heavy cruiser also withdraws. While US aircraft attack in the Sibuyan Sea, another battle is taking place to the south. US planes spot Nishimura's 3rd section en route to Leyte Gulf in the afternoon, which gives 7th Fleet plenty of time to react. Rear Admiral Jesse B. Oldendorf sets up an ambush in the Surigao Strait. 6 battleships, 8 cruisers, and up to 24 destroyers and 40 torpedo boats wait at various distances to engage the Japanese force. Opening US torpedo attacks sink 2 destroyers and the battleship Fuso, before ships engage in the last battleship gunnery duel in history, in which US firepower dominates. I was receiving a terrific bombardment. There were so many near misses that the gyro compass was out. The ship was constantly trembling from the force of near misses, and the wireless was out. But torpedoes again inflict the most damage on the Japanese force and finish off the Japanese battleship Yamashiro. For a moment, it appears Shima is coming to Nishimura's aid, but on seeing the one-sided battle, he decides against it. US forces half-heartedly pursue Shima, but luckily for them, as it turns out, eventually abandon the chase. At 4 p.m. on October 24th, Task Force 38 detects Ozawa's carriers. Admiral Halsey now faces a dilemma. He can continue to defend the San Bernardino Strait against Kurita's weakened force, or move north to eliminate Ozawa's carriers. Crucially, with the resources available to Task Force 38, he could potentially do both. But US doctrine isn't for fighting 2 battles at once. Halsey decides to move the entire task force north to catch the Japanese carriers, which had escaped destruction at the previous Battle of the Philippine Sea. An overloaded radio net and confusing chain of command means this is not clearly communicated to all, including Admiral Thomas Kincaid of 7th Fleet, whose surface warships are far to the south after the Battle of Surigao Strait. He assumes Halsey's battleships remain at the San Bernardino Strait in the north, and only finds out the truth too late. By this point, Kurita's force has slipped through the strait and is moving south along the coast off Samar. At 6:47 a.m., they spot the lightly armored escort carriers of 7th Fleet's Taffy 3. Both fleets are equally surprised, as one US sailor notes. I ran to the bridge and looked out, and I saw what looked like toothpicks on the horizon. Right across the horizon, many, many ships. The Japanese are currently shifting into a daytime anti-aircraft formation, limiting their ability to respond. Still, within 15 minutes, they open fire. Kurita believes he is facing heavier American fleet carriers and wants to smash their decks before they can launch aircraft, so his attack is rushed and uncoordinated. This is the first time a Japanese surface ship has ever fired on a US carrier. Meanwhile, Taffy 3 commander Rear Admiral Clifton Sprague reacts decisively. He orders his carriers to sail east to increase their distance from Kurita and turn them into the wind, which helps launching aircraft. He orders all planes, even unarmed ones, into the air, and ships lay thick smoke screens. The humidity means smoke screens linger on the water, increasing their effectiveness, while rain squalls provide temporary concealment. Aircraft from nearby Taffy 2 scramble to help Taffy 3. Even so, the Japanese continue their pursuit, with the Yamato's 18-inch guns opening fire from 27 kilometers away. Although she doesn't score a direct hit, near misses from the huge projectiles damage ships by exploding underwater. Captain of the USS White Plains recalled a salvo. The vessel was shaken and twisted violently, throwing personnel in some parts of the ship from their feet and much gear to the deck from normal horizontal storage. Many Japanese shells have been mixed with dye to create colorful shell splashes to help Japanese gunnery. As shells start to fall uncomfortably close, Sprague orders 3 destroyers to charge the Japanese. The US destroyers are completely outmatched, but the attack scores a torpedo hit on a Japanese cruiser and knocks it out of the battle. But other torpedoes miss, and the destroyers come under heavy Japanese fire. Yamato's smaller shells hit the USS Johnston 3 times before the American ship manages to hide in a rain squall. USS Hull, however, is hit up to 23 times and sinks with most of her crew. As Kurita sends forward his own destroyers, USS Johnston attacks again, forcing the Japanese destroyers to launch torpedoes from an unfavorable position and score no hits. However, Japanese fire now focuses on Johnston, which soon sinks. Tadashi Okuno, aboard one of the Japanese destroyers, recalls. Men were floating on the water's surface or sinking beneath it, while half-naked crew members jammed themselves into lifeboats and rowed away, escaping. We were close enough to see their unkempt beards and the tattoos on their arms. One of our machine gunners impulsively pulled his trigger. He must have been overflowing with feelings of animosity towards the enemy. But it was checked by a loud voice from the bridge saying, "Don't shoot at escaping men. Stop shooting. Stop." US air attacks, torpedoes, and harassing destroyers hinder Japanese gunnery against the fleeing carriers. Even when Japanese shells do hit, the US carriers are so lightly armored that armor-piercing shells sometimes pass through without exploding. Still, the carriers are taking damage. Yamato indirectly hits USS Gambia Bay, forcing it to fall behind and take fire from other Japanese ships. It eventually capsizes and sinks. But the Japanese also lose vessels. Even though US pilots launch attacks in an improvised manner, they remain a major distraction and contribute to the sinking of 3 Japanese cruisers and damage many more. These attacks, combined with Kurita's continuing belief that he's facing a much stronger fleet carrier force, result in a controversial command decision. Just as damage is starting to mount against Taffy 3, Kurita calls off the pursuit and withdraws through the San Bernardino Strait. But Taffy 3 is not safe yet. Shortly after Kurita's withdrawal, a wave of kamikazes attack the carriers, sinking USS St. Lo. This new, desperate Japanese tactic first emerges in the battles of the Philippines. We talked to military aviation historian Christoph Bergs about the first kamikaze attacks.
Thanks, Jesse. In 1944, kamikaze attacks were not new. For example, during the action of Bougainville in February 1942, Lieutenant Masayoshi Nakagawa tried to steer his damaged aircraft right into USS Lexington. Similar spontaneous incidents happened throughout the war by pilots on all sides. Japanese pilots may have done it more often, usually when they knew that their plane was so damaged that they would never make it back to base, but they were not unique in this case. However, by October 1944, it started to be different. Japan started to adopt suicide attacks as a standardized tactic in both the Army and the Navy's air services. Various commanders like Lieutenant Colonel Takashige Igusa, Lieutenant Colonel Koji Tanaka, Rear Admiral Masafumi Arima, and Vice Admiral Takijiro Onishi are typically considered as the fathers of kamikaze. In fact, Arima died on October 15th, reportedly after trying to ram CB-13, the USS Franklin. Onishi, although he was initially opposed to kamikaze, then used Arima's attack to start ordering Japanese squadrons to commit suicide attacks in the Philippines. And the reason for this was a simple cost-benefit analysis. The Japanese air units in the Philippines were under intense pressure, and it was unlikely that they would hold out for long before everything was lost in those islands. So when Onishi toured the first units, he frankly explained to them that they were going to die soon anyway, and Kamikaze gave them a chance to inflict higher losses. And soon, the first Kamikaze attacks were ordered against Allied ships. These attacks surprised the Allies during the Philippines campaign. The success of Kamikaze may have even surprised the Japanese. One calculation by the Allies on this early period indicates that Kamikaze attacks had a 10 times better chance of scoring a hit than conventional air attacks with bombs. Next to sinking or damaging about 40 ships in the area, 7 carriers were also hit. One of them, the aforementioned USS St. Lo, sank. But October 1944 was merely the beginning. Based on the early success during the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the Kamikaze program was drastically expanded as the sun started to set for Imperial Japan. Special attack units were formed for suicide attacks, although not actually every Kamikaze pilot was formally part of such a unit. Japan increased the numbers of identified suicide attacks between 1944 to 1945 by about 60%. For example, as the Allies then started to close in on Okinawa between April and May 1945, Japan flew more Kamikaze attacks during that period than during the whole of October 1944 to March 1945. However, it still only achieved the same number of hits, showing that Kamikaze was now starting to be far less effective, even though more planes were being sent. And this is because the Allies adapted to these Japanese attacks. One of the most famous countermeasures was the VT, or Variable Time Fuse. Its name was basically a security cover. The V2 fuse was not your typical time-delayed fuse that explodes in those famous black puffs along the path of a bomber. Instead, it had a small proximity sensor. By transmitting a signal and receiving a return, the shell could then sense if a plane was close and explode at the optimal point. Between October 1944 to March 1945, if a plane came into the range of ship-based AA, Japan had about 73% chance of a hit or a near miss on that ship. But between April and May 1945, this dropped to 43%, and these numbers are dropping even further as we go into the final months. And this strongly suggests that the improvements to AA and fire control had a significant effect on Japanese kamikaze attacks. However, early warning and fighter planes were equally important, maybe even more so. With radar and fighters, the Allies could intercept Japanese attacks long before they started to reach the task force and got into AA range. For this, radar, radio communications, and a clear command and control system was needed. And by placing radar-equipped destroyer pickets at some distance from the task force, kamikaze attacks were identified very early and fighters were then vectored to intercept. Statistically, if a plane was intercepted about 10 miles out from a ship, the chance for that kamikaze plane to reach said ship was still about 50%. But if it was intercepted at 50 miles, this chance dropped to about 2%. This is why only about a third of all kamikaze attacks ever got close to a task force. Early warning and fighter vectoring proved to be the best countermeasure against Japanese attacks, and the augmented AA defenses were an effective backstop. Now, because of the early attacks, carriers are typically considered as the main target for kamikaze pilots. However, the majority of hits were actually scored against auxiliary vessels, like transports, large landing ships, or destroyer pickets. It was exactly these pickets that had that important early warning radar. They were the first ships that Japanese pilots usually saw en route, and that they were just targeted straight away, because the pilots that were being sent out had really minimal flight and target recognition training. About 170 hits were scored on destroyers and auxiliary vessels, compared to about 25 hits against carriers. By the war's end, close to 4,000 Japanese pilots are said to have been sent out as part of this last desperate measure. Kamikaze pilots scored about 450 hits or near misses, sinking 66 Allied ships and having damaged a few hundred. Allied casualties include 6,200 killed and about 8,700 wounded. Now, even though Japan had a lot of tactical success early on, operationally and strategically, Kamikaze did not shift the balance in the Pacific. And with that, thanks Jesse, and back to you at Real Time History.
Some historians have since suggested Kurita could have pushed through into the Leyte Gulf and achieved Show 1's objectives by attacking the US invasion fleet, but this has been hotly debated. Kurita will later give various justifications for his decision, including mental fatigue, fear of air attack, fuel concerns, and awareness the only US targets left in the Gulf were likely to be empty transports. Some Japanese officers, like Rear Admiral Tomiji Koyanagi, argued Kurita ultimately wanted to go down fighting against US warships, not attacking empty transports. Under these circumstances, it was presumed that if our force did succeed in entering Leyte Gulf, we would find that transport had already withdrawn, and any success we might achieve would be very minor at best. We were prepared to fight to the last man, but we wanted to die gloriously. We were convinced that several enemy carrier groups were disposed nearby and that we were surrounded. Our shore-based Air Force had been rather inactive, but if they could only strike a successful blow, we might still achieve a decisive fleet engagement. And even if we were destroyed in such a battle, death would be glorious. Furthermore, Kurita was unaware Ozawa had successfully lured away Task Force 38. But even if Kurita did storm the Gulf, stronger US forces could respond. As Kurita withdraws, Halsey moves against Ozawa's diversionary force off Cape Enganyao. The US sees the Japanese carriers as a major threat, since the Americans are unaware most of the Japanese carrier planes have already been destroyed. Task Force 38 opens its attack in the early hours of October 25th, focusing on Ozawa's 1 fleet and 3 light carriers. Ozawa is only able to launch 13 planes in defense. Bill Davis, flying a Hellcat from the Lexington, describes an attack run. After my dive, I was perhaps 3 feet from the windows on the bridge and could see the Japanese officers and enlisted men commanding the ship. There was an admiral in dress whites, complete with sword. I was going 530 miles an hour, and I only got a glimpse, but that image is impressed on my mind forever. In a well-coordinated attack, US planes hit the Zuikaku with armor-piercing bombs and 6 torpedoes. Listing 21 degrees, the crew assembles on the flight deck where the captain gives a final address and the crew lowers the ensign. Only then does the captain order the crew to abandon ship, and she sinks shortly afterwards. By the afternoon, US planes sink 1 destroyer and 3 of the 4 Japanese carriers, crippling the 4th. But despite launching the largest carrier air attack of the war with 527 sorties, the final results are slightly disappointing for the Americans. Japanese maneuvering and heavy anti-aircraft fire limit US accuracy, and pilot fatigue sets in. When desperate calls for reinforcement reach Halsey from 7th Fleet further south, he's unable to finish the battle with his fast battleships. After turning around, his ships then also move too slowly to catch Kurita's force, although they do sink a straggling destroyer. The battle off Cape Enganyao marks the end of major combat operations in the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the largest naval battle in history. The battle's scale and the fact that it happens in parallel to the land battles for Leyte mean historians struggle to define where and when it starts and finishes, which means casualty figures also vary. US naval casualties are often listed as 473 killed, 1,110 missing, and 1,220 wounded. These numbers do not include an additional 1,750 American POWs killed when a US submarine sinks the Japanese prisoner ship Arisan Maru on October 24th. Japanese losses are around 13,000 killed. In terms of ships, the US lose 11 of the 300 ships involved in the battle, while the Japanese lose 28 of 69 ships assigned to Show 1. On the surface, the Battle of Leyte Gulf seems like a major US victory, but some have questioned whether the US could have achieved even more with fewer losses. Many observers point to Admiral Halsey's conduct and personality. His critics accuse him of blindly taking the Japanese bait and giving the Japanese their only reasonable chance of success in the Leyte Gulf, even though some of his intelligence officers advised against it. Although Halsey was popular with the public, he had strained relationships with his superiors and colleagues. He likely knew his career was waning compared to others like Admirals Raymond Spruance and Mark Mitcher, and perhaps sought a decisive victory to improve his standing at the expense of defending the Gulf. His defenders argue it's unfair to judge Halsey on information known only after the battle, and add that Nimitz had ordered him to concentrate on carriers if they revealed themselves. US intelligence regarding Japanese positions and overall strategy was poor, and communications were unreliable. When Halsey headed north, he believed Kurita's force was decimated and posed no serious threat. As it seemed childish to me to guard statically San Bernardino Strait, I concentrated TF-38 during the night and steamed north to attack the Japanese carriers at dawn. I believed that Kurita's force had been so heavily damaged in the Sibuyan Sea that it could no longer be considered a serious menace to 7th Fleet. The whole US force also struggled with a convoluted and fragmented command structure as a result of coordinating two previously separate commands and managing the egos of commanders like MacArthur and Halsey. Even so, the Battle of Leyte Gulf was a clear US victory, and Japanese commanders like Admiral Matome Ugaki admit it. The enemy cleaned up the sea thoroughly, leaving nothing, with the feeling of a victor disposing of the remnant of the defeated enemy. We also had times like that some time ago. The defeat did not come as a surprise for many Japanese naval officers. Confidence in Show 1 was low before the battle, and historians have since argued the Japanese strategy had no chance of success, even if everything went according to plan. Some commanders attempted to frame the battle as dying with honor. Please give the combined fleet the chance to bloom as flowers of death. This is the Navy's earnest request. But even this goal was almost impossible. The Japanese fleets departed so late, there was no chance of catching the US invasion armada during the landings. The best Japanese commanders could hope for were empty transports or obsolete invasion escort vessels, hardly worth the loss of the Imperial Japanese Navy. The idea of a decisive battle against the US was a leftover of pre-war thinking and ignored the vast disparity in strength, especially naval air power. Kurita may have had a chance to attack into the Gulf following his engagement with Taffy III, but he lacked any means to influence the battle on land, which was the objective of Show 1 in the first place. Still, defeat at sea did not automatically lead to the fall of the Philippines. As the naval battle raged, so did MacArthur's land campaign to finally fulfill his 1942 promise. But the liberation of the Philippines from Japanese control would be a long, bitter, and costly fight. As the Americans inched ever closer to the Japanese main islands, so did the Allies on Nazi Germany and Europe. In early 1945, the US, Britain, and France were ready to cross the Rhine River, and the Soviets stood at the banks of the Oder River to strike at Berlin. If you want to learn more about the battles of the Rhine and Berlin, we produced two massive
I was about to get angry, but he stopped.
I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target.
What? It didn't save.
I don't have a target. I need a target.
The fuck? Oh, it's because it's fucking...
I don't have a target. I need a target.
This should work.
I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target.
Why did that work? What? There was a space somewhere where there shouldn't have been, I guess. I don't get it.
I'm out of range.
Woohoo.
City Council passing the first law in the nation guaranteeing app-based gig workers and delivery drivers minimum wage.
You know, one of my absolute favorite pastimes is looking back at old local news segments about how they passed this or that ordinance in order to raise the pay or help out these marginalized workers in whatever industry, only to examine those policies a few years later and realize that basic economics is still undefeated in every possible way, because Seattle decided to become, as you just heard right there, the first in the nation just 3 years ago to pass a minimum wage for gig workers, for your DoorDash and Uber workers, that guaranteed that they were going to just get the bare minimum, as this activist says right here, that every worker in the state is entitled to.
Pay up legislation that we talked about yesterday guarantees drivers will earn the city's minimum of $17.27 an hour on top of the tips that they earn as well already. Council members Lisa Herbold and Andrew Lewis championed this bill, arguing many of the workers are being taken advantage of. The bill passed unanimously yesterday. Gig workers say this was needed, though.
We're just asking for the bare basics that any other worker in the state gets. It's not asking for the moon. So if the companies are saying it's too much, I would submit that they just aren't good business people, and they need to step it up a notch.
Only to discover a couple of years later that the pay increases didn't actually come to fruition, that people actually stopped ordering from these particular apps due to the high costs, and the result of this is that drivers actually spend more time idle
But it's different though, because the minimum wage there is sky high. For some reason, $17 an hour? The fuck? Oh, I got my soul shard back at least. Fucker, despawned.
earning absolutely nothing throughout the course of their day in direct response to this particular law. And by the way, this problem has been brewing for a lengthy period of time. Last year, there was a push to re-examine these particular laws as restaurant owners and, of course, some gig workers ended up pushing back against these mandated higher pay rates because the minimum wage
How do you like my name?
raised to $100, it could be raised to $1,000, but if nobody is willing
seemed
to
appropriate.
hire you at that rate, you've just made it effectively zero, and a bunch of workers are figuring out that that is exactly the cost of having these meddling Democrats intervene in the market. So this is what we're going to talk about today, but before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
Now look, I've got nothing against the gig workers of this great nation. I got nothing against people who drive for Uber Eats or DoorDash or whatever app is your choice if you happen to be doing that work. However, I've often found that these apps have inferior service and I've never been a fan of them. And it's not just because of the inflated costs associated with these apps, as they charge the restaurants commission, thus they have higher prices listed on the apps than they do at their actual locations.
I generally don't use them. Always like
better and much cleaner about calling
like today I had Domino's, but I ordered that from Domino's, right? It's like they have their own delivery guys.
Making said delivery. Now I understand that not every restaurant can have full-time delivery staff, but considering I get a credit from Uber with one of my credit cards,
Yeah, it seemed appropriate, right? I'm a gnome.
Sometimes using that on Uber Eats, thus making it partially paid for already with this credit, only to still be disappointed with the service. Something is definitely lackluster. In fact, I remember one time I ordered pizza because they had like a buy one get one half off kind of deal. I also had like a $20 credit from Uber Eats, and I was still disappointed as it took over 50 minutes for this guy to show up. But in addition to that, he wasn't the guy listed on the app. It was actually a Venezuelan migrant, and in addition to that, the man tried to scam me. Like 20 blocks away from me, he was demanding the PIN that they give me for confirmation of delivery. I said no, as he repeatedly messaged me for the code, and then he responded by messaging me in Spanish, hoping that I would just concede because the only word in English that he was pretending to know was the word for the code, when in reality, the dude was just running some kind of scheme. And yeah, I was not falling for that, especially when I have a wife that speaks Spanish fluently, and she could respond to him, telling him to bring me my actual food. So I'm not a fan of these apps from the jump. I don't recommend you guys order them. I think the fee structure without minimum wage,
I've had every single one of those happen to me, except for the painting.
when you guarantee a minimum wage, and in
They're always late. It's never the same guy. It says on a bike and a fucking Mercedes shows up. It says some random dude and Mohammed shows up. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck, dude?
On earnings, and could even hurt businesses like restaurants. DoorDash contends that this legislation would amount to $32 million in losses for drivers because they say there will be a drop in orders. A statement from DoorDash says, quote, Seattle City Council also refused to hear from community members, from restaurants to customers to faith to communities of color who oppose
Rate hype.
that will dramatically increase costs on customers, reduce orders for merchants, and spread earnings for dashers.
Now, back in the day, in June of 2022,
How you doing,
that
Sin?
was the case that was made by
How is your
DoorDash, that
stream?
In reality, what you're actually going to have as a result of this legislation is a reduction in revenue for the very
Chilling
same
on the
drivers
Warlock.
that you're trying to help.
Catching up
Because
with
if
my
you raise
professions.
costs per order, what's ultimately end up going to happen is that people are going to order less. Now, of course, this was dismissed by the Seattle City Council, who was loaded up with socialists at the time, and would go on, by the way, the city of Seattle, to elect a new socialist mayor that was mooching off of her parents, as ridiculous and absurd, because obviously people are just going to order from these apps.
This one's gonna be mining engineering.
Of course, but of course, as we
It's a
find
rough
out,
one to
all of
get.
those warnings from DoorDash, from Uber Eats, that were treated as if they were just corporate propaganda, were absolutely 100% sage and real advice, because this is exactly what happened. And by the way, the city of Seattle actually tried to revise this legislation a couple of years later when they realized that, yes, this was exactly what was happening.
The owner of Spice Waller reports that fee has led to far fewer orders, and his restaurant has lost roughly 30% of their delivery business.
I get it.
What changes would you like to see?
I think we need to understand what fees are put in place by the delivery partners, how much commission they're charging the restaurants, how much the drivers are actually earning nowadays, and then how much money is actually being spent by consumers.
So the first segment that I showed you was from June of 2022, when they passed this law that was set to go in effect in January of 2024, because it was going to take at least a full year for them to figure out the implementation of this. But this segment right here is from March of 2024, just a couple of months later, where restaurant owners were already talking about how they were losing about 30+% of their delivery business. And again, they explained it in very simple terms that anybody should be able to understand. This is just basic economics, and yet the city of Seattle decided that
show
this guy
tooltip.
obviously was just a corporate shill for
Guest.
DoorDash. Obviously, he just didn't want to pay workers the proper
That
amount.
was over.
Obviously, what he was saying was totally
Arm.
made up, even though, again, the proof is in the numbers.
Among the proposed provisions discussed at council to adjust the minimum wage
Bitch.
requirement to
Fucking combat nonsense, bro. God damn it.
35 cents a mile. Many drivers are not on board. A few people in
guest,
chambers
add
said
mouse
they disagree
over.
with any effort to scale back on labor protections
Exists.
for gig workers.
It's ridiculous.
Harm.
This is complete gutting of the law that gig workers spent a lot of time creating.
So right here, you see the same activist that was advocating for this law a couple of years before this local news segment, saying that this is an absolute gutting of the law. But if you guys will recall, the original law that passed actually put a minimum wage of around $17. However, it adjusted upward for inflation. And she's like, this is a gutting of this whole thing. It's disgusting in every possible way, even though, again, as we're going to find out, it turns out that the revenue paid to the drivers went down after this law,
Curse
not
of
up.
agony.
In response,
Oh,
DoorDash is
shit.
pushing for a complete repeal of the ordinance. In a statement, they tell us if that doesn't happen and if those costs can be decreased, they will explore all options to increase affordability for consumers, including a reduction of their regulatory response fee.
Now, obviously, DoorDash is pushing for a full
Guest
repeal of this
at
statute because the
mouse
statute is creating the problems
over.
right here. It's absolutely killing
Harm.
the business.
No,
but again,
exists.
we actually have an article that dropped recently, a recent update to this story that essentially lays out exactly what was
Shit, I forgot
promised
what it
by
was.
the detractors, by the
Fuck,
people
hang
who
on.
warned about the passage of this law at the time, and how it's fully come to fruition. Headline: Seattle's gig worker law was supposed to boost pay. It did at first, until orders dropped. Now in this article, we have interviews with people who were driving for DoorDash or Uber Eats, and they explain how initially in January of the year that it was implemented, which by the way, it was implemented on January 13th, they did in fact see an increase in their pay at the time that they were receiving these particular orders. And this is because
this should cast on mouse over.
Aware of the inflated costs at that moment in time, that they were going to have to be responsible for the hourly wage, plus in addition to that, a fee
that
for
looks like a
every
good
mile
thing.
Drived, and this even included situations where the driver was stuck in traffic.
We're gonna select
thus
team.
running
I'm gonna
out
do
of
a
time.
mouse
So
over on
the
you,
later
and then
older
not
your
on
food
you.
was, once it was delivered,
that works.
the more expensive it was. So they actually managed to figure out a way to raise the cost, and thus, if the service was worse,
So basically,
if
I
the
made
driver
these.
actually went
I don't have to
slower,
target
it
now
didn't
for
do
F and
their
E.
job
I can just
properly,
hover over,
that
press
will
F,
ultimately end
press
up
E.
resulting in more pay on behalf of the consumer to that particular drive. And here's an example that was given to us from this particular article.
I only wanted on my
One
instance
order
though.
on a Friday night. That was 2 deliveries from Queen Anne to Wedgwood, and the traffic was so
Should do it
bad.
for
If you
Unstable
get stuck
Affliction
in
as well, right?
traffic,
No, that's
you get
1.5
paid
second
well,
cast.
he said. Those orders took
Siphon
close
Live,
to an
maybe.
hour to deliver, and for that he was paid $58.
How does this work?
And of course, the follow-up question was, how does that pay compare to what you would have got prior to the new law?
Okay, it's just
and
the-
Lowe, the driver in question, said he would have been paid about $17.
Okay, definitely
and
do
again,
that.
whatever the tip was on top of that prior to the ordinance, because the ordinance isn't just about wages. It requires companies to also pay for mileage and time spent either waiting for food or, in his particular case, sitting in traffic. The law
Sure,
also
tooltip
outlined protections
slash
before a
guest
driver can be fired
at
or in
mouse
industry lingo
over
be deactivated.
exists.
But the driver notes that the pay increase only lasted a
Harm.
few months. So let's break down some of what we're getting from this particular
Siphon
article. So
Alive.
according to this article, you are to be
Oh,
paid
it's
for
Siphon.
all
Shit.
of the time that you are spent traveling to the restaurant and delivering the food, and it can't be a flat fee, which of course incentivizes you to do more deliveries.
So basically,
and do them more
if I'm
quickly,
mouse
because
overing
guess what? If you provide better service, you're
an
likely to get
alive
better tips from these
enemy,
locations. Instead,
I'll cast
the
Siphon
worse
Life.
you do at your
If
job,
I'm not
the
mouse
longer
overing,
you spend waiting,
I'll
the
cast
longer
whatever
you
I've got
spend
targeted.
idling, the longer
That's why
you
there's
spend
like
in
a
traffic, the
second
more
part to
money
this.
you are to be paid, and of course that money gets passed on to the consumer, which obviously is going to make the consumer want to use your services less. Remember, the
See
whole
if I
point
got
of
it.
DoorDash, Uber Eats, all these different services is convenience.
The fact that it says out of
However,
range is a
you
good
just
sign.
put into
Yep.
place by law a conflict between the
Now when
drivers
I
and the consumers.
select that
and
one.
by the way, with the company itself, where convenience
okay.
actually
That's
costs the
working.
drivers money, so they're actually recommended to make it more
'Cause
inconvenient.
I like to hold
Now, in addition to
my
the
camera.
incentives to make it more inconvenient,
Shut up. Which means I'm not I'm incapable of mouse overing because when you hold camera, the mouse goes away. So if I would not have that last bit, the extra Siphon Life on it separately, it wouldn't cast anything at all. Right, I'm pretty sure. I'll do it in corruption real quick. Corruption. Let's delete this. Save. See. See how nothing happens? That's no good. That's why that's needed. Wait. Something respawned by the time I was fucking around in here? Not really. Okay. I haven't got nearly enough tin, dude. It's not even funny. I've been at it for a while now. This little rock line decided me. I hate being a gnome sometimes, dude. Bunch of bullshit. Excuse me. No, come back, fucker.
I had an idea for a device that you could put small pieces of bread in to cook. But in the end, I really didn't think there would be much of a market for it. I think that last vendor shortchanged me. Oh, that was a bad one. I'd like to give a shout out to my boys in Gnomregard. Keeping it real, Big T, Snoop Pup, and Little D's. Y'all are short, but you're real, baby.
What the fuck? Couldn't remember that one.
I do hope to find some interesting gadgets around here. I do love tinkering with things. You know, I really wish I had a garden where I could put a couple of human statues. I look bigger in those mirrors where things look bigger. I do hope to find some interesting gadgets around here. I do love tinkering with things.
Lame. Let's go see how far we can get now. Sell all the junk. No junk needed. Can I? It doesn't look like there's a forge around here. That's no bueno.
Hello. See you around.
For the customer and more costly for the customer. While
Now
paying
for
for
that.
that difference in cost, you also have restrictions on your ability to deactivate drivers' accounts. So if you're the company and you figure out that somebody is gaming the system in order to get more money out of you and
It's
more
not that
money
far.
out of thus making the business worse, not only for the restaurants, but again, for Uber Eats or for DoorDash in the first place, for their own benefit. There's more restrictions on your ability to actually fire these people. So what that ultimately ends up meaning is that you are not really able to get rid of these problems as they arise in response to the new regulatory burdens. And for the consumer, that means the difference in terms of cost is not worth the convenience in a great number of cases. And a perfect example of this is this price breakdown after the passage of the law. A meal might be $12 or $15 in our restaurant according to the restaurateur, but by the time the customer gets it through the app, it becomes $35 or $40. I wouldn't buy our own food at that price. why should I expect the customers to do that? I mean, look, this is obvious stuff. It should be known as obvious stuff to everybody out there. But of course, you have a bunch of socialists on the Seattle City Council, now a socialist in the mayor's office. So basic economics to them is a heresy, and obviously they're not going to confront that reality. But who actually wants to pay nearly double or possibly triple the amount for the food that they're ordering, all based on delivery fees, when again, delivery fees are supposed to be cheap and convenient? So what they ultimately ended up doing was passing this law in order to make it so that the wealthy people that order these particular things pay higher costs to the drivers, which end up making less money and spend more time waiting for orders, as you have drivers who said that they normally turn down orders because there's so many, they're able to pick and choose under the previous system, now saying that they can wait hours without a single order, thus making it just not worth their time in order to do it. Now look, as I'm going over all this stuff, I'm sure people out there in the audience are thinking to themselves, well, this is obvious. This is the predictable consequences. In fact, people did predict these consequences, and obviously the city of Seattle should roll this back. But in reality, where they end up putting in these new rules and regulations, the only thing that the government wants to do in response to the backlash
the Forge was a little closer to the flight path
of the government from you, the consumer. And that's what we see in New York City, where we have the state attorney general saying that she's going to go after these DoorDash, Uber Eats, and all sorts of similar apps because they end up putting like a New York City regulatory fee on your bill, so you as the consumer can see exactly the cost of those regulations. And that's really the whole point of this. These left-wing activists want to extract money from the system, impose regulations on businesses that they don't like, but they don't want you to be informed about it, because as prices go up in these apps, they want to use that as further justification for more market intervention, which is why you see Attorney General Letitia James and other attorneys generals around the country in left-wing areas say that they want them to stop listing the taxes, they want them to stop listing the fees separately, so that you don't understand exactly what the problem is. But of course, those are just my thoughts on this particular issue. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social media, support me via support links in the description of this video. Happy Valentine's Day if I release this video on time. Till next time.
Okay, this is gonna take a while. Fuck. Jesus. The things I do for proficients. Bro, I've been watching Babylon 5 again. It's so old now, dude. It's still great, but all the space scenes look like a video game. An old video game, right? But it's still great. I still quite like it. It's when TV was still decent, you know? It wasn't brain dead. How many did I need? 60. Mm-hmm.
How are you?
125. That's gonna take a while.
Pleased to meet you. Alrighty then.
Alrighty then.
I'm Jake O'Neill.
You should be pissed off that the federal government is lying to you like this.
Did we say military-run camps?
Military camps force people to be straight. I like that. That's a strong idea.
And I want to know why you expect to be taken seriously in a political debate when you showed up to the debate in a hoodie.
It's called bar fight. Well, welcome to Bar Fight. I'm Michael Knowles. I'm joined tonight by two guests. Co-founder of White Dudes for Harris, senior advisor to Kamala Harris's presidential campaign, Mike Nellis.
They've lied. We should take nothing that this administration says at face value.
And now our next guest, he's a liberal content creator who spends most of his time complaining about the Democrat Party, which is something that he and I actually have in common. That is Michael DeFeo. Here is how the show works. We will be debating three of the most controversial topics of our day. The bell rings. We duke it out for that round.
Turn the music up louder so we can definitely not hear what he's saying.
And pick a fight with any of us. And anyone who comes up to the mic can win special prizes. And a seat at our VIP section, sponsored by Redneck Riviera Whiskey. Mike, are you ready to begin? Michael, am I ready? I am ready to begin. It's round one.
I love this.
Now, Mike, you kick us off.
All
What is
right.
your topic?
My topic is Alex Preddy's death proves Trump hates the Second Amendment.
All right, make your case.
All right. So, to the crowd for a moment, raise your hand if you ever heard of the siege of Waco, Texas.
Oh, fuck.
Few people, right?
Did somebody woo that?
We're all too weird.
Wrong trader.
Yeah, I'm concerned.
So after the siege of Waco, Texas, there was a massive increase in sponsorship and membership of militias and paramilitary groups here in the United States. It skyrocketed after 1993 through 2000, and then skyrocketed again in 2009 through 2012. I wonder what happened in those 4 years. So during that time, people began to be concerned about American military operations here on our own soil in something called Jade Helm 15, where Obama was using special forces to do training in Texas. Governor Abbott said that he was mobilizing the National Guard to defend the Second Amendment, property rights, and civil rights of Texans. They made it a whole thing on Fox News. They called it the Texas Takeover, as if we need to take over Texas. It's already part of the United States. And Alex Jones made it as mainstream as humanly possible, because the United States was under siege from its military and its government who was going to take away its Second Amendment rights. Wayne LaPierre made jackbooted thugs.
Bro, it's 3 in the morning.
popular term
How's it so
with
busy
NRA
still?
For years about masked agents of the state coming to take away your Second Amendment rights. Alex Preddy was exercising his Second Amendment right in Minneapolis with a registered firearm, a concealed carry permit. He never unholstered the weapon, and he was still killed by masked agents of the state. My question is this not the exact nightmare that Alex Jones pushed, that the NRA pushed for decades on us? Now, Alex Jones has said that his death was not a horrible accident that deserves investigation. He said he deserves it. Donald Trump said that you should not and cannot have guns in protests. You cannot have guns around federal agents. Even the D.C. attorney said you cannot have firearms in Washington, D.C., legal or illegal. So my question is, how is it possible that Donald Trump is the most pro-Second Amendment president in history when the exact right-wing fever dream that we were fed for 25 years has come to fruition under his presidency, and he is the one who has the words coming out of his mouth saying you cannot legally carry a firearm around federal agents? If that came out of Barack Obama's mouth, and y'all got very mad with the tan suit, imagine how you would react to those kinds of words.
I thought the tan suit was fashionable. I'll take that in order. So you claim that Alex Preddy's killing would prove that Donald Trump hates the Second Amendment. Now, it's worth pointing out that Trump said that he objects to the killing of Alex Preddy. He was sad to see it.
Sure.
Some of us think it was totally justifiable. It's always kind of sad, but, you know, I'm not losing sleep over it.
I'm sorry,
But-
is this the same Donald Trump who said that he's an assassin?
No,
His
Trump didn't say
administration- well,
Trump
no,
didn't
well,
say
they
that. Trump
backed-
said he
they
was
backed up
sad
Kristi
about
Noem,
it.
and
Some members of his
J.D.
administration.
Vance has called him a-
But we're talking about Trump. So Trump says he was sad to see it. He didn't want it to happen. So right off the bat, it would be hard to arrive at the conclusion from that Trump hates the Second Amendment because he didn't justify the killing of Alex Preddy, though I would do so. Furthermore, though, on the point of the Second Amendment, specifically with Trump, not Alex Jones, not Waco, Texas, not the 90s, Donald Trump, I think we would all have to agree to a handful of facts. One, Donald Trump, in his second term, rescinded some of the ATF regulations that Joe Biden had put on
Just
the gun
made it.
stores. That's
Nice.
very pro-Second Amendment. Trump took us out of the gun-grabbing UN arms trade treaty, very pro-Second Amendment. President Trump has, broadly speaking, supported our traditional
Can I help you?
constitutional rights, albeit...
Broadly speaking, with a few caveats.
No, I'm giving you specific examples of this. But broadly speaking, he's been consistent for 10 years on the Second Amendment. On a few things, he's backed off it, like he banned bump stock. Some of the Second
I almost
Amendment
clicked that
guys don't
button.
love that,
Don't ever
but
click
most
that
of the
button.
Liberals were totally fine with it. In any case,
We don't wanna buy all
always
that
had,
shit.
Circumscription. We've always had some
Not
limits
even
on the
close.
Second Amendment. The question here, since you bring up Alex Preddy, is was the killing of Alex Preddy justified? Whether or not he
That's
had a
not
gun.
the question we're asking. The question is whether or not his killing and the reaction to it from Donald Trump. And she did say he was sad about it, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't. That doesn't mean that he supports the Second Amendment around federal officers, because he has said he does not want people having guns around federal officers. It's a very different question than, am I upset that a man was killed? I think it's entirely reasonable to be empathetic to someone being killed like that, but do you support the Second Amendment or do you not in all circumstances when you call yourself the most pro-Second Amendment president?
The
in
auction
history?
house.
Yeah, but I guess in some of the examples I've just cited, President Trump overwhelmingly has a pro-Second Amendment policy agenda, albeit with some caveats like the bump stocks and the tightening up the background checks.
And no guns around federal officers at protests.
Well, that was a point he made, which is a prudential point, and I think this is the key here. Because if we say that Alex Preddy was carrying a weapon, and therefore an officer shooting him is a violation of his Second Amendment rights, I think that fundamentally misunderstands what's going on. Alex Preddy had a concealed carry permit. That's right. His parents told
didn't even know
CBS
about
News
that.
that he never actually used it. He never carried the
Nice.
weapon until recently. The
I
context,
wonder why.
Well, right. Why did he bring it? Why did he bring a gun that
Well,
was
hold
fully
on,
loaded with
wait,
two
can I-
magazines
Michael,
to
can I-
obstruct
That
law
doesn't
enforcement?
matter.
That he never
That's his right.
Yes.
Yeah, wait, I want to jump in here for a second because let's define the facts of the video and the facts of the case of the murder, and I believe it's a murder of Alex Preddy. Okay? Standing on the sidewalk, goes to help a woman who got pushed down by an ICE agent, doesn't brandish the weapon, doesn't touch it, doesn't use it in any meaningful way. He gets thrown to the ground.
That
he
part's
gets-
debatable.
No, that part is not debatable. Go watch the video.
There are questions on the video.
There are no
There's going to be an
questions.
investigation,
I mean-
but it's unclear whether
Yeah,
or not
I'm
it
sure,
should have
this
an
administration
investigation.
is going to lead with quite the investigation. Jesus.
It's
sorry,
cheaper
just
to
kidding.
buy
A
the
little bit
bar.
more. Look, he was dragged to the ground, beaten by like 8 ICE agents, shot in the back 3 times. They had already taken his gun at the time that they shot him.
But the
No,
question...
just let me finish my point, because there's no reason for him to be dead right now. There's none. And then the reaction from the right is that, oh, he died because he brought a gun to a rally.
No.
And by the way, it wasn't even a protest. He was standing on the sidewalk.
That's not really the reaction as a card-carrying member of the right. The question is, was the officer justified in shooting Alex Preddy? And so then the question there would become, what would be the cause of that? The cause would be, according to federal law, the imminent threat of bodily harm to the officers or to anyone around him. What would a reasonable officer have perceived that when a guy shows up to obstruct law enforcement to commit a crime
He did not
with
do
a
that,
loaded
though.
gun?
That's
He
not
did do
true.
that.
He was already
Hold on,
he was
let me
already
just-
beaten to
let
the
me just
ground.
finish since we're
He was
establishing
already-
facts.
He was beaten.
Since
No,
we're-
because you're not
guys,
establishing the facts.
I
He
am
was beaten
establishing.
on the ground. They taken his gun. They shot him 3 times in the back.
But you're only beginning from when he's on the ground. 11 days earlier, he'd assaulted
11 days
a law
earlier is
enforcement
irrelevant
officer.
to what happened.
He'd
The only
assaulted
thing
a
that
law
matters is
enforcement
what
vehicle.
happened when
Hold
they
on,
murdered
hold on.
him.
You can try to filibuster, but we
I'm
have
not
to
gonna
establish
filibuster.
the facts. You are filibustering.
I mean, you're just making shit up, Michael.
Guys, if we're going to establish the facts, 11 days prior, I'll just finish this establishment, then we can talk about it in the comments. 11 days prior, he had assaulted a law enforcement vehicle while obstructing ICE. He then showed up again to obstruct law enforcement. He had a loaded gun with 2 full magazines, and a
That is
reasonable officer, while he is committing a crime, certainly could believe that he was an imminent threat.
Can I give you my last point?
Yes.
Since all that can be debated, but my point...
That part can't be debated.
My point that Donald Trump is anti-Second Amendment because of this
I
event.
just realized I still had...
Americans should
gonna do
not
this, whatever.
face death at the hands of the state for just carrying a registered firearm.
What about carrying a registered firearm and obstructing law enforcement?
That is not a death sentence.
What if you pose a threat to officers?
He did not.
He
was
did not.
already on the ground.
He was not even obstructing.
I don't
in
think
that...
it's. I don't think it's reasonable to shoot that man.
Is there any evidence that Alex Preddy would assault law enforcement? There is. He had done it 11 days prior.
He kicked a car 11 days prior. Like, really? Like, come on.
Questions?
Outside of Twitter, this is an 80-20 issue. Like, this is ridiculous.
Okay, I have a question for Mike number 3. You know, on
That
the
could be
right,
any of us.
It's the one on the way right. On the right, people believe that Kyle Rittenhouse, like, he had a right to carry the gun to that protest, but I think we all can agree that that was unwise because of what happened. How is what Alex Preddy did any different?
I think under the law, he did have the right to carry that gun. What he did with it was what I take objection to.
He protected himself from a pedophile leftist terrorist.
I take objection to him shooting people with the gun that he did legally have the right to carry.
What if they shoot him first? Or shoot at him first?
So are we going to get to that now? Because the ICE agents were not, there was no gun out. First of all, Kyle Rittenhouse had his gun out and brandished.
Oh, hold on.
Alex Preddy did not have
I thought
his gun
Alex
out and
Preddy
brandished.
had been disarmed. There was
He
a
had
gun
been
out.
disarmed.
He did. I'm saying
So was
he
the
did
gun
not,
out or the gun was in?
No. I'm telling
When
you,
they got
he
him
did
to the
not
ground, they took
brandish
the gun
his
out of
weapon.
his. He never
He
brandished.
did
How'd
not
they know he
brandish
had a
his
gun?
weapon.
When they got him to the ground.
They are federal law enforcement
Was the gun in or was
The
the gun
first thing
out?
that a federal law enforcement...
This is Schrodinger's
Hold on.
gun. It's
No,
in
no, no,
half
no,
the
no,
time,
Hold
it's
on,
out
hold on.
half the
No.
time.
Listen, my father was a 34-year veteran of the FBI, 3-time Trump voter, huge Republican. I've talked to him about, woo, yeah,
All right.
go, yeah.
Can we get him up here? I want him up
Oh,
here.
he'd be happy to do this. But he would, what happened to me?
So what happened to you, he says.
All kids rebel.
I tell you, I took after my mother, but she's more conservative than my father.
All right. This is a good family.
But my dad will tell you this is a bad shoot. And I've never heard my father say any law enforcement shooting was bad until this one. At the time that 6 ICE agents had beaten Alex Preddy, got him to the ground, the first thing they're going to do is check for a firearm. And that's what they did. And one of them took it, and then another one shot him 3 times in the back.
I'm sure your father is a very respectable guy with a nice long history serving America, and he voted for Trump, which I love. He voted for him in all 3 elections that Trump won. However, I
2
think
out of 3 is good.
I think you will find that
Better than common law.
even the subjective judgment of one law enforcement officer or another is not going to overcome the law. And even liberal lawyers seem to agree that the predicate here for the using force was totally met.
No,
I think Alex Freddie will not go to prison.
Listen,
We
this
did
is
a good job
the guy might
getting
get
to
away
whether
with
or
it, but
not
it
he
definitely
deserved
wasn't a
time
good shoot,
when
let's
the
be
question
honest.
was, is Trump still supporting the Second Amendment
Oh yeah,
by what he
I thought
said?
I thought we had resolved that because again, I'm certainly happy to defend the shooting of Alex Preddy. Trump doesn't really do that himself.
Right, so that's my question.
Trump
those
called
are
him
not
a domestic
consistent.
terrorist over the weekend.
The Trump administration.
No,
has
no.
gone
Donald
after
Trump
him.
himself on Truth Social posted that he was a domestic terrorist like
Was
4 days
Was
ago.
it a retruth?
No, it was him in his own words.
Interesting. Wow. Okay. I didn't.
I mean, it was in lowercase,
I'm
so
glad
I'm
to
not
hear
sure
that.
he wrote
I'm
it.
glad to
I
hear
know,
that
it's
Trump
hard to catch
is
them all.
defending the shooting of Alex Preddy even more than he had been.
Right. All right.
Do we have another question? Do we have
Yes.
time? No.
I would like to go back to the original claim of Michael 3.
Yes. Are we establishing 1, 2, 3?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I'd like to go back to your premise, which is you're saying that his description of not or request not to bring firearms around federal agents. Can you describe why his request for people not to do that because it's dangerous is him being anti-second?
I only needed 30 blasting powder.
request,
Whoops.
he said
I read 60.
And that
Oh, well.
that decries to me a bias against the Second Amendment because he doesn't want people who he doesn't like to be around law enforcement
He's
with
fine.
weapons. And that is a concerning slippery slope because as soon as you start saying only certain groups cannot practice the Second Amendment to the
Well,
full
it wouldn't be
degree,
groups. It would be certain situations, certain circumstances
but
for any group.
it would be protesters, anti-ICE protesters, likely anti-Trump protesters.
Yes, I agree. Criminals should not bring guns around cops. I think it's a bad
Protest is
idea.
a First Amendment right. Doesn't make you a criminal.
But
just because
obstructing
you're
law
protesting.
enforcement's not a protest.
It's
Can you
also
show me
not
in the
that
video where he
sentence.
obstructed justice? In
Yeah.
that incident where he was killed? Don't
It's
talk
also
about
not that
don't talk about him
sentence.
kicking a car because it's irrelevant to the story.
Well, that is a good example. It's not
It's
relevant.
not an
Obviously,
example.
that
It's
was
not an
11 days
example because
prior.
at the moment
It's
in
a
the
good
video-
example for premeditated
but
murder
also-
if they knew who he was
But
prior to killing
It's
him.
irrelevant to the law,
A
though,
little bit broader
so-
to Michael's point here, which is that I believe that Donald Trump's support for the situation, or for the Constitution, is completely situational. He wants the Second Amendment for him and his people. He wants the First Amendment for him and his people. Doesn't want it for anybody who stands up to him. And so they blame Alex.
What's
Freddie
your
for-
evidence for that?
What's my evidence?
Other than say Alex
Listen,
Freddie,
They
which
talk
I
about
think
being a
that's not a
First
good
Amendment absolutist. He's got no problem using the power of the FCC to silence a comedian that he doesn't like. He's got no problem.
When did he do that? Which comedian?
Jimmy Kimmel got him taken off the air.
Is Jimmy Kimmel off the air?
He was off the air.
Doesn't mean he didn't try.
Is he off the air?
Doesn't mean he didn't
He was off the air
try.
until.
How long was he off the air?
Hold on, he was off the air for a few days, but it came to the point
right.
where guys like Ted Cruz had to come out and say what Donald Trump did was wrong.
I adore Ted Cruz. He's a good friend of mine, but we
Oh,
had a
glad.
disagreement on that.
Okay, I mean, then your support for the Constitution is
Because
situational too.
No, because
Oh no, I'm a First Amendment absolutist.
Well, I'm not a First
but not
Amendment
like
absolutist.
This.
first of all.
I believe in
I'm
the
a
Second
First
Amendment, but not for
absolutist, not a
Alex
free
Freddie.
speech
Like, come on.
absolutist. But no,
There you go. I mean, it's embarrassing.
network television is licensed through the government, so
it's
the government has
licensed,
a
so that makes it
regulatory
okay for them
authority.
to shut down a comedian because they made a joke that Trump didn't like.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Well, hey, at least you're honest. I
Can
mean,
we-
that's
I
good.
just also want to note that earlier Michael was talking about how we have to have gun regulations, but if I were to suggest we do something about school shootings, be like, oh my God, it's horrible. Like, come on.
What would I say? What would I say in this hypothetical situation
Well-
you've invented for yourself?
Oh, hypothetical situation like school shootings that happen every single day in
No, the
America?
hypothetical is the conversation that we had in your head about school shootings.
No, because earlier you were talking about how there has to be limits on
Yeah,
guns.
there are limits to all rights.
I know. Yeah, I understand that. What's
So
the
what was the hypothetical?
Well, if
point?
I was to come out and say, hey, we got to do something about school shootings,
Oh, I would
you
agree.
and the well, okay, what should we do?
We should have more armed guards in schools,
More-
and we
more
should
armed?
arrest more criminals.
Can
and
we
should
also make
intervene
it harder
with
for people to get a firearm who
We
are
should
gonna use
also. I'll give you a good example. There have been a lot of people who suffer from mental illnesses, especially the transgender delusion, who have shot up
Oh.
schools and churches, and they should be put into psychiatric care and not
One
be given
person.
firearms.
He's talking about one person.
I'm talking about more than
And
one
by
person.
the way, the NRA had to come out and rebuke conservatives like Michael here for saying that transgender individuals should be able to own firearms. The Constitution protects them too.
Well, hold
it's
on. You're-
situational
hold
for
on.
guys like you.
No, I just don't think that the NRA is the infallible authority on
And on that we
constitutional
agree.
matters, yeah. Okay. Yeah, trans. Someone said trans.
Trans? No. Are you?
He has to be trans. All right, that's enough.
Can we get that guy a
here's
beer
the
on my
question.
tab,
You
please?
all-
Seems like he needs it.
Okay.
That's success, right?
Yeah, there we
Which
go.
questioner goes to the VIP table?
Number 1 or number 2?
Which
Who's
question?
going to the VIP?
Number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2 is number 2. Number 2, you're going over to get some delicious Redneck Riviera
All right.
bourbon, some nice Mayflower cigars, and you know what I'm going to do before I drink anymore? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to look at my beautiful Z-Biotics. That's right, folks. Go to zbiotics.com/barfight. After a night with drinks, I'll tell you what, I don't bounce back the way that I used to. I'm an old man now, and I have 3 little children. It's hard. I have to make a choice. I can either have a great night or a great next day. That is, until I found Z-Biotics Pre-Alcohol. Z-Biotics Pre-Alcohol Probiotic Drink is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists. I'm an honorary doctor, but these are like the real PhD ones. They tackle rough mornings after drinking. Here's how it works. When you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. Now, it's a buildup of this byproduct, not dehydration, that is to blame for rough days after drinking, which I had no idea about until I looked into it. Pre-alcohol produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down so that you are actually addressing the root cause. Just remember to make pre-alcohol your first drink of the night. Drink responsibly, and you will feel your best tomorrow. I love it, and I would guzzle more of it right now, but I have to finish my drink first. Ready to try it? Go to zbiotics.com/barfight. You get 15% off your first order when you use Barfight at checkout. Plus, it's backed by a 100% money-back guarantee. There is no risk. Subscriptions are also available for maximum consistency. Remember, head to zbiotics.com/barfight. Use code BARFIGHT at checkout for 15% off. It's time.
I need so much fucking. Oh my god, dude. This is always the worst part. God damn.
A giant Polish man has just moved me sitting in my chair. It's time for round two. Mike, what are we talking about?
Is that a fetish of yours?
not until now.
I think you keep that to yourself. This is a family-friendly crowd.
Apparently.
All right, my claim here is Trump's failure to prosecute Epstein's
We about to get buffed.
reveals the rot in our federal government.
Okay. What's your case?
All right. So look, there is a cabal of very rich and powerful individuals, and it extends beyond party politics and partisanship or anything like that. I'm sorry, what, sir?
The evil cabal is in Minnesota. So fair enough. There is an evil cabal there too. I agree.
Evil cabal everywhere, apparently. But these guys, of these rich and powerful men, think they can do anything they want with impunity.
Oh,
and it includes
50. Well, whatever.
potentially Bill Clinton, most likely, based on the files. It includes Donald Trump.
Wait.
who's been
Medium
incredibly on the record from people who have signed,
crap.
like done
I'm gonna have to
interviews with the
log out
FBI
here.
on the record under threat of perjury that Donald Trump threatened a 14-year-old girl. And you've got, and look, there's a ton of Democrats, a ton of Republicans in there, and at the end of the day, nobody's been prosecuted. And even just for a second,
think I
set
sold them
aside
all.
the powerful celebrities that we've seen, the powerful politicians that we've seen. How is it possible
Uh,
that 1,000 young
I think
girls and
15
1,000 young
though.
boys have been trafficked,
Ain't that a
and only
bitch.
one person's ever gone to prison? It's Ghislaine Maxwell, and she runs herself a minimum security prison.
And Epstein.
And Epstein, who killed himself, which I don't buy at all. And I think that Trump is a huge part of it. Trump is mentioned more times in the Epstein files than Harry Potter is in the entire Harry Potter series. Okay? And so Donald Trump wants to look at the American people and say, I don't know Jeffrey Epstein. I had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein except
Well, the
he met his
entire Harry
wife at an
Potter
Epstein
series is
party,
like
he partied with Jeffrey
no,
Epstein.
3,000 pages? The Epstein files is like way fucking more. That is such a stupid fucking comparison, bro.
He never said he
They
didn't know.
partied all over the 90s. There's a
When you
million
think
stories.
about that
Yeah,
for
I'm
like
just
2
saying the claim
seconds,
you
it
just made
completely
isn't
falls
true. You
apart.
said he
Like,
says he doesn't know
retard, bro.
him.
What the
He
fuck?
totally
He says he
doesn't
doesn't know him all the time. Just the other day in the Oval Office, he was like, I don't know anything about Jeffrey Epstein.
How
We should
large
move on.
are the
Like, it's ridiculous.
Epstein
Like, there is a
files
group
in
of wealthy and
pages?
powerful people who want to pit everybody in this room against us. They want us to hate each other.
3 million
so that they can get
files
away
versus like
with
5,000
abusing
pages.
little girls
Shut
and
the
little
fuck up,
boys.
bitch.
And I'm sick of
Like,
this shit, and I want to talk about it with you guys.
Okay,
retards.
so I think that you have just accidentally undercut your whole debate premise right off the top, even without my
Are you
help.
going to defend what happened in the Epstein files?
I'm not. I'm going to talk about the thing that you brought up
Okay,
in your
great.
debate. So you said Trump's failure to prosecute Epstein's associates reveals the rot in our federal government. But then
I should add, by the way, Joe Biden's failure too, because they didn't prosecute this when Biden was in office.
Sure,
That's
I'm just
wrong.
gonna point out, and that actually plays into it as well. I'm gonna point out you've undercut your whole debate premise because you have admitted immediately that actually the two top people in the Epstein operation, namely Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, have been prosecuted, and weirdly enough, they were arrested and charged by Donald Trump, not by Barack Obama, not by Joe Biden. It was by Trump. And so, right off the bat, the premise is false. But then let's go down further, because I think a lot of people want to see more prosecutions in the Epstein case.
Or any prosecutions at this point.
Sure, other than the top two, sure.
Yeah, but they moved Ghislaine Maxwell to a minimum security prison and promised her a pardon.
Sure. I mean, she's serving a 20-year sentence, but I
She's
agree.
going to
We
get
want more
pardoned at the end.
prosecutions.
Listen,
but here's my question.
Show of hands. How many people think Ghislaine Maxwell's going to get pardoned at the end of Trump's term? Like, come on.
Nobody.
Really? Come on.
Nobody thinks so. Of course.
She's not going to be in prison at the moment. You can
The
pull this up.
the
when
question
she's
then
done.
becomes though, because okay, we agree the premise is wrong, but the thrust is fine. We want more prosecutions. Okay, who would you prosecute and
Do
on
I even
what
need
grounds?
15?
Yeah, so I would start here. One, I don't believe that the DOJ has taken this case seriously at all. and just separate out the names for a second, how can they traffic 1,000 young girls and 1,000 young boys without other people who help them do that?
Alright,
Let them
recruit
those girls, move them around.
I'm asking a direct question. Who would you prosecute?
I don't have a specific name
There
because
you go. That's the problem. You say we have to prosecute.
so you
people.
think it was
There
a
are-
mom?
Hold on.
So wait, you think it was a mom and pop sex trafficking operation in Florida?
You're inventing a bunch of things I've never said.
I'm
asked
asking you questions that you can answer, but you're not answering them.
You made a claim. You said Trump needs to prosecute the DOJ needs, and I said, okay,
Well,
who do you
Trump
want?
is the DOJ.
Who do you want? Well, at least they're distinct, but
No, they're
yes,
not.
they work for the
That's how
administration.
Don Lemon got arrested on Friday. I'm sure it's because they're very separate. not
You're
because
trying
Trump
to
hates Don
avoid the
Lemon.
question. You said Trump needs to prosecute more people. I said, great. Who do you want to prosecute? And you
Bro,
said
it's
Herger.
3 in the
I don't
morning.
know.
It's so busy
That's not at all
here.
what I said.
Who should he prosecute?
I said, how is it possible?
You're avoiding the question.
Okay, I don't have a specific name because
There you
guess what?
go.
I'm not in the
Let
Epstein
him
files.
prosecute Bill Clinton.
Yeah,
Start there.
Prosecute
Start
Bill
with-
Clinton.
Okay, on what grounds? I don't like
whatever,
Bill Clinton.
whatever the FBI has in those files is
Have you
clearly...
looked at the files? Have any of you
I
actually looked at
I have looked at the
Okay,
files.
on what grounds are
What's
you going
good
to
enough
prosecute
to
Bill
bring
Clinton?
him in to
I didn't
testify
say
before
prosecute Bill
Congress?
Clinton, but like,
On what grounds are you going to prosecute Bill Clinton?
On what he tells Congress when he comes in to testify in public
You're
hearing.
going to prosecute him for something he hasn't done yet.
Yeah.
Okay. Who would you prosecute?
Look, again, I want to find the co-conspirators who traffic these kids.
Okay.
So if you're asking me for their names, and by the way,
I
don't-
am asking you for their
I
names,
don't-
and you
I
won't give
don't-
them.
I don't know the names of most of the perpetrators because the DOJ blocked them out.
Right.
They had
So-
no problem releasing the private information of the victims of Epstein's crimes, but they had a huge problem releasing the names of people who preyed on little girls and little
That's
boys.
not true.
That is true.
I could give you plenty of names. Adriana Ross, Nadia Marcinko, Sarah Kellen. These are the closest associates around Jeffrey Epstein, who we have firm facts, because I actually have gone through a lot of the files. We know that they were trafficking the girls.
Sure.
Those are the ones you'd want to prosecute. All women, by the way, weirdly enough. You know why we can't prosecute them? Because they're protected by a 2008 non-prosecution agreement long before Trump entered the scene.
Which was by a Republican that Donald Trump put in his cabinet.
Who else do you
Made
want to
him the
prosecute?
labor secretary.
Who else do you want to prosecute? Do you want to prosecute Les Wexner? On what grounds? Sure, maybe. On what grounds? Do you want to prosecute Alan Dershowitz? On what? A claim that was made and then retracted by the claimant? You want to prosecute Bill Clinton? On what? You say he went after a 14, 13-year-old girl? That case was already brought to court multiple times. A California judge dismissed it, and then the claimant dropped it twice. So who are you going to prosecute? You
Claimant
can't give me
dropped it
anyone.
twice
You're
after
saying
she
Trump's
was
a bad
threatened,
guy for
by the
not
way.
prosecuting anyone. I say, great, who do you want to prosecute? You said, I have no idea.
What I am trying to say is that there is a powerful group of people in this country who think they can get away with anything. And right now they're getting away with abusing little boys.
Oh, I
and
need
little
Wolf for the
girls, and they're
fucking
getting away with
framework
it
to-
because
God damn
multiple
it.
presidential
Back to the option
administrations, Democrat and Republican, sir, have refused to take these allegations
This is
seriously
why I
and
normally do
investigate
this in
it.
Iron
Right
Forge,
now,
bro. Fuck.
You go look at the documents that they dropped on Friday.
It's a little
the names
close
of
to
the,
get here.
of the perpetrators of the crimes are blacked out.
That's
including,
not true.
It is
I
true.
just named I named a bunch of the associates. I just named.
No, I'm talking about the
Bollocks.
people who are abusing little girls.
Yeah, me too.
No, you're talking
four
about the people who trafficked. You had their names. I'll give you credit for
Fuck
that.
it.
Congrats.
Go on, Aaron.
Further than that,
But, like,
people
they're
have had
still
claims
blocking
made
out-
against them. Bill
they are
Clinton, Alan
blocking out-
Dershowitz.
They are blocking out the names, and
But
they've
there's no
never
proof of it.
seriously investigated the claims that have made. And again, it's not just
That's
Donald
not-
Trump's fault.
In the files, you can see the investigations. You just cited it because you were talking about the claims made by the women to the FBI.
Yeah.
So you yourself admit they've
So
been
you don't believe the
investigated.
claims, is what you're saying?
Well, in some cases, the claims not only were deemed not credible by the FBI across multiple administrations, but in some cases, the claims were retracted by the accusers themselves, as in the case of Alan Dershowitz.
But again, we know that this is a real thing because
Do
Ghislaine
we?
Maxwell.
Yeah, do we? You're not
it's
giving me any
what was
names.
Ghislaine- What was Ghislaine Maxwell found guilty of?
She was of conspiracy to traffic minors.
Yes. Yes, she's also a registered sex offender. So why is she in a minimum security prison after Todd Blanche
Isn't
put
that
her
part
there?
of the problem that we don't know?
Yeah.
We do
Shake
not
it,
have a lot of
baby.
these redacted names, and so we don't know. And that's part of the big problem here.
Maybe. We have a lot of the names without redactions, and you guys haven't given me an argument as to why we would go after them, and you haven't named anyone else to go after. Okay.
It isn't about me wanting to go after them. It's that the
I thought it
DOJ
was.
has
I thought
never
it was your
taken this
topic.
seriously.
Okay, question?
Michael, I tend to agree with Mike
Sorry.
too this time that the whole situation is FUBAR.
Did you say FUBAR?
Yes.
I love that word.
I agree with that.
My favorite word.
Before I get into the question for you, well, actually, both questions are for Michael. I just want to start with, Michael, where's a good place locally here to go get a Mayflower and sit down and enjoy it?
I have like 5 good answers for you, and I will tell you after this show.
Fantastic. Let me know.
But I don't
after
want
the
to blow
show.
up my spots
Yeah,
on air.
absolutely.
So YouTube,
Okay,
you're not
so-
getting it. If you want to know the good spots in Nashville, you got to show up to Bar Fight at John Rich's
Okay,
Redneck
well, tell-
Riviera.
He's saying he
Fantastic.
wants
Tell
a little
me
bit of
after
ad
the
money, I think. Yeah.
Now, with regard to the Epstein issue,
Yes, sir.
and your position, Michael Knowles,
Yeah.
that we know all we're going to know. I'd like to know how you suggest we react when, as Mike too said, the situation is so foobar, not accomplishing anything other than distractions. What do we do with this situation? What do you recommend or prescribe?
Yes, okay, and to articulate my view, which you alluded to, my point, which I've said from the beginning up and vindicated every step of the way, is what...
Just like Donald Trump, total vindication.
I know, I have been totally vindicated on this. There are two possibilities with Epstein. Either Epstein is what the mainstream narrative tells us, just like a kind of eccentric rich guy who was a sex freak and had no connections to intelligence or no associates, or just forget about it, move along. Either that's true, or Epstein was something else. He was a little bit more than that. In either case, we are not going to get any more information. If it were the first mainstream narrative, which I don't believe, then we obviously already know everything we're going to know. If it's the second narrative, which is that this guy was mobbed up with like everybody, with intelligence services all over the place. If people cite the CIA, the United States, or Israel, or Russia has come out in this tranche of documents, or the Arabs, or MI6, or the list goes on and on and on. It seems like this guy was mobbed up with everybody, and so we're probably not going to get much more information on it. In terms of the radical transparency we have millions and millions of documents that were released by Donald Trump. When you look at any of the potential prosecutions, no one has been able to bring one because there is not sufficient evidence. And in the cases where there are, and those 4 people that I mentioned, they're already protected by a non-prosecution agreement. So I'm not telling you this to say it's like a great thing and how wonderful it is that all but 2 people got off the hook in the Epstein scandal, but I'm mentioning that because that's reality. And sometimes people don't want to hear the truth, but it's a fact. And when people go on and tell you that Trump didn't prosecute Epstein's associates, one, that's a lie. And when they tell you that this is Trump's fault or something like that, it's totally ridiculous. If there were something for the White House to do, I promise you they would do it. This is politically radioactive for them. The problem is there is nothing to be done. And the idea that there would be, after well over a decade of this, 15 years of this, some smoking gun document that has survived all of the intelligence agencies up until now, that's finally going to blow the lid on it. If you believe that, I got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you.
So I'd like to rebut that, if that's all right.
Sure.
Because let's talk about how we got here. Like you say, Donald Trump released these files as if there hasn't been like a year of a cover-up in place by Pam Bondi and the DOJ at, I believe, Donald Trump's order.
What cover-up? Trump's the one who arrested Epstein and Maxwell.
Let's remember, that was in the first term. We're talking about
That's what I'm saying.
They violated the law with how long it took for them to release the last tranche of files.
Well, let's
hold on.
Before we even get there, though.
Michael's been consistent on his show about his position, but my question for you, Michael, a little deeper was, how do either we, as normies, as a public, respond to the situation at this point, or how should the administration change anything, handle anything differently? Because the whole thing is just a botched job from end to end.
I agree with you, and I want to talk about why it's a botched job, because nobody should forget that right after the 4th of July on a Sunday night, the DOJ announced they were done with the Epstein investigation.
1429.
After throughout the entire Trump campaign, they were promised to release every document to prosecute every single person that they could. They said there was nothing, that there was no files. And it took
they said no client
No,
list.
they said there was nothing. There's
they
no
never
list.
said there was
there's
no
no
files.
nothing.
There
We're
obviously
done.
files.
We've reviewed everything. We've got nothing for you. And after, by the way, embarrassing the shit out of libs of TikTok and other influencers by making them wave binders. And I thought that was super damn embarrassing.
I wasn't at that meeting.
Can we agree that was embarrassing?
Yeah, can we agree that was embarrassing?
I'm glad I didn't get a binder.
Yeah, I think
that's good enough.
You have better sense than libs of TikTok. But look,
she didn't know what she was getting into.
It took Democrats and Republicans coming together with a discharge petition to get that bill to move forward and to create the political conditions for Donald Trump to be so scared of the public's reaction that he was forced to sign it. And I want to remind people that according to Thomas Massie, who's a Republican conservative member of Congress, he was threatened by the FBI to have his staff brought up on fraud charges if they didn't stop pushing the Epstein files. So this administration is pushing hard to make sure you never see it. And my reaction to the gentleman, he's no longer there, who asked his question is, your reaction should be anger. You should be pissed off that the federal government is lying to you like this. That's it.
And what should they do about it?
Well, you can't vote him out.
All right. The same thing Trump did, I guess. Actually,
Trump
Trump
hasn't done anything. Come on.
Other than arrest Epstein, arrest Maxwell, unlike any Democrats, and then release 3.5 million files. Other than that, he's done nothing.
I know you got to protect your daddy, but this is embarrassing.
I have to
like,
state facts truthfully in circumstance. Next question.
Hi, Michael. This question is for you. So Trump has said that he thinks it's time to move on from the Epstein files. Do you agree with him? And what should we do about it?
Well, it's time to move on from the Epstein files in the sense that he released the files. I mean, the remaining files, there are like many legal reasons why they can't be released, some of which is that a lot of it's child. But he's released 3.5 million of them. We know a lot, and there are redactions for all sorts of reasons. But I agree it's time to move on from the files because the files part has been accomplished. What I want to know with Epstein is a consistent question, which is, I don't need to know all the lurid details. I would like for there to be justice for the victims, if there can be.
20
I want to separate the
points
credible
more
claims from
than where
false
I should
claims,
be,
some
so
of which
that's
have been
good, I
proven. But what I want to know is, who was Epstein working for and for what purpose? And even that is not a simple answer. Some people want to say he was, like a super spy for Mossad or for the CIA or for, now the story is the Polish prime minister saying he was a super spy for Russia and for this group and that group. And the reality is there's evidence to back up like all of that. And it's very unclear what his actual mission was. Furthermore, the claim that he was a spy makes people think that he was James Bond, training at Langley or something, on a mission to... But I don't think that's really what he did. I think he was a dodgy influence peddler who collected connections and greased the wheels of government and business and politics around the world. And so I want to know what that is. I want to know the machinery of the corruption more than I want to know the lurid details. That needs to be pursued. That we need to continue to follow. However, I'm open to suggestions on how to do it because he obviously ran a very sophisticated operation and no one's been able to come up with answers yet.
Can I jump in here with 2 points? The first is they have not released all of the Epstein files. That is something they continue to lie about. And what
should they release all the child?
What if it's actual
not necessarily to the public.
Not to the public.
Okay, then they should release all the
members of
files.
Congress. But look. I don't buy their claim that there's just a bunch of child there. It feels like
you don't think there's child in the
I'm
Epstein
sure
files?
that there is, but I think the idea that the remaining files is all child.
I'm not saying it's all.
Given the number of times that they've lied, we should take nothing that this administration says at face value. The second thing is, and on that first point, they still haven't released the names of everyone who's been accused of violence against little boys and little girls in the Epstein files. They are concealing those names, and the question is why. Now, number two.
Again,
wait.
Point.
I let you talk. Can you let me finish, please?
Sure.
Thank you. And you can tell me why I'm wrong in a second.
Happily.
All right? But the second point I want to make is you've brought up multiple times, is he a Mossad agent? What's this? He a super spy? What is he? And that's a very clever thing that MAGA-oriented influencers are doing right now because they want you focused on that so that you can be like, ooh, was he working for Putin? Ooh, was he working for Benjamin Netanyahu? Instead of going,
there's two different engineering.
Nobody is being prosecuted for these crimes. How is it possible that they're concealing these names?
Make the items I need and then
go back. Look over here. Don't look over here.
I just explained it to you because you can't name the crimes or the people to prosecute.
I can't because I don't have all the information.
There you go. Okay.
They're concealing the
next
names.
question.
They're concealing the names. How am I supposed to tell you the names of the things that are concealed?
Is it possible that the names that are concealed could be concealed because there's an active investigation against those names, and that creating or leaking those names out to the public could create a public just outcry against those people that would jeopardize the trial?
Yes,
or
that is true.
I would be very surprised.
Another
I
reason
can't
that
see
it would
the
be
fucking skills
irresponsible
until
to
I get
release
it.
just
That's
any name
annoying.
willy-nilly that's had an accusation is because it would undermine the bedrock principle of our system of justice, which is that people are innocent until proven guilty. We already know
Except
for
for
a
Alex
fact.
Freddie, though. He deserved to die.
Off and away.
Well, Alex
That's what you said earlier.
Again, that's a little.
You said it was a good shoot.
Yeah, it was a good shoot. Yes, people who are actively obstructing law enforcement with guns and double mags are putting themselves in danger, and unlike things are not alike. I agree with that. But to your point on why they might conceal some of the names, yeah, you can't just air totally unfounded accusations, especially accusations that have been investigated and been found, including by judges.
All right, I gotta go to the bathroom, dude. Give me 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. That was way longer than 5 minutes. Sorry. I made some food. I still don't know how I'm gonna figure this out. I think Gnomish first and then Goblin.
Judges in some cases to not be credible. That would be reckless and would undermine the bedrock principle of American justice. Okay, any other questions? Over there, do we have any questions? Hello?
Yes. I have a question for the man in green. It's a very simple question. I want to know why you expect to be taken seriously in a political debate when you showed up to the debate in a hoodie.
Wow. Wow. You want to talk about shots fired? Justifiable shots fired. Wow, that's a lot.
I'm at a bar. Like, it's called bar fight. I showed up to drink. By the way, they asked me a week ago what beer I wanted. I said Guinness, and then suddenly at the last minute, the Guinness tap broke.
I know,
So
it is.
the sabotage happened at the beginning. So
it was rigged. It was rigged.
It was a rigged beer raid. Like, look, I don't like. The president of the United States wears a long red tie and wears a suit 2 sizes too big. Like, who cares what people wear? Like, focus on the content. Like, Michael's got a nice suit on. Michael's got, I don't know, a bomber jacket on with a nice gold watch. Like, whatever. You either like me or you don't. I don't give a
He doesn't care.
Yeah.
He's had a few non-Guinness beers in him. He doesn't care.
Hey,
okay.
bartender, 3 shots of tequila, 1 for each
Wait,
of us.
what?
Let's
Hold
go.
on, I gotta do another show
Come on,
later. Hold on,
bartender.
I gotta do.
All right.
Who do we think won the VIP? Who do we think won? One. It was one. It was one. That's consensus. Number 1 won
Number
the
one.
VIP.
You're my man.
You are getting Redneck Riviera whiskey. And now, folks, it is time for the most important part of the night. This is round 3. Round 3 is my topic, and my claim is that Mamdani's warmth of collectivism just killed 16 bums in New York.
Oh, hey, you probably want to watch us debate how Mamdani just froze 16 New Yorkers to death, don't you? That's probably what you thought you were going to get, but you're not, unless you subscribe to Daily Wire Plus. Sorry, buddy, it's expensive to pay for all my drinks at bar fights. So I need to separate you from your money so that we can continue to put on these great debates. It was a great debate. You want to see, I know you want to see what happened. It's me and the mics. Just 3 mics up there debating Mamdani. Peace be upon him. Download the app, Daily Wire Plus on your phone, on your iPad, on your television, on your piano. Download the app, subscribe, give me your money, please. Thank you, I appreciate that. And then you get to see the rest of the show. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Do we have any more questions? No. We have to find out who's the VIP from that round.
2.
It was 2. It was 2. 2 is our lady.
I
friend,
honestly
right?
have no idea what to do.
Yeah, okay, right. I love that.
I think Goblin?
I love that. Okay. Please enjoy some Redneck Riviera while we get to the most important part. In my humble opinion, nobody wins a bar fight. There are only losers. So the question is, who lost the hardest tonight? Who is buying the next round? Who is refilling the Guinness keg? Who lost? Was it that Mike?
Oh, you thought for that.
Was
Wait,
it
you think I'm
that
gonna vote for
Mike?
myself? Oh, that was more tepid.
Wow.
Wow.
Was it this Mike? Hey, wait, hold on, get out of here. No.
Boy, your staff
Was
turned
that
on
me?
you hard.
Was that me? That might be me that lost. Did I? How did I win every round but lose the game? That's awful. Did I? Hold it. Was it?
The same way
it comes
Trump
down-
lost in 2020,
listen,
Michael.
This is what it's. It's always in that recount. Was it that Mike?
Oh, shit.
Okay,
Damn.
I don't think it was you. You had the quietest one. So, was it this Mike?
Yeah.
This is shocking. If we did it again, it might be you. Okay,
It
all
might
right,
be.
I'll take it.
We can try it.
Mike won, and Mike and Mike. No, Mike and Mike won, and Mike lost.
Yes.
Anyway, see you next time.
See you next time.
I have no idea.
Cheers.
Goblin, I guess. But I have no
Cheers.
idea. The fuck?
I find so much for classic as well, which is no longer accurate, right? I can find. Let's see. Cloth helm, gnomish power goggles. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not that good either. The trinket might be nice. Gnomish polterizer? Polterizer. Turns the target into a chicken for 15 seconds. If it doesn't fail. Couple of teleports. What? Goblin has a helmet with stun resist. The fuck? That's really good. And a rocket launcher. Wait, I was watching. Does it say anything?
Let's talk about professions, and then I'll provide some tips and tricks.
Yo, excuse me, what's up? But I got a little bit. I was feeling absolutely horrific a couple of days ago, and I've been sleeping a lot since then.
Professions to me are pretty straightforward. I would just run enchanting and engineering. Enchanting for the enchants to the rings.
It's because of the weather, man.
24 spell damage is pretty big in my opinion.
Yeah, I've been live,
Also,
but at
I
weird
really like
hours.
the engineering items like the damage absorption belt, which you can use in arena, as well as the rocket launcher that you could use, and then I like the rocket boots for battlegrounds.
Yeah, I heard. I was playing Helldivers with Joey. He told me, like yesterday, I think.
In terms of tips, I just kind of want to provide a summary of some of the things I've covered so far in this guide. Right off the bat, drain mana, drain life. They'll continue to cast if you start the cast as the player runs around a pillar, and then as they go behind line of sight, it'll continue to drain life or drain mana. I really like curses, like Amplified Curse, Curse of Exhaustion is very strong. Let's talk about professions, and then I'll provide some tips and tricks. Professions to me are pretty straightforward. I would just run enchanting and engineering. Enchanting for the enchants to the rings. That's an additional 24 spell damage. It's pretty big in my opinion. And then also I really like the engineering items like the damage absorption belt, which you can use in arena, as well as the rocket launcher that you could use. And then I like the rocket boots for battlegrounds.
That's all Goblin, right? The rocket launcher is Goblin. How about the belt? Yeah, they both have rocket boots. They do have the Night Invulnerability belt, the Gnomish one. Yeah, quite a lot. I'm on my Warlock now. I have a Paladin and a Mage as well.
Ooh, I have no idea, dude. Fuck. Wow, dude.
When raids started to become more
That's pretty crazy, to be honest. The fuck do they expect you to do? Die?
speedrun oriented. Basically, engineering is a must-have, absolutely must-have for anybody PvPing. There's no question about it. If you're going to be doing arenas or battlegrounds, you have to have engineering. There are so many broken, overpowered, busted items in TBC with engineering. I'm going to get into all of the ones that I can think of and just how strong they are and why you need to be switching to engineering as soon as possible. So first off, the reason that every single person that plays arenas needs to be engineering is the elephant.
Change it. Change it to Ahmed.
This is a 4,000 damage absorb for 8 seconds every 5 minutes. This is absolutely crazy, insane, unbelievably broken, unbelievably powerful. Think of an AGM from Classic WoW, but 3-4 times better than that. And it has a base 21 stamina. It works about 85% of the time, 15% failure rate approximately. And if it fails, you're going to be taking double damage for 8 seconds. But here's the thing. If you activate it when you're already about to die anyways, it's basically a get-out-of-jail-free card. It is game-breakingly powerful. If you're not running engineering on your arena characters, you are going to lose games that you would have otherwise won. There are going to be teams that take wins from you because they're using this spell. And the backfire...
Bro, I'm gonna have to level this twice, bro. Fuck. I'm gonna have to go through it, get Gnomish for the items, and then go through it again for Goblin so I can get the other ones.
Rate is super, super low. I do like using the belt. It's fun to use. It's a little bit of a gamble, but it's really fun to use.
Because this Knight Invulnerability belt is Gnomish only.
That being said, it is a must-have if you are serious about arenas. If you're doing double DPS, if you're a druid, if you're a healer of any kind, you have to have this belt. You have to use it because it will win you games. That 8 seconds the belt is buying you is not just a limited amount of time. It could be infinite time because you're able to get out of a near death and completely reset the game. So Knight Invulnerability belt must have for arenas. If you are doing arenas, you have to switch to engineering. The next reason why you need to be engineering in TBC is the incredibly great goggles. We're talking engineering goggles with similar stats to tier 4 helmets.
That looks like Goblin to me too. Those Wonder Heal XE40, Deathblow X11. Let's see, Wonder Heal XT40 Shades. No, actually I want the Deathblow X11 goggles. These might be regular. This might, because you learned them from a master engineer, so this might actually just be normal. It's not Goblin ore.
With incredibly helpful stealth detection. We're talking 5 points of stealth detection. This is an extra level of stealth detection. Absolutely massive. You get gem slots, you get great stats. These goggles are basically upgrades on goggles rogues already use now. These are goggles that everybody's going to want to use. All sorts of classes, druids, rogues, anybody that wants to get you out of stealth, they're going to want to use these goggles and they're going to win games because of it. Think about if you can consistently get an opener in an arena match, you're going to be winning more games. It's just that simple. If you always have an advantage, you're going to get, over time, a lot of wins. And I would say if you're not using these goggles on certain classes, you're at a huge, huge disadvantage. The next reason why everyone will be engineering at TBC is the super sapper charges. And this applies to pretty much anything. Adamantite grenade.
See, that's Goblin then.
Frost nades. Any sort of large AoE damage, abilities, stuns, AoE in general. Super sapper charges are huge for speedruns. And think about this. Basically, no guilds are doing speedruns yet. They're not taking it seriously yet, but when guilds do speedrunning, they're going to want to use the best possible AoE abilities they can. Super Saberchargers are going to take the cake there. If you're doing speedruns, you need engineering because you need to be able to clear trash pans very, very quickly, get rid of ads quickly. This is going to save time in speedruns, and that means every single serious PvEer is going to be engineering soon. Another reason why everybody's going to want engineering in TBC in the upcoming patches is the Gnomish Battle Chicken. If you watch pro-level streams, you'll probably already see all sorts of Fury Warriors, Armed Forces looking for that squawk buff all the time. It's all they talk about. Why is that 5% melee haste buff? That's huge. That's must-have. And a lot of people are starting to think maybe Warriors will be the king towards the end of TBC. And if that's the case, everybody's going to need that squawk buff. If you have your Warriors not squawked up, they're not going to be pumping, and that's no good. That's no good at all. So if you have a lot of Warriors in your guild, you're going to want to help them out with that squawk buff. Gnomish Battle Chicken, a must-have for serious guilds. Next up, we have the Rocket Boots Extreme. There's a cloth version. There's a leather version. They're both insanely busted. These are so strong that they actually got nerfed in the actual TBC. This is such an incredibly overpowered item. The Extreme Rocket Boots are so busted, so broken, and so much fun in Battlegrounds. If you're doing Battlegrounds, and you will need to do Battlegrounds to get that honor gear, to get that honor, you will want these boots. You can run flags. You can catch up to the flag. You can do crazy plays. You can go from the top of Arathi Basin and lumber all the way down to mines in 3 seconds. Just a must-have. If you do a lot of a Battleground, you have to have these rocket boots. I use them every 5 minutes, and I love every second of it. Next up, we have jumper cables. So the jumper cables XL are already in Classic, but they're just as good in TBC. Hunters already
Bro, fuck my life.
love them. Warriors love them. I think Druids should have a duty to carry around these jumper cables. Our reses aren't very good. We should be able to fix that up a little bit. It's our civic duty to have a better res option. And as a druid, think about this. How many times have you let somebody die in a dungeon and you can't res them because you don't have battle res? Well, think about this. If every single druid had engineering, this problem would be solved. Goblin jumper cables are huge. They're incredibly strong. They're incredibly powerful. And I think a must-have for as many people in your raid as possible, as many people in your heroic dungeon as possible. They can save lives, they can save runs, and they're simple to use. Next up, we have the Field Repair Bot. This is another reason why everybody should be engineering in TBC. If you don't have a repair bot in your raid, in your dungeon, in your group, you're going to have problems. And obviously your warrior, your tank, probably gonna bring the repair bot, but it's nice to have extras. It's always, you know, wonderful, especially in the future of pugging, of GTKPs. Everybody's gonna be a mess all the time. It's gonna be a hot mess. Wouldn't it be great to be able to whip these out and just be able to let everyone restock their consumables? These fancy repair bots, the more expensive ones, the better ones, are really actually even better for stocking up your raid with consumables, getting all sorts of regens and everything. So not just for repairing, they're great for restocking your raid quickly. And everybody should be looking into getting some repair bots. Next up, we have the Dimensional Rippers. There are 2 in TBC, and there's still the one that you can get to Winter Spring with. So you can get to Area 52, and you can get to Blade's Edge. These are huge, huge teleports because they're some of the hardest places to get in TBC. If you want to do Gruels, if you want to do TK, these are going to be some of your best options for traveling north.
68.
Definite must-have for you if you want to go around the world quickly and save time. If time is money for you, then you want to have these Dimensional Rippers. There are so many other reasons why you need to be engineering in TBC, from the mode extractors, which can allow for some easy gold making, to the very epic flying mount that you can impress your friends with. But the important thing to note is that if you are serious about any of the main game modes in WoW, in TBC, you're gonna need engineering. So that means if you're serious about Arena, you need the Knight Vulnerability Belt, and depending on your class, depending on your spec, you're probably gonna need those goggles as well. If you're serious about Battlegrounds, you're going to need the Rocket Boots Extreme, absolutely must-have for flag running, for Arathi Basin, for Eye of the Storm as well. And if you're serious about PvE, it's most likely in the future these speedrunning guilds are going to add in engineering, just like they did in Classic.
Starting to get expensive.
It's a tried and true way to clear trash faster, is to add some AoE items in. It's most likely going to happen. If you see it happening soon, you'll know why. And this is the time to switch. This is the time to add in engineering, figure out which of your professions is giving you the least in the upcoming patches, and make that switch now. You will not regret it. Definitely wholeheartedly recommend switching to engineering and trying out some of these incredibly powerful items. If you liked the video, make sure to hit that notification bell. You'll be alerted when the next video is posted.
Never mind.
Click that like button if you liked the video. If you have any qualms about this video, maybe you're thinking, hey, I don't need engineering in TBC. Let me know in the comment section below what you're doing with your profession and why you're not doing engineering. I would love to hear from you.
My voice ain't that high though. Hmm. Excusi. Bro, I need to get to 125 somehow. Fuck. Well, guess we're back to Hillsbrad Foothills. If you barely even have to play it, that sounds like you have loads of time to level up a warrior. Just gonna point that out.
You got my attention.
No.
Be good. How are you? Off with you.
No, I'm just pointing out the obvious. I did pick up a new game I want to start on, but I wanted to do some proficients first. Territory, farming and warfare. Not even gonna bother with that.
I get for you today? Off with you.
Ba, 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 ba-da. I came across it on my discovery queue. I got that installed as well. Just not been in the mood to play anything like that. I was actually looking at naval games, but couldn't find a decent one that I was interested in. I picked up Transocean for like $4, but that's like very basic, honestly. It's like I want to have like an ocean liner game where you like, I don't know, have to transport people across, like dodge icebergs and shit. You know what I mean? Titanic the game, basically. Yeah, but that thing's never on sale. And when it is, it's like 10-20%. I also heard the developers were kind of shitty. It goes a lot faster than it used to. Oh, excuse me.
King's honor, friend. Light bless you.
Throughout history, there have been some truly incredible warships, but there's also been a pretty decent share of awful warship designs as well. It was a space where different nations competed with one another, often with short notice and little time to design the biggest, the best, and the most innovative, but sometimes that drive for innovation could lead to failure. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your friend Mike Brady from Ocean Liner Designs. This is the true story of 5 more bizarre and terrible warships from history. Sometimes a design can look good on paper, but then when the thing's actually knocked out of steel and iron, it just doesn't work at all. Enter the strange Russian circular ironclads, the Novgorod and her half-sister, the Vice-Admiral Popov. The basic idea behind these defensive monitors was based on the theory of Scottish shipbuilder John Elder to shorten the hull of the ship and widen the beam, or its width, thereby reducing the total area needed to be covered by armor while also improving maneuverability. Russian Vice Admiral A.A. Popov took the idea and ran with it, widening the beam so much the ship became almost completely circular and flattening the bottoms entirely to totally minimize the draft, that is, how much of the ship sat underwater. This design would also allow for thicker armor overall, as well as the ability to carry larger and more powerful guns. It sounds great, right? Well, in the 1870s, for better or worse, the Novgorod and the slightly larger Vice-Admiral Popov, a pair of ships also known as the Popovkas, were built and were fully in service by 1877. Despite their peculiar design, the Popovkas did operate well under certain conditions. They were found to be very stable gun platforms with easy roll in good weather. They would also be capable of firing in a full 360 degrees. And on top of this, they were extremely well protected for their time due to their heavy armor. The rounded deck made use of 2.75 inches or 70 millimeters of armor, consisting of 3 layers of plating. The lower section of the funnels at the base of the engine room skylight had armor plates that were a whopping 6 inches or 150 millimeters thick. They also had decent firing capability. While the rate of fire was slow, about 1 round every 10 minutes or so, the guns could effectively penetrate 11 inches or 28 centimeters of armor at a distance of 800 yards or 731 meters. Initially, the Imperial Russian Navy liked Popov's idea so much, they ordered a fleet of 10 of the things, planning to use them as coastal defense ships in the Kerch Straits and the mouth of the Dnieper River. However, this plan would prove too expensive, and in the end, probably fortunately, only 2 were ever commissioned. Once the ships were built, it was found that they suffered from some rather serious design flaws. Firstly, steering was nearly impossible, with the comparatively light hull and slow speeds proving ineffective against the rather strong currents in the Dnieper River. Fred T. Jane, the famous warship historian, was quoted as saying, "On a trial cruise, the Novgorod and the Vice-Admiral Popov went up the Dnieper very nicely for some distance until they turned to retire. Then the current caught them, and they were carried out to sea, whirled helplessly round and around, with every soul on board helplessly incapacitated by vertigo." They're also prone to rapid rolling and anything but flat calm in the Black Sea, which itself was known for its rough and turbulent weather. In severe cases, heavy storms would cause the ship to pitch enough so as to lift her propellers out of the water. On top of this, it's said that the recoil of firing even a single gun could reportedly cause the ships to spin out of control, with their underpowered engines and propellers unable to set them straight again. And this was when seas were calm enough to allow the ships to reliably fire those guns in the first place. The design flaws don't just end there. The circular hull created massive amounts of resistance.
I need this engineering, man. It's so good for PvP.
Propellers were found to do little to nothing at all to combat this. The hull shape also
It's a bit rough to level up,
useless, and the ship
but
reportedly could take up to
we'll get there.
45 minutes to make a full circle. And the flat bottom design didn't help either, causing the ships to act like skimming dishes on the water, offering even less control and steering accuracy. The circular design itself proved to not be
I know,
a total
right?
failure, surprisingly.
It's because it requires a bunch of mining,
Similar
right?
concept
That's the
was used for the
annoying
Russian
part.
Imperial yacht.
If I had the money, I'd just
Also
buy it,
brainchild
but it's really
Popov.
expensive right now because everyone's doing
The yacht
proficients.
counterpart, Popov kept the circular hull, but
New
added
start of
conventional
expansion,
bow
so
and stern. Called a gigantic life-size experiment.
It's going a
Despite
little
having been
crazy.
Used only once for her intended purpose as a yacht, the Livadia's design was ultimately deemed a success, having learned from the failures of the Popovkas before her. She was surprisingly maneuverable and decently fast, surprising naval architects during her sea trials with her stability, and they deemed her to be just as efficient as any other conventionally designed ship. Overall, though, the theory behind these ships made a decent amount of sense. The supposed maneuverability, coupled with heavy armament and the potential for all-round firepower, was a solid enough idea, especially when taking into account the limited scope with which these ships were meant to be used, essentially as coastal defense, and never in a true sea battle. And quickly, it became clear, though, that factors such as weather, gun recoil, and sea currents had other ideas in mind for these warships, rendering them terribly ineffective, causing them to go down in history as some of the worst warships ever designed. Despite this, the Popovkas would not be fully decommissioned until 1903, a full 30 years after they were launched. Widely considered to be the worst battleship ever built, the USS Massachusetts was a class-leading battleship that was built at the end of the 19th century for the US Navy. Unfortunately, inexperience in building this kind of ship would creep in and result in the vessel's failure. Commissioned in 1896, the Massachusetts was designed with sheer power in mind. Now, at the time, she and her sisters, the Indiana and the Oregon, were the first true modern battleships in the American fleet, and as a result, they came with massive amounts of firepower. All three ships were fully decked out with 4 8-inch secondary batteries amidships, and then 2 massive twin 13-inch gun turrets forward and aft. These were some of the largest guns ever built at the time, and it was believed that the Massachusetts could potentially be extremely powerful as a coastal defense vessel. Ultimately, though, the designers failed to take the weight of all this machinery into consideration, and this would result in dire consequences for the ship. At 350 feet long, displacing around 10,000 long tons, the USS Massachusetts was a comparatively small ship that was simply over-encumbered by the weight of the guns and the ammunition that was fitted to her. As a result, when
Bro,
both of her
it's
13-inch
4:30 in the
guns on either
morning.
side were turned to aim at an enemy vessel or target,
And there's like
the
no,
movement
it's
would cause
copper.
the whole ship to list so severely
I don't even
that
need
the
that no
entire
more.
deck and even the guns on that side of the ship would be plunged temporarily underwater. It's interesting to note that at the time, the US Navy was still a developing power. It was learning new lessons all the time. The Bureau of Ordnance oversaw the design of the ships, but needed to take input from the builders on what would or might not work. Coupled with a great sense of inexperience was the usual meddlesome political machine. This was the first time a Navy had attempted to fit such a huge amount of firepower into such a small platform. And although the ships were experimental and more like prototypes, because of this, it would ultimately lead to their failure as a design. They were small and they were cramped. Massachusetts and her sister ships
I might
only
swap
had 9
over
line
to
officers, which meant that they didn't have a dedicated officer for torpedoes, secondary
territory.
battery, and main battery armament.
Yes.
Even worse, for a combat vessel, they had no margin for officers killed or wounded in action. The failures of the Massachusetts class become quite obvious when you take into account the colossal weight that they were carrying. The two 13-inch gun turrets alone weighed 136,000 pounds or 68 tons each. And the shells used for these
No
turrets
comments.
each weighed a massive 1,130 pounds or 512 kilograms. Now that's not to say anything of the million pounds of coal required for the engines and the hundreds of thousands of pounds of ammo for the remaining guns on board. In her sea and gunnery trials, the unstable ship rolled heavily, unseating both of her main gun turrets, which jumped their retaining rings. They had to be set back, and bilge kilns were hurriedly installed on either side of the ship to make her more stable. On top of all of this, the Massachusetts was also woefully under-armored. While she was built with armored sides that measured about 5 inches thick at the waterline, the armor was positioned too low, and this rendered its protection almost
Iron, I
null.
can't do that yet.
By contrast, the hull below
125.
the waterline was left totally unarmored. And this oversight led to the Massachusetts nearly being sunk on 3 separate occasions during her career after hitting submerged objects. The Massachusetts was twice decommissioned and then recommissioned due to her flawed design.
12
First in
more.
1906 after an explosion of one of her turrets tragically killed 9 aboard, and again just a few short years later in 1914 after spending most of her time laid up in the reserve fleet. But finally, in 1920, she was decommissioned for the final time, scuttled, and used, maybe fittingly, as target practice off the Pensacola coast, Florida. The story does have a somewhat wholesome ending though. In 1993, the wreck of the USS Massachusetts was officially named a Florida Underwater Archaeological Preserve. Even though she spent much of the last century underwater, the wreck is actually remarkably intact and teeming with fascinating wildlife. In fact, she's now become a well-documented artificial reef. Well lit by the sun and resting in relatively shallow, sandy waters, the Massachusetts is conveniently positioned as a popular diving destination, giving divers the rare opportunity to get up close and personal with all manner of aquatic creatures, as well as one of history's greatest battleship blunders. Now, there are some warships whose design flaws are largely mathematical or logistical miscalculations and many small factors that all come together to create a costly and embarrassing mishap for the country. They're mainly found under the hood and wouldn't be apparent to your average onlooker. But then we have the Osh, where the failings in her construction are pretty much obvious at first sight. She started out her life already at a disadvantage, having been ordered by the French in 1880, but not coming into service until a full 11 years later in 1891. The French shipyard was
Von
built
Suckerhoff.
so long to
What
complete
the
the
fuck?
project, by the time she was finished, the world had already moved on from ironclads like her, and as such, she was already basically obsolete upon launch. It doesn't take a warship historian to point out exactly what was wrong with the Osh. She was top-heavy as all get out due to a very large superstructure and her low freeboard. In fact, her superstructure was so enormous, even for the time, that it earned her the nickname
Yeah, I
of
figured you
the
wrote it
Grand
wrong.
Hotel. This decision was made due to the fact that the French desperately wanted their warships to appear foreboding and menacing, hulking above the horizon in an aesthetic known as the fierce face. Her
Still
masts
funny.
were positively excellent, and her guns were mounted on almost every available surface. But this, however, led to some seriously unstable ships, which had difficulty at times keeping afloat under their own weight. The freeboard, on the other hand, was so low that the ship would struggle in anything but a flat calm and couldn't sail far from the coast without danger of being swamped. Now, this was all compounded by the fact that she was overweight on completion, which meant that the Osh was entirely too unstable to be considered seaworthy by most accounts. And on top of the superstructure being altogether too tall, it was also fitted with numerous unnecessary windows, which were considered weak points in the unstable ship. Even further, the decision to extend the superstructure above the turrets was also controversial, because damage to this part of the superstructure could also damage or then block the gun turrets, thereby reducing firepower. The ship was towering and awkward, and not at all suitable for anything much further out from the coast, let alone an all-out sea battle. All this being said, the French
Give
were not ignorant
veins,
of the issues
please.
presented by the Osh, and she saw many refits over the course of her career to correct these issues. In 1895, 6 of her guns were removed to help lighten up some of the heft that she was carrying, and then later, a more extensive refit lasting from 1899 to 1902 saw that the engines and boilers were replaced, the single large stack was brought down to 2 smaller ones, and then 2 of her torpedo tubes were removed. Perhaps most
The
importantly,
minimap is behind the
a large
YouTube thing,
portion
so you
of the
can't really see
overwhelmingly
it, but
tall
I'm looking for
superstructure
mines,
was cut
obviously.
away to lower her center of mass. Her intended
Oh, straight
waterline
in.
was restored so that her side armor was now able to effectively keep above the water. And after all was said and done, this behemoth was whittled down by about 250 tons. And after this refit, she proved to be much more stable. It appears that the French had learnt their lesson, though the Osh would still go on to be remembered as one of the worst warships ever to be put to sea. A lot of design failures we cover on this channel come from the late 1800s, and for good reason. This was an awkward time in warship design when sail had just finally given way to steam, and new technology was appearing untested all the time. Now, one class of German gunboat was absolutely hated and despised by its crews, and the issues with this class were typified by the first one built, the SMS Vesper. Vesper was the result of some tactical thinking that dates
Vesper.
way back
Ciao.
to the age of sail, where bombarding enemy forces on shore or at sea was a challenge thanks to the limited range of guns. So the idea was to fit a powerful, long-range gun on as small a platform as possible so that the boat could retreat to shallow waterways where it would be out of the range and impossible to be chased by larger, more powerful enemy ships. In the 1870s, Germany had to defend itself from amphibious invasion. The coastal defense gunboat was just what it needed. Aside from being born of maybe outdated tactical thinking, the Vesper was also conceived
Oh,
under
Whisper.
some other unusual circumstances.
Wasp.
For example,
That makes more
the
sense.
naval chief of staff at the time
The
was
way he
a former
pronounced it sounded like
cavalry
Vespa, which is
the Admiralty
Italian.
Design
So
Office had total inexperience in designing such a ship, and the German steel industry was incapable of producing the steel plating, which had to be eventually imported from Britain for the first 4 vessels.
Silver.
Vesper, to be fair, differed from other gunboats from the time. Usually the guns were fixed in place and could rotate only by turning the whole ship, but Vesper improved on this because she was expected to engage the enemy in shallow water, maybe even with her bottom resting on the sea floor, so the gun would need to be trained and rotated on its own. 10 of the Vesper class were built, the first German warships to be built without sails, but it was about here that all the positive innovation ended. The boats were wide, slow, and extremely sluggish. They were hard to maneuver and turn. Despite their width, they had a tendency to heel in the water. This wasn't a huge problem though, because they weren't expected to stay out in the open ocean, but it still resulted in drawing ire from their crews for their poor seaworthiness. They were heavy too. The ship's bows were reinforced with thick plated armor to protect the forward end from where it would be pointed at the enemy. They were also extremely cramped. The ships were meant to be as small a target as practically possible, and the engineers achieved this goal, but at the expense of the crew. It also meant they had very limited range, because the boats just weren't big enough to fit a big coal bunker. The crews turned nasty. They called the boats mud bugs and tidal slippers. Some creative insults there. Just how effective these strange little ships were is characterized by the bizarre service history of Vesper herself. She was only commissioned a few times sporadically between 1876 and 1885. But in the end, technology overtook Vesper and her sisters when the first fast torpedo boat was introduced, consigning the German coastal gunboats to the history books. Vesper was sold and became a lighter in 1910. She was finally broken up. In the interwar period following 1918, the world's navies sat down and agreed to limit the size and number of their warships to prevent an arms race. This resulted in some pretty bizarre designs overall, but for one nation in particular, an attempt at skirting around the guidelines and finding loopholes would result in absolute disaster. During the course of World War I, the Allies, comprising the UK, the US, France, Italy and Japan, had all built up impressive naval fleets. But immediately after the war, there was concern amongst the Allied powers of the potential for a naval arms race as this momentum continued. And that would prove costly for countries already reeling from the expenses of war, and unpopular with the public who were clamouring for peacetime. In an attempt to appease the public and slow further progression towards this arms race, the Washington Naval Treaty was signed in 1922 among the major Allied powers. As part of this treaty, limits were placed on the size and weight of future warship construction.
Bro, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 veins nearby, they're always empty.
To equalize their navies, Japan instead saw loopholes. In an attempt to circumvent the limitations
all of
imposed
these
by the
were
treaty,
empty.
the Imperial Japanese
With the exception of the
Navy,
copper, and I don't give a
RTM,
fuck about that
came
one.
up with the idea to build vessels that were too lightweight to be considered legitimate members of that category as per the treaty, but then outfit them as heavily as vessels twice their size. And by doing so, they were still bulking up their naval power, using smaller scale versions of the vessels that they had been producing for the war, without sacrificing on the firepower, and therefore without technically violating any terms of the treaty. Enter the now infamous and illegal torpedo boat, the Tomazuru. Tomazuru weighed in at only about 600 tons, but was positively overloaded with complex and heavy gun systems. Her high center of gravity also led to serious stability issues in
Yeah,
rough
except
seas. Now,
it's a new release, so ain't nobody asleep. There's still so many people around.
These issues would sadly prove fatal.
Not that bad right now. Actually, no, it does 55 to 61.
1934, during a routine nighttime torpedo exercise in rough weather, radio contact
That was my
with
case.
Tomazuru was suddenly lost.
Boom.
Initially, it was assumed to be the result of power loss or radio failure. 15 minutes later, however, Tomazuru's lights were completely
You would
dark.
think everyone would be asleep, but nope.
A search and rescue mission would find the Tomazuru capsized, floated completely upside down, some 10 hours later. The ship was ultimately towed to shore, while 16 men somehow managed to survive. 100 sailors, including the captain, sadly perished in the disaster. The Tomazuru incident was ultimately attributed to the myriad design flaws present on the ship. The structure was horrifically top-heavy, fitted with far too many heavy guns and munitions for the ship's comparatively small size. Munitions were also fully loaded at the time of her capsizing, which had not been the case during her sea trials, and this also contributed to an even greater instability than originally feared. And with all of these factors taken together, combined with the unfavorable weather conditions, the Tomozuru had been completely unable to keep herself upright. As a result of the incident, a committee was established by the IJN to identify weaknesses across their entire fleet. Many vessels like Tomozuru had been designed with the exploit of a loophole in mind, and they were summarily declared to be unseaworthy. A total of 14 vessels were found to have potentially catastrophic
Sounds boring.
stability issues. These issues were summarily addressed and corrected.
You don't even have nothing to look
However,
to look at.
This incident would ultimately prove to be a scandal for the Japanese Navy, delaying the construction of new vessels for several crucial years while they sought to correct the errors in their present-day fleet. Guns were downsized and reduced in number, deck heights were lowered, and excess equipment was removed, whilst bulges and ballasts were added to the hulls of the ships for stability. Now, whilst the Japanese undoubtedly believed their design concept was clever in that it would allow the freedom to build up their naval force while also circumventing the limitations created by the Washington Naval Treaty, in reality, these concepts would have fatal consequences that sent shockwaves throughout the nation.
They'd have to pay me to play that one.
And the loopholes in the treaty were later closed as a result, but it was too little too late for the 100 men lost in the Tomozuru incident. All too often, lessons in ship design and construction are paid for in human lives, and it's this reason that makes the Tomozuru one of the worst warships ever built. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your friend Mike Brady from Oceanliner Designs. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, please leave a comment below. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel because we get new videos out weekly. If you want to support my work and get really cool perks like behind the scenes and early access, please visit my Patreon in the link in the description below, or sign up as a YouTube member. Come and join the crew. And as always, stay safe, stay happy, and I'll see you again next time. A submarine the size of a destroyer. A ship with one knockout gun turret. Enormous, sluggish, steampunk behemoths. An aircraft carrier made out of a paddle wheel steamship. These are some of the most bizarre and unconventional warships of all time. Some were the result of periods of unchecked innovation, where the time between two technological achievements can be littered with awkward, unusual, and failed attempts at pushing the boundaries. After all, for every Model T and Mustang, there's a Ford Edsel in the middle. So today, at the start of a new series, let's look at 4 very unique vessels. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your friend Mike Brady from Oceanliner Designs, and these are some of the most unhinged warship designs from history. Conventionally and throughout maritime history, submarines have been small vessels compared to most of their naval fleetmates. They're designed to maneuver easily, navigate through tight spaces, and be difficult to detect. So one could imagine the surprise of sailors on one of 2 US destroyers in August 1945 when an anomaly popped up on their radar systems. Not only had they just detected the largest submarine the world had ever seen, the submarine was actually larger than the destroyers themselves. What they had inadvertently discovered was the Japanese Sentoku I-400 class. These subs were 400 feet or 21 meters long and 39 feet or 12 meters wide. They had a surface speed of 19 knots, on the fast end for a submarine. They could motor out to sea for 4 months at a time and had a cruising distance of the equivalent of circling the globe 1.5 times before needing to refuel. No other submarine at the time was capable of these impressive feats. A sub of this size, capable of these speeds and having the ability to travel such huge distances, would have made the I-400 class vessels unique enough in their own right. But what made these submarines truly remarkable was that they had the ability to carry aircraft. Now, we've discussed previously on this channel the advancement of the aircraft carrier. We covered how they went from being mere afterthoughts in ship design to central figures in any one country's navy, shifting the focus of battle of the seas to the battle in the skies. All the same, Japan's interest in combining submarines and aircraft carriers remains an incredibly fascinating endeavor. How did we even get here? Well, we need to turn the clock back to 1941. A major proponent of what would become the I-400 class design was the same mastermind behind the Pearl Harbor attacks on December 7th that year. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto was the commander of Japan's combined fleet. After the Pearl Harbor attacks, Yamamoto was concerned about what would happen to Japan once the United States
Yamamoto.
got back on their
You tried.
Yamamoto. He decided that a series of surprise attacks was the best way for Japan to maintain military successes against the United States and keep their assets tied down. But he also knew that America was not easily going to be caught off guard again. Yamamoto was a big proponent for the concept of a submarine aircraft carrier. These vessels would be used to get Japan's aircraft near American cities without being detected. Aircraft carriers were big, relatively slow, nearly defenseless targets that needed a sizable
I love it when these guys like speak Japanese names. They always butcher them. It's hilarious.
The idea was that the submarines would surface, launch their planes by catapult, and then dive again before being discovered and stay in place. The aircraft would carry out their bombing raids, return to the area near the submersed vessel, and land on the water. A crane on board the boat would hoist the plane back on board. As a precaution, it was decided the submarines would also carry torpedoes for engaging any patrolling enemy shipping. This thought was not entirely a novel concept. Other navies, like the English, French, Germans, and the Italians...
Give me a break, guys. Come on. More mines. Jesus. It's a freaking mine. It's always empty. How's this... Someone explain that one to me.
Shipping or threats. In fact, Japan had used something similar too, like the modified Type A-1 submarines, a class of aircraft carrying cruiser submarine. But even though they were quite large, they could only carry a single airplane each, the relatively basic Yokosuka E-14Y. All told, Japan would end up fielding 36 aircraft carrying subs during the war. They refined the concept with the Type A-2 sub, a larger boat with space enough for 2 planes. But Yamamoto wanted to push the boundaries by having the new class carry 3 planes on each sub. The initial targets of the new class were going to be New York City and Washington, D.C. But as World War II continued on through the design and building stage, Japan's focus turned to defending their homeland. With that, the new target for the submarines became the Panama Canal. Destroying the canal would cripple America's ability to get reinforcements quickly from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean, buying the Imperial Navy crucial time. The biggest design hurdle was actually storing the aircraft. A watertight 100-foot-long hangar had to be installed above the pressure hull where the crew lived and worked, which itself had to be given an unusual figure-8 cross-section to support the enormous weight on top of it. Making the hangar watertight was no mean feat either. It needed a huge 2-inch, 55mm thick rubber gasket around the equally huge vault-style steel door that had to be shut hydraulically or manually hand-cranked open from the outside. It left the I-400s vulnerable to depth charge damage, and it limited their operational depth. But the hangar would prove to be enormously useful, providing the subs with a massive storage space for cargo or provisions. Usually, in the hangar, you'd be able to find 3 Aichi M6A Siran float planes, a nifty little aircraft specifically designed for use on the subs. They folded up easily for transport, and they were powered by a cool Japanese-built version of the same engine that powered the Messerschmitt 109. They could carry a fairly impressive payload for aircraft of their size too.
God, I hate mining.
1,870 pounds of bombs or a torpedo.
Kills my soul.
It would take just 45 minutes to prepare and launch the aircraft from their catapult up on the deck.
Especially when you don't find anything.
The planes to get back on the submarine was slightly trickier. Initially, it was thought by some the planes could be disposable. The pilots could put their craft down on the water or even bail out and await rescue. Clearly, nobody actually consulted with the pilots on that one. But the Aichi Seiran had been custom built for the I-400 and the A-type modified submarines. They weren't cheap, and you certainly couldn't be throwing them away. Instead, the subs were fitted with clever collapsible cranes that could swing up, pluck the float planes out of the sea and bring them home again. So while they were successful in their ability to carry planes on board, and also while submerged, the unique design did not make the I-400 class the most seaworthy group of submarines the world had ever seen. Yes, they were fast in a straight line, on the surface, but they were also unwieldy and difficult to maneuver thanks to their relatively small rudders.
Bro, it finally hit me why my engineering is so far ahead. I'm GNOME.
As well. The large hangar and
We have a
offset
racial
conning towers
+5
also act like a sail,
engineering.
sending the boat off course in any kind of strong wind from the beam. Dive time was slow too, taking around a full minute. But the design
+15.
brief had been
Never mind. Even better.
3 boats completed by
That's right, I started at
1945.
15, I guess.
It was time to see what they could do. With just 1 month of the war left and Japan's position crumbling fast, the proposed plan of attacking the Panama Canal was scrapped in favor of a raid on the US Navy base at Ulithi Atoll, a large anchorage about 500 kilometers or 420 miles southwest of Guam.
Goddamn, not a single man on this
I-400
rotation.
was joined
Fuck
by
my
a pair
life.
of modified, smaller A-class boats, giving the force a combined total of 14 aircraft. Not exactly impressive numbers, but enough to do some damage in the event of a surprise attack. The force set off in August 1945 with the task of hitting 15 American carriers moored at Ulithi with kamikaze attacks. The attack aircraft were even illegally painted with American markings. But the plan almost immediately went awry when I-13, one of its support subs, was sunk by American aircraft and a destroyer, but then came the biggest shock of all, the surrender of Japan. The situation became a confused mess. One order came from the Emperor, imploring all Japanese soldiers to surrender, while another order from the Navy ordered all submarines to continue with their mission. Just hours before the planned attack on Ulithi, a final official command came in that directed the submarines to destroy their weapons and return to the Japanese base at Kure. I-401 encountered the American sub USS Segundo, and she was ordered to stop and be boarded. The sheer scale of the submarine must have shocked the Segundos because the Japanese boat was over 100 feet longer and nearly 4 times heavier than theirs. USS Blue, a destroyer, accepted I-400's surrender. They were probably just as surprised because the I-400 was also longer than their ship and more than twice as heavy. American intelligence was taken completely by surprise by the sudden appearance of these ocean-going monsters, and they were keen to learn what mechanical lessons they might provide. After their capture, though, the Soviet Union got word that they were in the hands of the Americans, and they wanted a chance to inspect them themselves. With the relationship between the United States and the Soviet Union quickly souring following the end of the war, the Americans scuttled the subs rather than let the Russians get their hands on them. They lay at about 2,300 feet of water off the coast of Oahu, and the wreck sites were discovered in 2013. Originally, a fleet of 18 I-400 type boats was planned, but that idea was scaled back to 9, and then, when the project's biggest backer, Admiral Yamamoto, died in 1943, just 5 subs. Of those 5 planned, only 3 were complete, and then only I-400 and I-401 ever made it to sea. Measuring the success of the I-400 class is tricky. They were large, hard to maneuver, and easy to find, and they never had a chance to be put into practice with their arrival so close to the end of the war. But on the other hand, their purpose was to carry multiple aircraft on both the surface and underwater, and they certainly succeeded at being able to do that. So from a technological and engineering standpoint, they were a success. But you really have to question the validity of the strategy at play. A monstrous, resource-consuming submarine class capable of carrying only 3 small attack planes
This
really
sucks.
unlikely to turn the tide of the war. Heck, a whole fleet of 18 boats, even if finished, could carry just 54 aircraft between them. A single US carrier could carry 90 planes or more. And the US fielded more than 100 aircraft carriers. In the end, the I-400 class is another great example of the resource-consuming wonder weapons so favoured by the Germans and the Japanese. One which was unlikely to change the fortunes of war, but which chewed up a lot of time, energy, and steel. But it doesn't make them any less awesome. Even the most casual history fan can name a few kinds of warships: battleships, submarines, aircraft carriers, and so on. But how many people know what a monitor is? We've talked a bit about them on this channel before. Some monitors look just like something a 5-year-old might draw for fun, but monitors played a very real role in many of the world's navies, and one of the strangest of the bunch is the Italian vessel Far di Bruno. Monitors were not named after the lizard. The class was given its name by the famous USS Monitor of 1861, a Union ironclad made famous by the indecisive Battle of Hampton Roads, when that warship and a Confederate contemporary spent a whole day blasting shots at each other to no real effect. The concept was simple: a warship armed with a big turret gun sitting as low in the water as possible to minimize its silhouette. The low freeboard meant the class weren't very good seakeepers, and their operations were reserved for shallow coastal work. During the First World War, the Monitor had found success as a shore bombarding vessel, and a simple and cost-effective method of mounting battleship guns on small hulls. Eventually, navies moved away from the shallow freeboard of earlier designs, and 20th century monitors began to more resemble destroyers, with tall hulls more suited to open ocean, but still fielding disproportionately massive guns. In 1916, the proposed Italian Francesco Caracciolo class of battleship was cancelled thanks to material shortage. It left the Navy with a sudden surplus of big guns. Guns which could make a difference in the war at sea. Instead of letting them go to waste, plans were drawn up quickly for a Monitor to take them to sea. Phare di Bruno was the result. Confused hodgepodge of it, more in common with an island.
This is my last rotation, fuck this shit.
She was powered by 2 triple expansion steam engines discarded from British torpedo boats that pushed her to a maximum speed of 3.3 knots, about walking pace. Now, if that seems a bit reckless, fear not, because her maximum service speed was limited to just 2.5. The Phare di Bruno's crew was made up of 45 officers and enlisted men who were squeezed into her 182-foot, 55.5 meter long hull. When people describe the construction of monitors as being cheap and cheerful, they're not embellishing. Phare di Bruno was quite unique, even in comparison to other monitors of the time. Her flanks and decks were built to a prismatic shape, like the armoured shell of a turtle, with the sides angled downward to guard against incoming shells, and her extremely low freeboard making her harder to sight and hit. Her deck surface was bare in typical monitor fashion, but featured a towering tripod mast which rose up behind the main gun turret and supported...
Look how close to the water that is, dude. The fuck? If you have any bit of wave, you're just fucked.
Protected bridge. Speaking of main gun turrets, yeah, wow, the massive 15-inch, 381mm guns were housed twinned in a revolving turret. I seriously cannot even imagine what it would have been like to be aboard this thing when those guns went off. The hull, in addition to its prismatic shape, also had a concrete cofferdam, 9.5 feet or 2.9 meters thick, for added protection. Phare di Bruno was expected to engage enemy shore installations, so it was thought she'd need to be protected mostly from field artillery. So to that end, her protection was quite well thought out. It would be pretty hard to hit this thing from a couple of miles away with your 8cm field gun. Despite their unusual design, construction and purpose, Italy actually invested in 14 monitors for their navy. They were designed to specifically meet 3 requirements. First, in being able to carry heavy, long-range artillery to disrupt the front line and allow a breakthrough in the Austro-Hungarian lines, because the big battleship caliber guns had a maximum range of nearly 20 kilometers or 12.5 miles. Second, there'd need to be stable gun platforms to maximize accuracy and fire effect. And finally, they needed to be able to operate in extremely shallow coastal waters. To that end, Phare di Bruno, despite having virtually nothing above the waterline, featured only 7 feet or 2.2 meters of ship below the waterline. Now, to offset the dangerous propensity for rolling and even capsizing, she was given the beam or the width of an ocean liner or battleship, even though she was shorter than a destroyer. The Phare di Bruno and fellow monitor Alfredo Cappellini did play a small role in the 11th of 12 battles of Isonzo. These were a series of conflicts between the Austro-Hungarians and Italian armies fought in the latter part of 1917. The Phare di Bruno and Alfredo Cappellini, along with 2 British monitors, bombarded the Austro-Hungarian positions just as they had been designed to do, and although the battle was a victory for the Italians, the role of the monitors probably had very little to do with it. A few months after the Battle of Isonzo, the Phare di Bruno was hit by a storm, driven ashore and badly damaged. Now, perhaps signalling her importance to the Italian Navy as a whole, she was left stranded and not salvaged for almost a year. The Phare di Bruno was decommissioned in 1924, but returned to service as a floating battery under the name GM-194 at the beginning of World War II. The aging vessel was towed to Genoa, where she would spend the rest of the war. She was there when the Royal Navy bombarded the port in February 1941, and even fired off 3 shots in return, but that was all. After the Italian armistice, the strange vessel was captured by the Germans, who somehow thought she might be of some use and wanted to turn her back into a monitor, but the war ended before those plans ever came to pass. Ultimately, the Phare di Bruno was scuttled in 1945 and dismantled. She was a strange ship. Rectangular profile and sluggish maneuverability. But in some ways, she should be considered a success because she'd been designed to be a stable gun platform for the big 15-inch battleship rifles, and she was able to do just that for nearly 30 years. But as far as unhinged warship designs go, it's hard to think of anything more off the wall than Italy's first proper monitor. Often with technological advancements, you have a before and after and the slightly awkward in between. Battleships were no exception, and we've had a lot of fun talking about the weird time in the Royal Navy when Roman sailing ships, which had basically been perfected over hundreds of years, gave way to iron steamships, which often left a lot to be desired. One fun example of these is Britain's Colossus-class battleships, ironclads which implemented a few firsts for the Royal Navy and the world. The Colossus-class battleship was born out of an era where the French, British, German, American, Russian, and Italian navies rushed to compete with each other with each successive class of battleship. In a running skirmish between guns and armor, the British had a series of successes and failures. HMS Ajax had been a class-leading battleship when she was laid down in 1876, but it took 4 years to complete her, and even then, on trial, she was found to exhibit some bad behaviour. Such was the pace of design and the frantic construction schedule at the time that even before Ajax was finished and in service, designs were already put into place for an improved class of battleship. Now, the key to Colossus's development was the introduction in the Royal Navy of breech-loading guns. These had been tested years earlier, but they proved dangerous and unpredictable. But the development of an automatic safety device meant breech loaders were at last capable of being fired with reliability in mind. And the simple fact was that a breech-loaded gun was a bigger and more powerful gun than a muzzle-loaded one, for the fact that large shells and bags of powder could be more easily fed into the breech at the back instead of being stuffed down the muzzle. This resulted in the development of a big 12-inch 25 caliber gun. The Navy just needed something to put it on. Colossus was originally proposed to be significantly longer than any other British battleship in service, but the Admiralty settled on a more modest 325-foot length. But still, her slightly longer hull and shallower beam meant she could squeeze an extra knot of speed out over her contemporaries. Colossus's true pioneering chops lay in the fact she was the first to use steel rather than iron for nearly all of the hull structure aside from the stem and stern castings, and she was the first truly modern battleship to field big, breech-loading rifled guns and turrets. The guns were impressive for the time. In trials, Colossus managed a blistering 4 rounds in 6 minutes from one gun and even scored 3 hits on a target at full steam. Breech loaders were just fast like that. In a naval battle, the amount of time and labour saved can make all the difference. On their sea trials, both Colossus-class ships performed well and vastly exceeded their contract design speeds, with Colossus, underloaded, hitting 16.5 knots, which threw up an enormous bow wave described as being like a solid wall of water 13 feet long. Crucially, they improved on the Ajax class's sea handling characteristics, but they still left a lot to be desired. Gun ports were only 12 feet above the waterline, and if the ship rolled just 13 degrees, the gun's muzzles would kiss the water if they were trained to the side. They had a quick roll, which required the fitting of large...
I was thinking of installing Black Flag again, dude, just to play like a naval game.
wind to be carried off course where the helmsman not paying attention. In fact, this is why Colossus has made this list for the most unhinged warship designs. She towered high out of the water with a hull that stood up like a steampunk wall stories tall, and there in the center of the ship were her twin gun turrets, which, thanks to the raised forecastle and stern, had to be offset to fire forward or upwards. For good measure, she was fitted with a rammed bow, a device that did much more to act as a bulbous bow and cut down her fuel consumption at speed. While the technological achievements of the Colossus class are notable, her career and that of her sister was more mundane. The pair engaged in training and testing, or were rendered obsolete just a few short years after their introduction. It must have been an exciting time to be a naval architect in the British Admiralty. The government poured funds into creating the biggest and baddest warships the world had yet seen at an exponential rate. While they were definitely not without their growing pains, the Colossus class of battleship was a success, even if it was a short-lived one. With their towering hulls and funnels, the class certainly lived up to their name. They were true steam leviathans of the Victorian world. We Talked about this next ship on the channel before, but I just had to bring it up again because the story is so fascinating. One time, the US Navy converted a passenger-carrying paddle-wheel steamboat into a fully fledged medal-winning aircraft carrier, and it actually worked. In the early years of the Second World War, the United States had a bit of a problem. Its aircraft carriers were tied up in the Pacific Theater, seeing desperate action in huge battles like the Coral Sea. They'd gone from mere curiosities to becoming the backbone of the modern Navy, and they had to be protected at all costs. But back home, pilots needed training for carrier operations, which came with their own quirks and immense dangers. Pilots landing on aircraft carriers faced a whole host of dangers their land-based colleagues didn't have to. For one, the weather was totally beyond the crew's control, and it could shift drastically on approach to the carrier. Chief among quirks for training carrier pilots was the length of the landing zone itself. Land-based pilots could enjoy runways thousands of feet long, but the carrier pilots had just a short few hundred feet. They had to put their aircraft down with pinpoint accuracy, usually just above stall speed. Of course, then the runway the landing on was moving by itself as well. The early carrier pilots were their own breed of gutsy daredevil. Without an actual aircraft carrier to train on, pilots would be woefully unprepared when they got to the actual theatre of operations. This is where some Navy planes got a rather unhinged. The SS CNB was a grand passenger steamer launched in November 1912 by the Detroit Shipbuilding Company in Michigan. Named using the initials of its owners, the Cleveland and Buffalo Transit Company, CNB, get it? The CNB boasted accommodations for over 1,500 passengers. At 500 feet, or 152 meters in length, 58 feet, or 17.6 meters in beam, she was among the largest and most opulent passenger steamers on the Great Lakes. She was, in fact, the largest sidewheel steamer in the world at the time, a fact that would come in very handy for the Navy. She had boasted an impressive array of amenities aimed at passenger comfort, including staterooms, elegant dining saloons, and spacious promenade decks. In fact, the decision to use old-fashioned inclined steam engines was taken specifically
Opulence.
for passengers who
I
wanted
guess
to
it's...
board. The engines could develop impressive horsepower at low revolutions, creating less vibration and making for a more comfortable trip. She was an impressive, quirky ship to be sure, and the SS CNB served the Great Lakes region for over 2 decades. But then came the Second World War. Navy Commander Richard Whitehead had come up with the idea of making use of lake steamers for training purposes, but it took some time for the seemingly ludicrous idea to catch on. Remarkably though, the SS CNB was acquired by the Navy in March 1942 and underwent a radical transformation. Her impressive length and beam made her an ideal platform for use as a training aircraft carrier, and Navy workers got started on converting her. Her luxurious accommodations and superstructure were removed, and in their place a flat-top flight deck was installed along with a small island superstructure. She was fitted with resting cables that would seize landing aircraft, and it was reported by the Buffalo Courier Express that 45 miles of welding and 45,000 bolts went into her. Commissioned as the USS Wolverine in August 1942, because Michigan is known as the Wolverine State, go Spartans, the vessel became one of 2 freshwater aircraft carriers alongside the USS Sable, tasked with training naval aviators in carrier takeoffs and landings. In fact, Sable had once been a sidewheel steamer too, the SS Greater Buffalo, built in 1924. The choice of the Great Lakes for these operations was strategic too, offering a safe, controlled environment away from the threat of enemy submarines
125.
and allowing for nearly year-round operations, albeit limited by winter ice. It was also a question of convenience and making the least impact on Navy resources. If Wolverine had been training on the open ocean, for example, instead, then an escort force of destroyers would be needed every time she left port. Operating primarily out of Chicago alongside USS Sable, the Wolverine played a crucial role in the training of thousands of Navy pilots. The 2 unusual ships came to be known as the Corn Belt Fleet. These aviators would go on to play a pivotal role in the Navy's aerial campaigns in the Pacific, contributing significantly to the Allied victory. The training operations aboard the Wolverine were not without their challenges though, including navigating the unpredictable weather of the Great Lakes and accommodating the limitations imposed by the vessel's original design. They weren't real aircraft carriers after all. There were no hangars or storage decks, elevators, or anything like that. Plus, the ships weren't fast enough to create the adequate wind conditions required for safe landings, so on calm days, operations had to be halted entirely. But despite these hurdles, the Wolverine and her semi-sister ship, the Sable, provided invaluable service in preparing naval aviators for the rigors of carrier operations. The USS Wolverine was decommissioned in November 1945, shortly after the end of World War II. It had been an unusual end to such a unique ship, but CNB had served her country well and was scrapped after a successful 3-decade-long career. As a fun little footnote, it turns out that the owners, the CNB Transit Company, had vastly inflated the value of the ship when they sold it to the government, who, when they found out, were not happy and hunted down more than $250,000 from CNB stockholders. Wasn't very patriotic of CNB, wouldn't you say? So there you go, 4 of history's great, ridiculous warship designs. Fortunately, there are many, many, many more. So tune in next time when we look at some more unhinged warships from history.
I need to target something first.
Clouds, the loud clamour of the engines slowly fading away. In the brief time that airships were a popular means of air transport, they were involved in numerous incidents that shook the world. These incidents ranged from harmless and amusing to deadly tragedies that forever shook confidence in the validity of vehicles. All were very interesting to study. Here are 5 airship disasters and mishaps from history. Number 5, the Los Angeles, 1927. The USS Los Angeles was a massive Zeppelin given to the United States by Germany as part of war reparations in 1924. She enjoyed a few years of normal service until her incident in New Jersey on the 25th of August 1927. After being refitted and undergoing repair, the Los Angeles was supposed to conduct an 8-hour flight at 10,000 feet in the air. The airship was docked on the high mast of the Naval Air Station in Lakehurst, New Jersey, preparing for its flight when a breeze blew in from the southeast at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Rather than spinning to face the wind, the breeze began to lift the tail of the airship high into the air. It kept on rising by its tail, and the men on board were forced to grab hold of the ship's girders to avoid falling over. Suddenly, the ship was standing at a 90-degree angle over its mast. In the engine room, at the back of the airship, now high in the air, one of the engineers reportedly shouted, "Holy I can see New York!" Nobody was quite sure what to do, and the commanders of the mast and the airship got into an argument about whether they should disconnect or not. Luckily, as quickly as things had gone wrong, they solved themselves. The ship did a complete flip of the high mast and lowered herself down onto the other side. She was quickly returned to her hangar to be inspected for damage, but nothing had been broken during the incident. Most damage to the airship occurred inside the cars, where falling tools and objects crashed into each other. The accident was quickly moved on from, and nobody was hurt. The crew, at least, left with a story to tell. A century on from the incident, we can look back at the extraordinary photos of an airship hovering vertically in the air over its naval base and appreciate the pioneering efforts of early aviators who made flight what it is today. Number 4, USS Shenandoah, 1925. The USS Shenandoah was the United States' first attempt at natively constructing an airship that could patrol the seas and skies of the United States. 680 feet long and with a crew of more than 40, when it was built in 1923, it was one of the largest airships in the United States. It was even the first airship to cross the Atlantic, as well as the first to conduct a transcontinental flight to America. She took part in naval exercises as a scout in order to conduct Arctic exploration, until a tear in the balloon prevented the mission from proceeding. It was a short career, but she was a popular vessel and became a symbol of the Navy, flying all over the country and drawing large crowds of spectators wherever she went. The US government took notice of this popularity, and the Shenandoah was sent on a tour of the United States in 1925. She was to visit 40 cities all across the American Midwest. On the 2nd of September, she set off on her journey, but it didn't take long for things to go tragically wrong on board. The next day, on the 3rd, a sudden storm hit the Shenandoah as she was traveling over Ohio. The storm lifted the Shenandoah and the change in pressure tore the balloon to pieces. The airship split into 3 and crashed to the ground outside the town of Caldwell. 14 of the crew were killed, either by falling out of the airship while it was being torn apart or when it hit the ground. Remarkably, the rear section of the airship remained aloft, and the 7 men inside managed to remain afloat for some time, despite being detached from the rest of the airship. The story of the Shenandoah didn't end there, however. This was not merely a deadly crash, but the destruction of an icon of the United States. Actually then, the looting began almost immediately when the pieces of the ship made landfall. The Department of Justice and the Ohio National Guard tried to secure the site, and over the next few weeks, confiscated over 4 truckloads of materials that had been looted by locals from the wreckage. However, there was simply no way of finding it all. Even a logbook had been taken, depriving investigators of a valuable resource with which they could determine what had happened. Everything from the metal framework to the canvas of the balloon itself was an attractive item to try and grab. The report even stated that a piece of canvas from the balloon was turned into a lampshade during the Great Depression. As the looting had stopped, however, the wreck site itself became a tourist attraction, with thousands coming to view the crash. A small local economy developed around it. Stalls were set up selling soda and water to the tourists flooding into the area. The cause of the crash was investigated jointly by the Army and the Navy, who found 2 reasons. First, the weather conditions around Ohio had been ignored in favor of pulling off a publicity stunt for the military. 2, the helium inside the balloon was considered too valuable to allow any to waste, and so safety valves had been removed from the airship. This prevented pressure control during the rapid ascent, so safety requirements for airships were changed after this disaster. The airships would not remain in flight for much longer anyway. Number 3, the LZ-104, 1917. In 1917, the beleaguered troops of German East Africa were fighting a guerrilla war against the British, cut off from their supplies and running desperately low. A resupply mission by sea would be impossible. The Navy prevented any German ships from reaching so far away. A new plan would be needed, and the answer came in the form of the LZ-104 airship. Operation China's Snow, as it was called, was launched, in which the LZ-104 would fly from Bulgaria, across the Mediterranean, and over Egypt, making its way south until it could resupply the army. This was to be a one-way mission, and even the fabric that made up the airship's exterior skin was planned to be disassembled and turned into useful material for the army. On the 21st of November 1917, the airship set off from Yambol in Bulgaria, and for several days it sailed through the air, managing to travel through harsh weather and turbulence. Eventually, one of the 5 engines on board seized up, which reduced the airship's speed, and the electronics failed, rendering it unable to send signals.
Right, it's 5:20 in the morning.
Then
Fuck.
a signal was received from the West African Army, calling off the mission as they lost control of their landing site. This signal may have actually been faked by the British, but records are unclear. Either way, the ship turned back from its mission and retreated back to Bulgaria. Though the mission was a failure, the LZ-104 managed to set a new record for airtime and distance traveled in an airship, having spent 95 hours in the air and traveled 4,200 miles in total. The celebration, however, was short-lived. The airship began operating out of Yambol, attacking targets across the Mediterranean in bombing raids. On the 7th of April 1918, she attempted to attack the British at Malta. An observing submarine commander reported seeing 2 bursts on board the airship before it was engulfed in a gigantic flame and it nosed down into the water. There were no survivors on board the 21-man crew. Strangely, neither the British nor Italians claimed the kill, and the destruction of the airship is likely the result of an accident on board rather than fire from enemy forces. Number 2, the C-8 blimp, 1919. The C-class were a type of blimp designed by the US Navy just after the First World War and were very, very simple in their design and function. Unlike a Zeppelin, the C-class did not have a rigid metal frame, but were more like a conventional balloon with a cab slung underneath. 10 of the blimps were completed, and they would go on to have tumultuous lives. On the 2nd of July 1919, the C-8 attempted to dock at Camp Holabird in Maryland. There were many spectators of the event watching the balloon come in when suddenly something went badly wrong. The blimp somehow spontaneously ignited and loudly detonated above the ground. Unfortunately, more than 80 adults and children on the ground were injured in the blast, and the 6-man crew on board the ship was lost. But a mile away from the explosion, windows and houses were totally blown out. This would not be the only disaster that the C-class of ships was involved in. Only 2 months earlier, the C-5 had been lost in a gale off the coast of Newfoundland when it was blown out to sea while attempting a transatlantic crossing. The wind simply picked up the balloon while the ground crew were trying to handle it with ropes, and they lost their grip, and it just floated out to sea, never seen again. 2 years later, the C-3 would catch fire and crash while attempting to dock in Norfolk. The US Navy eventually switched to non-flammable helium gas instead of hydrogen, but this limited the range of their airships, because helium weighs twice as much as hydrogen, and only allowed 93% of hydrogen's lifting capacity. In the end, the ultimate cause of the C-8's destruction was never discovered, and will remain a mystery. Number 1, USS Akron, 1933. The USS Akron was the world's first flying aircraft carrier, operating with the United States Navy between 1931 and 1933. It was capable of carrying 4 aeroplanes that could be launched from its hold and then used to attack the enemy, before then being recovered through a trapeze mechanism. Though it never saw combat, it was a valuable experiment for the short time it was in service. On the 3rd of April 1933...
That's the fucking Zeppelin from, Fuck, what's this guy? What's this? Pirate something? Corsair? Pirate Corsair? I can't remember. Crimson Skies. Crimson Skies, that's it.
Just 2 years after it had been launched, the Akron cast off on a voyage along the coast of New England. This would be its last journey. The airship left dock at 7:30 in the evening with many distinguished guests on board, including a Rear Admiral, the commander of the Lakehurst Naval Station, and others. It was intended to be a display of the potential uses of the airship in naval service. Unfortunately, the day she left was also the beginning of a huge storm system that would sweep the American coast. Fog soon rolled in. Within a few hours, the ship had become difficult to control in the wind and rain they had flown directly into. Shortly after midnight, the Akron began a rapid descent into the ocean. The crew managed to eject ballast, which briefly stabilized the height, but it did not last long. The airship quickly began to sink again, this time hitting the ocean tail first. The waves quickly dragged the airship down, and the Akron was lost with almost all on board. Of the 76 men on board the vessel at the time of the crash, 73 died. This makes the Akron the single worst airship disaster in history. To make matters worse, the rescue efforts also resulted in several dead, as a naval blimp was sent to help search for survivors in the water. The blimp found itself victim of the same stormy conditions and also sank, killing 2 of its crew. The reason for the deadliness behind the Akron disaster is that despite sailing over the ocean, there were no life jackets on board the vessel and only a single raft. The reports of survivors indicated that it was not the crash that resulted in the deaths, but drowning and the freezing temperatures of the Atlantic. After this, safety measures aboard airships were changed and all were equipped with life jackets. President Roosevelt gave a speech in the aftermath of the disaster in which he described the national disaster and praised the men lost in the crash as upholding to the end the finest traditions of the United States Navy. Now, the ultimate cause of the disaster is still unknown, but a lot of theories have been put forward about what caused that crazy descent. It's possible that it was simply a downdraft that caused the tail of the Akron to sink into the water, and the whole thing was subsequently cooled down. It's also possible that the altimeter on board was not properly calibrated for the low air pressure caused by the storm. Given the nearly 800-foot length of the airship and the difficulty in maneuvering such a large vehicle, the captain thought he was at a higher altitude than he was. The airship's tail might have touched the water when the crew tried to pull up too quickly. The answer will likely never be known for sure. It's one of the many reasons why I don't ever travel in a hot air balloon. I stick to good old terra firma.
Says the ship
October
freak.
1930, looming high over the countryside is a flying giant. This is the airship R101, the pride of British aerospace and the very latest thing in aviation technology. She's over 700 feet long and can soar over land and sea alike. The airship is about to make an historic voyage, flying from Britain to Karachi in Pakistan. But as it looms over onlookers just after takeoff, nobody aboard could know that this would be the R101's last flight, and things were about to go horribly wrong. R101, aerial symbol of Britain's might. For those watching it during testing flights, it is a magnificent and majestic sight. The airship is longer than most ocean liners of the day and is painted in a dazzling silver colour. Well, where did the R101 come from? And what was its intended purpose? Most importantly of all, how did it all go so horribly wrong? The first truly successful airships appeared throughout Europe and America in the 1890s. Several attempts at airships had been made prior to the 20th century, with some examples in the mid-1800s even proving themselves a viable means of transport. However, they remained closer to novelties than useful vehicles. Those few that were built were difficult to control, low in capacity, and dangerous to pilot. Despite these teething troubles, they flew and mostly worked, however. Having had their concept proven, and with public successes fresh in people's minds, the world was set for an airship boom, and it was Germany that would find itself at the forefront of the new technology. Count Ferdinand von Zeppelin was the leading figure in airship development, whose company was the first to use rigid airframes in their airships, providing a more stable structure. These new rigid airships, named Zeppelins after himself, became the gold standard, developing into a comfortable means of travel for the wealthy in an era before passenger planes. Before and during the First World War, airships were also utilised for military purposes by all the major nations of Europe. Zeppelins in particular became notorious for their long-distance bombing raids on Britain over the course of the First World War. Despite these raids being hugely ineffective and frankly a waste of resources Germany couldn't spare, the propaganda effect on the British was massive. Paranoia of German airships swept the country, and images of Germans bombing with impunity were shown around the world. At this point in the minds of the public, the airship was no longer merely a form of transport, it became an essential arm of the government. After the end of the war, Britain was faced with a
Rutty Highlands.
dramatically changed environment. The empire that had seemed so secure only a decade before was now coming apart at the seams from bankruptcy and independence movements. It was in this environment that the Imperial Airship Scheme was conceived. To meet the challenges of a new age, a new technology would be utilised in order to bind the empire together and secure the power of Britain. Airships would fly across the world, removing the barriers of distance and permanently linking the empire and its people together. The idea of airships keeping the empire together seems almost quaint in the modern world, but it's a lot less so when you consider the primitive state of aeroplanes at the time. Despite their low capacity, airships allowed, at least theoretically, quick, long-distance transport.
Go.
The end of the empire might seem obvious in hindsight, but at the time was an almost unthinkable calamity to the British government. The Imperial Airship Scheme was first proposed at the 1921 Imperial Conference, but was not acted upon until after the 1923 election. It called for the construction of a fleet of airships that would bind the distant corners of the empire together and was spearheaded by Lord Thompson. The decision was made to build 6 airships with 2 prototypes to be completed to kickstart the entire program. £1.3 million were allocated for the construction of 2 airships, though they would run over budget. The R100 and R101 were expected to be designed and completed by the end of 1927. These airships were intended to conduct trial flights to Canada and India in preparation for regular Imperial connections. The R100 and the R101 were intended to encourage innovation in air travel, and in order to maximise the spread of funding and knowledge, construction would be split between the private and public sectors. The R100 was to be built by the private Vickers Limited Company, while the R101 was built at the Royal Airship Works in Cardington. With the greater leeway provided by having government backing, the R101 was considered a riskier design than the R100 because it implemented a number of design changes and technologies that had not been tested on airships before. For example, in the R101, 5 diesel engines were included for the first time on airships. This was due to concerns that the heat of India would cause petrol engines to ignite. Unfortunately, this new design required the engineers to join multiple engines together, which resulted in constant leakages, too much weight, and too little power. Poor connections between the engines also meant they had a propensity to rattle themselves apart when operating for extended periods of time. In final irony, the engines required petrol starters to function, which rendered their inclusion pointless to begin with. The engines themselves are, in a way, representative of the airship as a whole. A good and exciting idea on paper that was hastily thrown together for political purposes before underwhelming in every way upon completion.
How are you?
The rigid structure also used steel for the first time in an airship, which strengthened the structure but also increased the weight. Another attempted innovation was hollow metal reversible propeller blades intended to save on weight, but these were not successful and weren't implemented before the eventual first flight. When it came to luxury, the R101 was the most comfortable craft in the sky. Heaven help those unfortunates rattling and shaking away in small wicker chairs aboard Douglas DC-3s. R101's passengers could stretch their legs on long promenades, take meals in the dining room, and even smoke. Aboard the airship were 2 decks with a promenade walk on both, as well as sleeping quarters for more than 50 passengers, a dining room that could seat 60 people, and an asbestos-lined smoking room. It was a sparse, yet comfortable space, and the highlight of the whole thing was a spectacular viewing gallery with huge windows from which passengers could stare down at the world beneath their feet. The R101 and R100 were finally completed in 1929 and subjected to heavy publicity. Upon being completed, however, the ships were actually something of a disappointment to the British government. Despite the heavy publicity, and one of the trial flights actually being viewed by King George V and Queen Mary, the engineering community was also generally not impressed with the results of the program. One article in The Engineer, written in September of 1929, complained that the ships cost more than £2 million, or around £147 million in today's money, to build, and 2 years later than planned, were underpowered, overweight, and unable to carry enough passengers to make the vast expense worthwhile. The article concluded by calling the airships obsolete before they even left their sheds. Even the designs had been criticised before the ship had actually been built. E.F. Spanner, an appropriately named naval architect, had ominously predicted in 1927 that 40 men or more will probably lose their lives on or soon after the trial trip. Nevertheless, the public was enamoured with the R101 and what it promised to do for the United Kingdom. While it was on display outside its shed in Cardington, it continually attracted huge crowds wanting to catch a glimpse of the new vessel. Numerous trial flights were arranged that served little purpose beyond showing off the airships to the public and providing joyrides to selected officials. It was immediately apparent, however, that the R101 had some issues. It was tail-heavy, which made manoeuvring difficult. It also made flights to India impossible, as the changed conditions in a tropical environment meant that the loss of lift would be disastrous. Additionally, in early 1930, the inspector in charge of the Aeronautical Inspection Directorate at Cardington sent a letter to the Air Ministry in London advising that the R101 have its permit to fly revoked due to gas leakage and buoyancy issues. This letter was ignored and the permit to fly remained. The manager in charge of the construction of the airship was also the man responsible for advising the Secretary of State on the airship's safety. This conflict of interest meant that he would have been unlikely to raise any issues for fear of damaging his own career. Both ships lacked the 60 tons of lift required by the initial design request. The R101 was particularly heavy due to the new design features that had been included on the ship. Steel frame, large engines, and luxurious accommodations meant that the airship could only lift just over 30 tons of cargo. The outer covers on the lift balloons were also proving to be a concern. It lacked the strength to withstand inclement weather and quickly developed rips and tears along the entire length. Both airships had to be modified in order to meet the requirements of the initial design and safety. But even after the retrofits, the R101 was still well short of its required carrying capacity, being capable of only 40 tons of lift. In its final design, the R101 was 777 feet long and 131 feet in diameter. It was made up of frames joined together by girders. The frames divided the balloon into around 16 compartments, each of which contained a gas bag filled with hydrogen. The issues with the covering were never fully resolved, and it would be this oversight that likely caused the eventual crash of the airship. Test flights began in 1929 before the ship had been fully refitted. They continued in a haphazard manner until the final flight on the 4th of October 1930. Despite this final flight, intending to travel all the way from Britain to India, there had been no real long-distance endurance testing, and the final certificate of airworthiness was only issued on the day of departure. The maiden voyage was set for October of 1930 in order to coincide with the Imperial Conference occurring that year in London. The airships were intended to be a symbol of the Empire after all, and confidence was increased by the successful flights of R100 from Britain to Canada that had taken place earlier in 1930. The first leg of its first proper voyage, the R101 would carry 54 people on board, mainly comprised of the airship's backers and designers. Lord Thomson, who had conceived the Imperial airship scheme, was aboard along with members of the Air Ministry and R101's design team. As they boarded their airship, they must have felt a sense of elation as the vast silver bulk of the R101 towered over them. Very soon, though, their elation would turn to horror. It was Saturday, October 4th, 1930, time for the R101 to depart on what was destined to be its first and only voyage. Weather conditions across the route were being carefully monitored so as not to catch the crew of the R101 off guard, but almost immediately there arose a serious problem. The weather in the north of France was deteriorating and the R101 would be flying right through it. As it was operating on a political schedule rather than a practical one, the decision was made to press on and try to beat the weather. This was made in part due to the presence of Lord Thomson, who was eager to see the results of his program in action. The departure was arranged for 6:24 in the evening, with passengers being hurried aboard and mist covering the landscape, and then she was off. The plan was that she would first travel to Bedford for a final visit to her hometown before carrying on to London, then to Paris, Tours, Toulouse, Narbonne, and then across to Egypt. As the airship had never been fully loaded with fuel before, there was some surprise when 4 tons of ballast had to be dropped before she could gain height. But all was still going according to plan. The R-101 was equipped with a water ballast system that would allow it to recover weight from rainwater. At 8:21 p.m, the R-101 was flying over London and sent a message: "Over London, all well, moderate rain, base of low clouds, 1,500 feet, wind 240 degrees, 25 miles per hour. Course now set for Paris." From London to the French coast was another 3 hours of travel. By 11:36 p.m, the R-101 sent a message confirming that they had reached France. From 11 till 2 in the morning, the crew changed watches, and the final message was received from the R-101 at just after midnight, which ended with: "After an excellent supper, our distinguished passengers smoked a final cigar, having sighted the French coast. Have now gone to bed to rest after the excitement of their leave-taking. All essential services are functioning satisfactorily. Crew have settled down to the watch-keeping routine." This rather cheerful message informing Britain that all was going well, and the passengers, who were thoroughly enjoying themselves, offered no indication of what was soon to befall the ship. The last message ever sent by the airship was a navigational pulse sent out at 1:52 a.m, only minutes before the disaster. At 2 a.m, the watch changed for the final time. All seemed well aboard the airship. There was no concern about the weather, and it didn't seem exceptionally bumpy. Engineer Henry Leach was off duty in the smoking room between 1 and 2 a.m. when Captain Irwin entered the room and chatted with him and the chief engineer about the after engine. Leach then went to inspect the engine cars after the conversation and found them all to be in good working condition. It was then that problems began to arise, though. Eyewitnesses on the ground reported that at 2 a.m, the airship began to have trouble with the gusting winds above the French city of Beauvais, and that its promenade lights were obscured by cloud. This would make sense, as the airship was passing over Beauvais Ridge, which had become well known among aviators for its dangerous winds. Suddenly, just after 2 a.m, disaster struck. The R-101 entered a sudden and steep dive without warning. For more than 90 seconds, the ship descended at a terrifying 18-degree angle. The crew lost their footing and crashed to the deck, some hanging on for dear life. Furniture clattered across the floor as the airship dove. The crew in the control car tried to balance out the ship by pulling back on the elevator and lifting the nose. They managed, just, to raise the nose to 3 degrees above the horizon. But then they were faced with another issue. The elevator lever was now at its maximum. The ship was only just reaching stability. Captain Irwin ordered all engines to either be slowed or brought to a stop to prevent any forward momentum. Wireless operator Arthur Disley passed the chief coxswain George Hunt in a corridor just after the engines had been stopped. The chief simply said, "We're down, lads." The captain had most likely decided to attempt an emergency landing. R-101 was now floating at just 550 feet or so, but the airship was over 770 feet long. For what must have seemed like an eternity, she hung there, but then the inevitable happened. Rigger Samuel Church had been ordered to release the emergency ballast in the nose to try to lighten it, but as he made his way forward, he felt the nose begin to drop beneath his feet. There was little hope of righting the airship before she hit the ground. The R-101 slowly dropped at a fairly shallow angle downward before making contact with the sodden ground. The light snapped out across the airship, but she gently bounced along for 60 feet or so at 13 miles per hour, 22 kilometers per hour. Speed just
Bro, I
above
can't
that.
find any mines, dude. This is fucking
Tail
retarded.
slowly dropped level. As she leveled out, there was a crunch. Obviously, under some severe stresses, the airframe probably gave away somewhere inside, maybe even breaking the airship's back. The R-101's nose came to rest in a wood. It must have seemed like it was all happening in slow motion. But then, all hell broke loose. The impact had twisted the ship's starboard engine car right around. The hot engine was coming into contact with hydrogen gas released from one of the torn gas bags. In seconds, the loose hydrogen had ignited, and the R-101 was engulfed in flames. The airship's fabric cover was incinerated in seconds, and the entire airship was reduced to a fireball, lighting up the French sky. Out of the 54 on board, there were only 6 survivors of the crash. 4 of them were engineers named Binks, Bell, Savory, and Cook. All 4 were in the engine cars outside the main hull and were able to escape through the windows of the car and away from the airship. Arthur Disley, who also survived, was a wireless operator who had been asleep in the crew quarters when the airship went down. He was awoken by the initial dive before Hunt had passed through the crew quarters and informed him of the crash. Disley got out of his bed and made his way to the electrical switchboard in order to cut the current, fearing that it may spark a fire if the airship crashed. Before he could cut the current, however, the airship went into its second dive and slammed into the ground. Disley described the impact as being so soft that it didn't even knock him to his feet. The fire started only a moment later, and Disley managed to survive by crawling out of the windows, and he was rescued by Leach, the last survivor. He was the foreman engineer on the staff at Cardington. He had been sitting in the smoking room at the time of the crash. He was able to escape through the broken wooden walls of the smoking room and down the ship's outer cover to the safety of the ground. Along the way, he pulled Disley to safety despite suffering serious burns. For this act of heroism, he was personally awarded the Albert Medal by King George in the following year. Another man, the rigger George Church, survived for a short while, but succumbed to his injuries within a few days of the disaster. Without the testimony of the R101's captain and senior officers, the exact sequence of events is difficult to piece together in its entirety, but we are left with some valuable clues which can tell us what happened on that fateful night. As the R101 approached the Beauvais Ridge, gusting winds could have torn a hole in the fabric covering at the R101's nose. This would have exposed the delicate hydrogen-filled gas bags to the elements, and a tear would see gas quickly escape, and the R101's nose suddenly drop. The second dive could have been caused by another strong gust of wind and a failed or snapped control cable. Deprived of crucial lift, the magnificent R101 became little more than a slowly deflating balloon. Impact was unavoidable.
Which one?
5.5 million cubic feet, or 144 million liters of hydrogen gas, became a ticking time bomb. The inferno was total. The whole airship was consumed in literal seconds, leaving behind a
it's not worth
charred
nothing.
and twisted skeleton. Every death that day was a tragedy, but Lord Thompson, who was on board, his death was particularly notable. He had been a staunch supporter of the Imperial airship scheme from the beginning.
31 to
marked
go.
the end of Britain's flirtation with airships
Almost
and the
there.
beginning of British
I'm
reliance
58 now on the
aeroplanes
Warlock.
over light than air vehicles. Following the disaster of the R101, even the successful sister ship, the R100, was decommissioned and sold for scrap, along with the wreckage of R101. The other planned airships in the scheme were also cancelled. The British airship dream died with R101. Airships were large, slow, expensive, dangerous, and had a low carrying capacity. Airplanes were clearly the way of the future. They were cheaper,
Trying to get my engineering
faster,
up, but I need to do mining for that, and mining is
less
fucking
at the
annoying,
mercy
dude.
of poor
My
weather
god.
conditions. The Imperial airship
I feel like
scheme
everyone's a
gave way
miner. I don't see
to
mines.
Airways, which operated a fleet of aircraft effectively in the role that airships
bad.
had been intended to fill. Across the globe, nations that had experimented with zeppelins and airships began to suffer their own series of disasters and catastrophes and pulled them from service and scrapped them. The Americans lost USS Shenandoah and Akron in short succession. The Italians lost the Italia, and it seemed like the days of the Zeppelin were finished. But it was the Germans who had been such eager proponents of airships that held on and continued to build them later into the 30s. They built the largest airships ever constructed, a pair of sister ships on a vast scale over 800 feet, 249 meters in length. They were called Graf Zeppelin and Hindenburg. That is a story for another day. In January 1913, the German airship L2 was commissioned by the Imperial German Navy as part of a 5-year airship expansion program greenlit by the Kaiser himself, who agreed to the construction of the airships on the condition that they were built with the secret capability to bomb England. Development of this craft was underway quickly, and by September of that same year, the L2 had begun her test flights in Friedrichshafen. And the hopes were high for the new vessel, because upon her acceptance into the German Navy, she was meant to be the flagship of the entire new German aerial fleet. This was a really exciting time. It was in the years before the First World War, and the technology was new and very impressive. All seemed to go according to plan, and testing proceeded as normal. That is, until one particularly sunny day in October. This was to be the day of the ship's altitude trial at Johannisthal Airfield, but things were getting off to a somewhat rocky start. Crowds had gathered to marvel at the new and impressive Zeppelin on the day of her trial, but once the airship was removed from its shed, it was clear that all was not well. One of L2's engines actually refused to start, requiring the test to be delayed while repairs got underway. And all told, the engines were in working order again in about 2 hours. However, this was enough time for a much larger and more deadly problem to arise. See, this was a very warm and sunny day, and the exposure to the warmth of the sun caused the hydrogen within the airship.
Bro, this is driving me nuts.
This expanded the gas and increased the ship's buoyancy by a lot. Once released, the L2 rose quickly to an altitude of 2,000 feet or 610 meters in the air, and the crew needed to act quickly in order to slow their ascent. The solution was to vent hydrogen from the vessel through relief valves found along the bottom of the hull. However, much of this ship's design concept was still new and untested, and a flaw in this design was made abundantly clear when the vented hydrogen was sucked into an engine car, which was positioned far too close to the relief valve. The incredibly flammable hydrogen was brought into direct contact with the engine's near red-hot components, and there could be only one outcome.
Boom.
The onlookers, who were gathered to watch from the ground, could only look up in horror as flames began to spew from L2, and then a massive explosion was heard, the result of the detonation taking place within the engine car. As the crowd watched the airship fall from an altitude of 900 feet in a spectacle of flames and metal, a second explosion was heard, and then even more as the Zeppelin finally crashed to the ground. Explosions, one after another, ripped through the vessel as fire spread through the massive gas bags, each containing around 1 million cubic feet of flammable hydrogen gas. The flames burned out quickly, however, and onlookers rushed to the spot where L2 had crashed, eager to assist in the rescue of the crew and passengers on board. However, what they found when they arrived was nearly twisted, smouldering scraps of metal, and only 3 apparent survivors, who had unfortunately all succumbed to their injuries soon after they were removed from the wreckage. The disaster had claimed the lives of all on board, including 7 officers, 2 personal friends of Kaiser Wilhelm II, and several high-ranking naval engineers. The Johannisthal air disaster occurred just 6 weeks after the tragic loss of the airship's predecessor, the German airship L1, which was itself brought down in the Red Sea due to a thunderstorm in what would later be known as the Heligoland air disaster. Talk about that one another day. And these 2 accidents put together were responsible for the loss of many members of Germany's high-ranking airship crews. Ultimately, it put an end to the plans for the 5-year expansion of the country's airship force. Now, there are plenty of famous disasters in history that we can confidently say that nobody could have ever seen coming, be it due to bad luck, bad weather, or just bad timing. However, in the case of the R-38 airship, you really have to wonder how they didn't see it coming. The alarm bells were ringing loud and clear, but seemed to fall on deaf ears. It's a story with an unfortunate end so predictable.
I've been mining for hours.
This is the story of the R-38.
Mining and engineering.
In June 1918, the British Admiralty ordered an airship fleet be built that could patrol the North Sea for 6 days with no support, as far as 300 miles, or about 480 kilometers from home base, up to an altitude of, say, 22,000 feet, or 6,700 meters. This impressive performance would keep the airship untouchable from most aircraft of the time. To this design specification, the R-38 class was to be the answer, and a total of 4 airships designed to those Admiralty specifications to lead the British fleet. R-38 was the class leader, followed by R-39, 40, and 41. However, just as wartime brings a jarring end to peacetime routines,
which anime is this?
So too does the end of war spell abrupt changes to industries across the globe. The The First World War finally came to an end in November of 1918, so the remainder of the 3 R-38 class ships were cancelled, and the original airship was nearly scrapped as well. However,
Is this Attack on
United
Titan?
States
Oh,
have
it's
been
the
very
later
impressed with
seasons.
capabilities of
Yeah, yeah.
record-breaking
Never mind.
R-34, which we'll touch on a little bit more later. As such, they had expressed interest in the prospect of adding a new airship to their growing military power. Cash-strapped Britain opted to offer the still unfinished R-38 to America in October 1919, on the condition that Britain would be able to modify the airship to allow for mooring and add ballast for counterbalance. Once construction was completed and modifications were in place, it was decided the ship would undergo a series of airworthiness trials before being handed over to America. Now, this is where the problems start. These trials were notoriously littered with recurring mechanical issues, especially pertaining to overbalance on control surfaces and numerous problems with girders failing. Now, each time one of these issues was supposedly repaired, another one would spring up again. Concerns began to spread among the engineers, experts, and even some top British and American military brass, believing the airship was in desperate need of further testing and design changes. However, those in charge of R-38's construction and trials on both the British and American sides would see the testing schedule rushed for various reasons. The British government, for example, was keen to dispose of the remnants of their now discarded airship fleet, and the Americans were eager to get their hands on their brand new toy after a year-long delay. Now, under normal circumstances, an airship would only be considered airworthy after about 150 hours of flight time. But, due to pressure on both sides to hurry up and complete testing, an agreement was made that R-38 would be considered airworthy after just 50 hours. Now, obviously, this was much to the dismay of many experts who had hoped for a standard or even extended testing schedule, especially with so many issues arising in the trials that the airship had already completed. Air Commodore Edward Maitland, the chief of testing for R-38, was disgusted by this and protested, but incredibly, he was told by the Air Ministry not to provide advice unless asked. After a penultimate flight, despite numerous issues reported and much skepticism raised, it was decided that the airship's next trial would be her last before departing on a transatlantic delivery voyage for America. After a few weeks of bad weather delaying this final test, on August 23rd, 1921, R-38 was brought from her shed in Howden, destined for Pulham in Norfolk, where she would moor. Arriving on Pulham, low cloud was beginning to form on land, and the crew found that they couldn't see the ground or the airfield. They were forced to turn back and spend an unexpected night at sea. The next day, it was decided that instead of simply mooring at Pulham, where the cloud had not yet fully lifted, R-38 would return to Howden to land. The crew agreed that a few last-minute tests would be conducted on the return trip to Howden, such as a speed trial, but then a series of turning trials. This took place over the town of Hull. These turning trials were meant to simulate, ostensibly, rough weather, and they required rapid changes of the helm, the steering, from hard over to hard over on both sides. Beneath the swiftly maneuvering airship, a crowd had formed in Hull, drawn by the sound of the engines. They must have been very excited to see an airship flying so low over their heads. Now, to this day, it's unknown why the order was issued. The airship's rudders were being driven hard and fast, far beyond what would be required for the trial or even service. The rudder, which operationally should have only been set to a maximum of 15 degrees, was being driven rapidly from one side to the other at 25 degrees each time. This quick waggling of the massive rudder put a huge amount of strain on the airframe. This was an airframe which was already susceptible to weakness through failing girders. The crowd watched from below as a wrinkle began to form in the hull of the airship, and then, unbelievably, the massive craft simply cracked in half. Men and machinery rained out from either open end. It's been a really awful sight to see them plummeting to earth. Then,
Bro, there's literally people on this fucking photograph. This and this are people.
Exponentially worse because the hydrogen within the gas bags ignited. And
why does this look so fake though?
R-38 caught fire. It triggered a massive explosion that blew out glass windows throughout the town and could be heard up to 25 miles away. Only 5 people would survive the crash. Maitland, who had protested against R-38's rush trials, was himself a victim of the crash. After official inquiries were held, there were as many as 3, it was agreed that the R-38 disaster was primarily caused by the rough maneuvering of the turning trials that caused too much stress on the hull. Inquiries also criticised the practice that the individuals responsible for the building of the airship were the same people responsible for determining the ship's worthiness. There was no apparent checks and balances in this arrangement. Almost no experts had been involved in making any major decisions surrounding the ship's testing schedule. 44 lives were claimed in the catastrophe that followed due to neglectful mismanagement and rushed trials. On top of it all, you simply have to wonder how they didn't see it coming, knowing the multitude of structural failures they'd experienced during previous test flights. All in all, R-38's story is a masterclass in the consequences of silencing the experts and a grim reminder that no material object should ever be valued over the safety of human lives. For every disaster, which we know exactly what happened down to the tiniest detail, there will always be 1 or 2 more where we just could never hope to have all of the answers. The French airship Dixmude is one such story, a great disaster shrouded in mystery, in which all we can do is speculate on exactly what happened.
Where's the normal iron ore? The fuck?
The French airship Dixmude began its life as a German airship, designated L-72. Upon completion, L-72 was built with the intention to bomb New York City, but as we now know, this never came to pass. Instead, the First World War ended, and with it the construction of this potentially devastating airship was halted. She would sit incomplete for some time until ultimately it was decided that the airship would be handed over to the French as part of war reparations. Making her first test flight in July of 1920, she was officially christened Dixmude, so named in honor of fallen French soldiers in the Battle of Yser at the Belgian town of Dixmude in the First World War.
Dixmude,
French, however,
you
were
tried.
evidently not yet prepared for the airship's arrival. Photos taken of the airship near her shed clearly show the shed was still under construction, even after France had obtained the vessel. Crucially, the hydrogen generating plant was reportedly not yet in service either. Dixmude would sit deflated for another 3 years until an attempt was finally made to reinflate her gas bags. This attempt would reveal the ship's gas bags had deteriorated so much while the ship was mothballed, they could no longer safely hold hydrogen.
I'm not prepared to pay that much.
Now, while replacement gas bags could have been sent for, Dixmude's commander, Lieutenant Jean de Plessis de Grenadon, convinced the French Navy to design it and their own. This process would wind up taking another 2 years, meaning that Dixmude spent the first 5 years of her life in various states of disrepair with only 4 flights under the belt. This long period of disuse would finally come to an end in August 1923, when the hydrogen bags were finally installed, and after a couple of short test flights, Dixmude was sent on a much longer 24-hour round trip. When this was completed satisfactorily, she was sent on lengthier flights of 50 and then over 118-hour-long journeys. It was clear that Dixmude was no slouch. She was capable of long-haul flights with the best of them. She was even paraded around on a publicity trip, and she was shown off to excited onlookers in cities like Toulouse, Bordeaux, and Lyon. They were all eager to see this powerful new French airship in action. However, despite the air of confidence surrounding the airship, the success was not to last. In December 1923, Dixmude took off on a planned long-duration flight bound for In Salah, an oasis located in the Sahara Desert. On the 4th day of her flight, the airship encountered some rather strong winds that were powerful enough to blow the airship back toward the African shore. The crew fought to keep their airship on course or simply ride out the storm, but fuel was running low. There was only enough power for intermittent wireless communication. By all estimates, the Dixmude would only have enough fuel to last approximately 2 days. The crew fought bravely against strong winds, thunderstorms, and an airship with dwindling fuel supplies, while the commander searched desperately for a place to land. The final communication from Dixmude states that they were reeling in their radio antenna due to the turbulent weather. 7 hours later, the Dixmude would be spotted falling from the sky by rail workers whose attention had been caught by a sudden flash that lit up the night sky. Reports of the airship's demise, however, were initially dismissed by French officials who were not keen on admitting the loss of their grandiose new craft. Stories began to spread through the press of the airship having been spotted in different locations by eagle-eyed sky watchers, and hope remained high for the eventual arrival or recovery. However, December 26th, 3 days after the final radio communication from Dixmude, the body of her commander, Duplessis, was recovered by a fisherman on the coast of Sicily. There could be no more denying it. The Dixmude had gone down, taking the lives of all
Watch
50
your back.
souls aboard her. Only small fragments were ever recovered. 2 small fuel tanks, some scraps of fabric, and then some lightweight fragments of aluminium girders that floated on the ocean's surface. 4 months later, another body was found, identified through papers as the radio man, Antoine Guillaume. They were the only 2 members of Dixmude's complement ever found. It was never determined exactly what had caused the disaster.
Alright.
Taken down due to the storm, ran out of fuel, or
I'm
had some
calling
other
it.
mechanical failure.
That is my favorite. We'll be back later today. You know how it goes.